Listen carefully, because what I'm about to say could be the single most important truth you hear all day. A smiling face does not always hide a loving heart. A warm handshake is not always a promise of peace. A gentle voice is not automatically a vessel of God's Spirit. There is a battle unfolding beyond our sight. While many move through life as if blind and deaf, those whose hearts are tuned to God can read the warnings clearly. Evil rarely arrives wearing obvious masks of flame and horns. More often it slips in wrapped in charisma, hidden behind manipulation, and painted over with deceit. Yet God, in His boundless wisdom, has not left you helpless. He marks the red flags. He sets down alarms. He murmurs caution into the spirit of those who walk in His light. God is not the author of confusion, and where evil dwells, confusion reigns. There are those who pretend to walk in the light, but their footsteps betray them. Their fruits are rotten, though they paint the tree in gold. And I declare to you today, if you are walking with God, He will not allow you to be deceived. But you must open your eyes and see. You must open your ears and listen, because the evil in this world hides behind polished faces and honeyed tongues. The first sign of evil is the absence of repentance. Listen to me now. Evil never says, "I was wrong." Evil never bows in humility before God. Instead, evil justifies itself. It twists the truth until wrong becomes right in its own eyes. These people will lie to cover their sin. But worse, they will lie to themselves. A person who cannot admit their wrongdoing is a person who has removed God from the throne of their conscience. They place their ego above truth. And when a man or woman does that, the spirit of darkness finds a home. If you see someone who always blames others, who never bends the knee to correction, know this: they are not walking with God, no matter how loudly they speak of Him. The second sign is manipulation. Evil loves to control without force. Evil wraps itself in sweet words and false promises. It lures, it charms, it flatters. It does not take the sword to your throat. It seduces your mind. Evil people are often the most persuasive, the most convincing. They know how to make you doubt yourself and trust them. But God has given you a spirit of truth. He has given you the ability to sense when something is off. Don't ignore the feeling in your spirit when someone says all the right words, but their presence feels wrong. Evil people operate through manipulation, not honesty. Through pressure, not peace. When someone constantly seeks to bend your will for their benefit, watch closely, for evil is near. The third sign is a delight in the downfall of others. Evil people rejoice when others fall. They gossip with pleasure. They spread rumors with a smile. They secretly clap when someone loses their job, their peace, their family, because it makes them feel superior. My brothers and sisters, God is not in that spirit. God uplifts. God mourns with the broken. God restores. But evil feeds off destruction. If someone celebrates your pain, if someone tries to crush you when you're already low, that is not a person of God. That is a vessel being used by something far darker. And no matter how well they mask it with kind gestures or spiritual words, if they laugh at another's tragedy, their heart has turned cold to God. The fourth sign is deceit. A liar walks hand in hand with the forces of evil. Lies are the language of darkness. And the one who lies casually, the one who lies to get ahead, the one who lies to tear another down, they are not just harming others. They are lining themselves with wickedness. God is a God of truth. His presence cannot dwell in a deceitful heart. Evil people will look you in the eye and lie without flinching. They will twist facts, rewrite events, and invent stories because the truth is too inconvenient for them. But remember, truth stands the test of time. Truth will expose the liar. If someone constantly lies and excuses it with smooth words, walk away. Their tongue is a flame that sets fire to everything holy. The fifth sign is arrogance. Oh, how evil feeds on pride. The spirit that says, I am better. The attitude that says, I deserve more. The mindset that refuses to serve but demands to rule. That spirit has no fellowship with God. Arrogance is the beginning of rebellion. It is the seed of every fall. It was pride that turned once glorious beings into enemies of God. It is pride that separates the soul from submission. When a person walks with arrogance, they believe they are above rebuke. They believe they are the judge, not the judged. But those who truly walk with God walk with humility. If you meet someone who boasts endlessly, who cannot be corrected, who looks down on others as though they were gods among men, know that evil has crept into their spirit. And the longer they feed that pride, the further they fall from the light. The sixth sign is a pattern of destruction. Wherever they go, evil people leave brokenness behind, broken relationships, broken trust, broken peace. If you trace their steps, you will find people who are used, people who are discarded, people who are wounded and never healed. Evil builds nothing. It only tears down. And those who are being used by evil cannot create harmony because their soul thrives on chaos. God is a builder. He is a restorer. He repairs what is shattered, but evil rejoices in demolition. If someone's presence consistently brings tension, pain, or division, don't ignore that sign. God does not author such confusion. Step back and seek His clarity. The devil sows discord, but God brings peace. And peace is a compass. When it's gone, look around you. Something dark may have entered. The seventh and final sign is a hatred for the truth. Evil people do not just dislike the truth. They hate it. The truth convicts them. The truth exposes them. And so they fight against it. They avoid it. They mock it. And when someone speaks truth to them, they lash out. Not because you are wrong, but because they are trapped in their own deception. A heart that loves God rejoices in truth even when it stings. A heart that belongs to darkness runs from it. If someone becomes hostile when you speak what is right, if they silence you when you speak what is good, then you are dealing with someone who has rejected the truth of God. And where there is no truth, there can be no righteousness. Now hear me and hear me well. These signs are not given so you may judge others with a hard heart. No, these signs are given so you may guard your spirit, protect your peace, and remain in the presence of God. There is a reason why God told you to be watchful. Evil does not knock on the door shouting its name. It whispers. It sneaks. It smiles. It pretends. But God reveals. God warns. God convicts. And He is speaking to you now through this very word. You have seen these signs before, perhaps in a co-worker, perhaps in a friend, perhaps in someone close to your soul. Do not ignore what God is trying to show you. Your safety, your spiritual purity, and your peace may depend on your ability to walk away. And if as you listen, you begin to see some of these signs in your own actions, let that not be a reason for shame, but a moment for awakening. God does not condemn those who turn. He delivers, He forgives. But you must recognize the signs in yourself too. For it is easy to point the finger outward, but wisdom looks inward. And the one who walks in truth must be willing to confront their own darkness. Pride must fall. Lies must die. Manipulation must end. For only then can you walk fully in the light of God. Evil thrives in darkness. It breathes in silence, and it grows in spiritual ignorance. But God has sent you this message as a lamp unto your feet. You were not called to be blind. You were not created to be fooled. You were not chosen to be used by the enemy. You are a vessel for the light. And the closer you walk with God, the clearer you will see. Don't be deceived by charm. Don't be fooled by titles. Don't be silenced by pressure. Evil can wear any face, but it cannot imitate the Spirit of God. And when God is truly present, there will be peace. There will be humility. There will be truth. There will be purity. Then I tell you now, the time for silence is over. God is calling His people to a higher discernment. Not a discernment rooted in suspicion or paranoia, but one rooted in divine awareness. A holy sensitivity to what is of God and what is not. Too long have many tolerated darkness in their lives, not because they were weak, but because they were unwilling to see the sign. Evil does not always come to destroy you with force. It often comes to distract you, to delay you, to drain you. And before it destroys your house, it first desires to enter your mind. It wants to make you question what you know is right. It wants to blur the lines. But when your spirit is anchored in the presence of God, you will see things clearly, and no manipulation can blind you. God gives clarity where evil gives confusion. That is one of the purest signs. In the presence of God, there is peace even in the storm. But when evil is present, there is restlessness even in calm. You could be surrounded by material comfort, but your soul will feel agitated. You could be smiling on the outside, but inside your spirit feels choked. This is not just stress. This is a spiritual warning from God. When you are walking with someone whose presence disturbs your spirit, do not ignore it. That is not your imagination. That is not paranoia. That is God telling you something here is not from me. You do not have to know all the details. You just have to be obedient enough to walk away when He tells you. Some evil people will never reveal their true nature with words, but their actions speak loud enough. Watch how they treat the weak. Watch how they speak about those who can do nothing for them. Watch how they act when no one is watching. God sees what men try to hide, and He gives you glimpses, not to make you bitter, but to make you wiser. Do not be the one who keeps giving chance after chance to someone who God has already exposed. If God shows you someone's true character that is not cruelty, it is mercy. He is protecting you from what you cannot yet see. He is preserving your purpose from contamination. Don't allow pity to override divine wisdom. It is not unkind to walk away from someone who is destroying your peace. It is obedience. And let me speak to your heart now, because someone listening has been spiritually tied to the wrong people for far too long. You thought you were being loyal. You thought you were being loving. But in the name of love, you tolerated poison. In the name of faithfulness, you allowed evil to make a nest in your life. You've been drained, discouraged, and confused. But God is shaking your soul today. He is saying, come out from among them. He is saying, clean your circle. Because evil does not always need to possess you. It just needs to be near you to slow you down. It doesn't need to destroy you directly. It just needs to distract you long enough that you miss your divine timing. God did not create you to survive and not. He created you to thrive. But you cannot thrive while you are entangled with those who serve darkness, whether knowingly or unknowingly. And let's be clear, not everyone who carries evil is aware of it. Some people are being used by spirits they do not understand. Well, they operate under jealousy, under rage, under pride, and they don't even know it. But that's why God calls you to walk in wisdom. Your responsibility is not to fix them. It's to recognize them and act accordingly. You are not their savior. You are a servant of God, and your duty is to protect what God has planted in your soul. There comes a moment in every person's life when God begins to separate. He begins to divide what is holy from what is harmful, what is pure from what is poisonous. And if you are in that moment, do not resist it. God removes not to punish, but to preserve. He takes away to protect. He exposes not to shame, but to sharpen. And you must be willing to accept what God shows you, even if it hurts. Because some of the greatest delays in your life have not come from external attacks. They've come from internal connections. People you kept too close. Voices you gave too much access to. Relationships you refused to release. But now is the time to obey. God has a calling over your life. He has appointed you for impact. But you cannot carry out that calling while you're yoked to people carrying spirits of deception. And let me tell you something, the enemy is strategic. If he cannot destroy you, he will distract you with friendships that feel good, but are spiritually toxic. He will connect you with people who applaud your talents, but drain your anointing. He will place people in your life who feed your ego, but starve your soul. But if you stay close to God, you will begin to feel when something is off. He will cause your spirit to become restless around certain people, not out of hatred, but out of spiritual warning. That uneasiness is not rudeness, it's revelation. And let me speak boldly. Stop ignoring red flags just because you're afraid to be alone. God never called you to cling to evil for comfort. You were not made to blend in with darkness for the sake of companionship. When God sets you apart, He also requires you to walk alone at times. But it's better to walk alone with God than to walk with evil and lose your soul's clarity. Evil people will use your kindness against you. It will guilt you into staying, manipulate you into silence, and twist your loyalty until you can't even recognize yourself. But God is your defender. God is your clarity. And if He has called you out, don't look back. Some of you have been questioning your instincts. You have been asking, why does my heart feel heavy around this person? Why do I always feel drained after talking to them? Why do I lose my peace when I'm near them? And God is answering you right now, because I never placed them in your life. I never assigned them to your spirit. They are a distraction, not a destiny. God is not the author of anxiety. He is the giver of peace. And where there is no peace, you must pause. Where there is spiritual weight, you must pray. Where there is confusion, you must separate until God speaks. And hear this now. Evil may be subtle, but it is not stronger than the Spirit of God within you. When you walk with God, you walk in power. You do not need to fear those who carry darkness. You do not need to cower before those who hate truth. For greater is God who is with you than the schemes that rise against you. You have the authority to rebuke what is not of God. You have the right to walk away. You have the wisdom to discern. But only if you stay connected to God daily. You cannot walk in clarity if you are disconnected from the one who gives sight. Do not let popularity confuse you. Do not let charisma deceive you. Evil people often rise quickly, but their fall is inevitable. God may allow them to shine for a season, but their roots are rotting. And when the storm comes, they will collapse under the weight of their own deception. But those who walk with God will stand firm. They will not be shaken even when evil surrounds them. Because the foundation of the righteous is built on the unshakable truth of God. You don't need to expose evil with your mouth. Just walk in the light, and the light will do the exposing. God fights for the pure. He defends the upright. You don't need to prove anything. Just stay aligned with God, and everything not sent by Him will fall away. Evil has an expiration date, but righteousness has eternal reward. And let this truth sink deep into your soul. God does not remain silent forever. When evil rises, God responds. When darkness creeps in, the light of God does not retreat. It shines brighter. He watches in patience, but not in passivity. He sees the schemes of the wicked, the plots formed in secret, the words spoken behind closed doors, and in His perfect timing, He brings every hidden thing into the open. You may have wondered why God allows certain people to thrive in their wickedness for a season. But do not confuse delay with approval. God allows space for repentance. But when that space is abused, His justice will not be withheld. Evil will never have the last word. God will. He will toastable justice. He will reap the gospel. He will call the earth God. There are people in this world whose entire mission is to sabotage what God has planted in others. They are not creators. They are destroyers. They do not build. They infiltrate. They do not uplift. They entangle. Their words sound sweet, but their hearts are full of poison. They disguise envy as advice. They applaud you with hands that hide a trap. So be watchful, for with every increase from God you must guard the soil of your life. Not every cheer comes from a sincere heart. Some will rejoice at your wins only to linger close enough to derail your next move. That's why you should pray for God to cleanse both your road and the people around you. When God begins to lift you up, He also creates separation. The higher you ascend, the sharper your discernment must be. You cannot bring vipers into the season ahead. You cannot rise while tied to burdens designed to pull you down. And hear this, some who mean harm will not step away on their own. They will cling like vines to your life, posing as helpers while slowly draining your spiritual strength. So stand firm. Remember, God is the gardener. He will prune, He will cut. He will tear away every false vine, not to hurt you, but to prepare you. Your growth requires removal. Your peace requires boundaries. And your destiny requires obedience. Don't cry over what God removes when you prayed for protection. Some of you are weeping over friendships and relationships that God Himself dissolved. And He is saying, you asked for peace. I had to remove the ones who were stealing it. You asked for clarity. I had to silence the voices of deception. You asked to walk in my will. I had to remove those sent to distract you from it. Evil people will often leave with drama, confusion, and blame. Let them go. Do not chase what God has cut off. Your healing begins at the door you finally stop reopening. And understand this. Evil people often carry the spirit of accusation. They project their darkness onto others. They accuse the innocent. They twist facts to favor their narrative. They pretend to be victims while orchestrating chaos behind the scenes. If you've ever been falsely accused, slandered, or misunderstood by someone you once trusted, Know that God saw it. He saw the lies. He saw the manipulation, and He is not blind to your tears. Your vindication may not come through a public apology. It may not come through confession, but it will come through divine reversal. When God vindicates, He doesn't just clear your name, He elevates your life. He blesses you in the sight of those who tried to curse you. He prepares a table before you not in privacy, but in the presence of your enemies. You do not need revenge. You do not need to fight with flesh and blood. Your battle is not against faces. It is against spirits. And your victory is in staying aligned with God. Evil wants you to retaliate. It wants you to curse back, to gossip in return, to slander, to plot. But when you stay silent and surrender it to God, He fights battles you didn't even know were forming. He shuts mouths you never even heard. He dismantles plans that never reach your ears. This is the power of walking in righteousness. Your silence speaks louder than their schemes. Let me also tell you something powerful. You become what you tolerate. If you entertain evil, it begins to shape your perspective. If you excuse evil, it begins to affect your choices. If you protect evil, it begins to corrupt your heart. There is no neutral ground when it comes to righteousness. You're either pushing back against the darkness or you're allowing it to inch closer. And evil doesn't enter your life all at once. It creeps, it tests, it knocks softly. But when you open the door even a little, it enters boldly. That's why you must be ruthless in your discernment, gentle with people, but fierce in your boundaries, merciful in spirit, but unshakable in truth. God is calling His people to rise above superficial kindness. Not all kindness is godliness. Sometimes the most godly thing you can do is walk away, to say no, to separate, to protect your spirit from contamination. You don't need to explain yourself to everyone. You just need to be obedient to God. When He speaks, move. When He warns, listen. When He removes, release. Your peace is not worth compromising for the sake of pleasing people who are walking in darkness. And to the one who is weary, God sees your heart. He knows the toll it has taken to deal with hidden enemies, smiling manipulators, and trusted voices that turned out to be weapons. But don't grow bitter, grow wiser, don't shut down. Rise up. This pain is not the end of your story. It is the beginning of your sharpening. God is forging you through this fire. You are becoming more discerning, more focused, more purified. Evil thought it could destroy you, but instead it made you more aware of who truly stands with God and who only pretends. This season is not for soft sight. It is for clear vision. You cannot afford to blur lines anymore. You cannot pretend not to see what God has shown you. You must protect your spirit like your life depends on it, because it does. Every compromise weakens your shield. Every ignored red flag drains your discernment. But every time you choose obedience, your spirit grows sharper. Your heart becomes more aligned with the truth. The fear of God must return to your walk. Not a fear of punishment, but a reverent awe, a sacred commitment to remain in His will, no matter the cost. Because in the end, when you stand before God, you will not be held accountable for what they did. You will be held accountable for what you allowed. Let that settle in your soul. You were never created to blend in with the world. You were created to stand apart, to shine in dark places, to walk with integrity, even when surrounded by evil. And that is not easy, but it is your calling. Do not envy the evil. Their path may seem wide, but it ends in ruin. Their laughter may be loud, but their souls are empty. Their houses may be full, but their spirits are hollow. What they build without God will collapse. What they gain through wickedness will wither. But you, if you walk with God, you will not be shaken. The winds may blow, the storms may rage, but your roots will go deep. Your foundation will hold, and God Himself will sustain you. He will surround you with the right people. He will shield you from the unseen traps. He will guide you away from every counterfeit connection and into relationships that strengthen your soul. You will no longer be deceived by appearance. You will see with spiritual eyes. You will no longer be impressed by charisma. You will seek character. You will no longer fall for empty words. You will discern the spirit behind the voice. This is what it means to walk in the presence of God. Not just to feel Him, but to see through Him. To look at a smiling face and sense the spirit behind it. To hear a flattering word and detect the motive underneath. To be unshaken, unbothered, unmovable because you know who you are. And when evil tries to return, dressed in a new disguise, it will not find you vulnerable. It will not find you blind. It will find you guarded by truth, covered by wisdom, anchored in God. This is your shield. This is your weapon. This is your strength to walk in step with the Most High, to live in His shadow, and to stand in His light. Let every evil plan fall. Let every dark spirit flee. Let every voice of confusion be silenced. And let your life be a testimony, not of how much you avoided, but how much God preserved you from what you didn't even see coming. God is with you, and when He is with you, no evil can stand against you. Not in your mind, not in your heart, not in your house, and not in your future. And now hear this deep within your spirit. There is no greater tragedy than becoming comfortable with evil. There is no greater danger than normalizing what God has condemned. Evil does not always crash into your life. It often seeps in through compromise. It comes through the little things we excuse, the behaviors we tolerate, the company we refuse to confront, and over time it hardens the heart. It desensitizes the soul. It makes darkness look like wisdom and truth sound like offense. But when you walk closely with God, He will disturb every comfort that was built on a lie. He will interrupt every relationship that was wrapped in deception. Because God will not allow the ones He loves to settle in places where His presence cannot remain. God is not just concerned about what you do, He is concerned about what you allow. Evil people often don't need your participation. They just need your silence. And the moment you begin to remain quiet in the face of wickedness, you begin to give it space. But the one who walks in the fear of God cannot afford to be silent. When righteousness is being mocked, when holiness is being distorted, when truth is being buried beneath culture and convenience, you must rise not with hate, not with arrogance, but with spiritual fire, with the boldness to say, "This is not of God. This does not belong in my home, in my heart, or in my spirit." Some people are not evil in appearance. They are evil in influence. Their words sound gentle, but they lead you away from prayer. Their presence feels familiar, but it drowns out the voice of God. They feed your flesh, but starve your purpose. They pull you into conversations that dim your spirit, into decisions that slowly corrode your peace. And if you don't examine the fruit, you will be seduced by the shade of the tree. But remember, God never calls you to comfort that compromises your calling. He calls you to peace that comes from purity. He doesn't just want your praise. He wants your protection. He wants you to protect the anointing He placed on your life. Let me tell you something. When your discernment increases, your circle will decrease. When your eyes begin to open, your tolerance for nonsense begins to shrink. You will start to feel irritated by conversations that used to entertain you. You'll feel out of place in rooms you once fit in. You'll feel the tug to separate, to retreat, to realign. And that is not isolation. That is God's invitation. He is calling you to consecration because there are levels of peace, levels of wisdom, levels of spiritual power that cannot be accessed while you're surrounded by those who carry spiritual toxins. You cannot drink from the cup of God and still feast at the table of evil. You must choose. God does not bless who you pretend to be. He blesses who you are when no one is watching. And if you truly want His presence to overflow in your life, you must begin to unclutter your heart. Examine your loyalties. Inspect your attachments. Ask yourself, does this person feed my spirit or weaken it? Does this voice align with the will of God or lead me into confusion? These are not questions of judgment. They are questions of spiritual survival. Because in a world where evil hides behind influence, discernment is your shield. And oh, how desperately the world needs people who walk in divine clarity. Not those who echo what they hear, but those who stand on what God has revealed. Not those who blend into trends, but those who are anchored in truth. The evil people of this world are bold in their deception, confident in their chaos. And it's time for the people of God to be even bolder in righteousness. Not in pride, not in shouting, but in unshakable conviction. A quiet soul aligned with God has more power than a loud crowd chasing vanity. You may not have a platform. You may not have a title, but if you have the presence of God, you carry more authority than those who rule with corruption. Your prayers shake atmospheres. Your obedience builds unseen walls of protection. Your discernment keeps your home safe from infiltration. Do not underestimate the power of walking upright before God. It is not the loudest that are heard in the heavens. It is the purest, the clean heart, the surrendered will, the soul that says, God, even if it costs me everything, I will not entertain evil. I will not welcome it. I will not protect it. I will stand with you even if I must stand alone. Some of you are in seasons of exposure right now. God is revealing hearts. He is lifting veils. You are seeing people for who they truly are, not to hurt you, but to heal you. He is showing you conversations that were never meant to reach your ears, attitudes that were hidden behind smiles, intentions that were buried beneath gestures. And it hurts. But this pain is a gift. It is the hand of God separating you from silent sabotage. It is His mercy wrapped in revelation because He does not want you to be blindsided in the future. He wants you to be anchored now. And when God exposes evil, do not argue with it. Do not negotiate with it. Do not try to make it comfortable. Rebuke it, reject it, remove it. Because what you fail to confront today will confront you tomorrow with greater strength. What you allow in your atmosphere will begin to shape your identity. And once your identity is compromised, your calling begins to slip through your fingers. But not you, not now. God has sent this word to you as a warning, as a wake-up call, as a declaration. You were not made to blend with darkness. You were made to shine with purity. You were not made to tolerate wickedness. You were made to walk in truth. You were not made to remain bound. You were made to be set apart. So guard your gate, guard your ears, guard your eyes, guard your spirits. Because evil does not just want your agreement, it wants your attention. It wants to occupy the space that was reserved for God. But you must decide who gets access to your soul, who gets to speak into your mind, who gets to walk with you in this divine journey. Not everyone deserves that closeness. Not everyone has the purity to stand in your purpose. Let God be your filter. Let Him show you. Let Him cut where you couldn't. Let Him remove what you were too afraid to confront, and when He does, rejoice. Not because you lost something, but because you were delivered from something. Evil may look like gain for a moment, but it is loss wrapped in illusion. And when God takes it away, He's not depriving you. He's preserving you. You don't know the storms He protected you from. You don't know the destruction He blocked. But one day you will look back and say, God, thank you for showing me. Thank you for removing what I didn't have the strength to release. Thank you for opening my eyes. Let this be your prayer tonight. God, remove from me every connection that is not from you. Strip away every alliance that weakens my spirit. Expose every smile that hides a dagger, and build in me the courage to walk away from what you never ordained. This is not a message of fear. It is a call to spiritual maturity, to stop living by feelings and start walking by discernment, to stop chasing comfort and start pursuing holiness, to stop being impressed by the outer and start being aligned with the inner. For God is not concerned with how people appear. He sees their intentions. And if you ask Him, He will show you too. And now let your heart receive this final truth. The power to overcome evil is not found in physical strength, loud voices, or worldly strategies. It is found in unwavering submission to God. It is found in the silent strength of a soul that kneels when no one is watching, that listens for God's whisper in the midst of noise, that chooses righteousness when wickedness is more convenient. Evil cannot stand in the presence of a heart that is fully surrendered. It may try, it may surround, it may even shout, but the soul anchored in God remains unshaken, untouched, and undefeated. You are not weak because you walk away from corruption. You are strong because you choose to walk with God when others compromise for applause. You are not naive because you protect your purity. You are wise because you understand that what God has placed in you is too valuable to be contaminated by false connections and deceptive influences. You are not alone when you let go of those who carry darkness in disguise. God stands with you and He surrounds you. And when you choose Him over everything else, He fills every void, heals every wound, and lifts you higher than anything evil tried to take away. Do not be surprised when evil people rise around you. It is written that trials will come, but let their rising be your reminder to remain in God's shadow. Evil may succeed for a moment, but its success is built on sand. God is building you on rock. And when the storms come, and they will come, what is built in truth will stand, but what was crafted in wickedness will collapse under its own weight. And hear me with every fiber of your being. There is no evil so deep, no deception so cunning, no person so dangerous that God cannot protect you from it. You do not walk blindly. You walk under divine watch. You walk with spiritual sight that sees beyond the surface. God gives wisdom not to puff you up, but to protect your path. He gives you discernment not to judge others harshly, but to guard what He's planted in your life. What He has entrusted to you is holy. Treat it as such. Your time is holy. Your peace is holy. Your mind, your energy, your calling. These are sacred gifts from God. and they are not to be offered to those walking in rebellion against him. Do not be afraid to change your circle. Do not fear loneliness for a season. God often isolates before he elevates. He separates before he establishes. And what feels like loss is often divine subtraction, removing what was secretly subtracting from your peace, your strength, and your purpose. When God removes, he always replaces with better. What you release in obedience, he replaces with abundance. But trust him. Trust his timing. Trust his yes. Trust his no, and most of all, trust his silence. Because even when God is quiet, he is still working. Some of you have spent too long trying to figure out why people changed, why relationships turned, why hearts went cold. But hear this now. It was never about you. It was about the unseen battle over your soul. Evil never attacks the empty. It attacks the anointed. It surrounds the chosen. And if you have been in the fire, if you have felt the sting of betrayal, if you have been pierced by silent warfare, take heart. You are not being destroyed. You are being refined. You are not being abandoned. You are being protected. God has seen every tear, every sleepless night, every cry for clarity, and he has not forgotten you. Lift your head, straighten your back, strengthen your spirit. God is not finished with you. What was meant to break you will build you. What was sent to delay you will develop you. What was designed to confuse you will now clarify you. And when you rise, you will not rise with bitterness, but with boldness. You will not rise with pain, but with purpose. You will not rise with hate, but with heavenly vision, because God has used the darkness to make your light shine brighter. He has used the enemy to teach you how to war. He has used the loss to teach you how to guard what matters. Let this be the moment you stop questioning what God removed and start praising him for what he's about to release. Let this be the moment you stop entertaining what drains your spirit and start protecting what feeds your soul. Let this be the moment you no longer fear evil people because you are walking hand in hand with the one who has dominion over all creation. And as you go forward, take this final word and seal it in your spirit. Where God dwells, evil has no ground to stand. It cannot invade your thoughts, your household, or the destiny ahead of you. Even when the enemy raises his voice, the Lord's voice thunders louder. Even when the wicked devise clever schemes, God's wisdom outshines them all. Even when shadows close in, a single word from God drives them away. Therefore, lean not on your own might, but rest under the covering of the Almighty. Stand firm in truth. Stand steady in holiness. Stand strong in peace. For every weapon forged against you will be broken. This victory is not because of your own strength, but because of who God is. You are shielded. You are chosen. You are set apart. And no force of darkness can undo that truth. Let your very life declare what it means to walk with God, courageous, faithful, and uncompromising. For when you journey with him, you walk in light. And in that light, darkness has no place to remain. God is ready to catapult you into a fresh realm. I don't know who needs to hear this, but you've been weeping in hidden places, waiting in quiet, asking when the tide will turn. You stayed loyal when it felt like no one noticed. You survived assaults that would have crushed a lesser spirit. You have walked through flames, weathered storms, been pushed aside, felt isolated, and fought battles that rattled your soul. Yet here you are, still upright. I'm here to proclaim with holy certainty, this is not the finale. This is the launch point. This is the breath before your destiny erupts. God is preparing to move in your life in ways no eye has witnessed, no ear has heard, and no heart has imagined. He is working behind the curtain in the hush, setting the stage to lift you into a realm you have never entered. When God is about to act, He first separates. He draws you away from the familiar so He can shape you in the holy. You may feel like you've been hidden, but hidden does not mean forgotten. Hidden means preserved, protected, set apart for a greater purpose. God hides His chosen ones before He reveals them. He covers what He plans to crown. And you, my friend, have been in the workshop of heaven. God has been refining you, molding you, breaking off every weight, cutting away every distraction, removing every counterfeit connection, because where He's taking you, the old things can't go. There's a stirring in the spirit right now. Something is shifting. The pain wasn't random. The delay wasn't a denial. The loneliness wasn't punishment. It was preparation. You had to be stripped so that nothing would interfere with what God is getting ready to place in your hands. You had to be crushed so that the fragrance of your life would rise like incense before Him. You had to be humbled so that pride wouldn't poison the blessing that is coming. God never promotes without preparation. And you've been in the furnace. You've been under pressure. You've been crying out, God, when? God, how long? But He hasn't forgotten you. He has heard every prayer, seen every tear, and counted every sleepless night. And I came to tell you with fire in my bones, your waiting is not in vain. God is about to launch you. Not just lift you, not just bless you, hunt you. That means you're not going back to the same level. You're going into a dimension you've never known. A place of authority, a place of power, a place of favor, a place where your enemies will watch from a distance and know God was with you all along. You see, the enemy tried to bury you, but he didn't know you were a seed. He tried to silence you, but he didn't know. God was amplifying your voice through suffering. He tried to wear you down, hoping you would quit before the breakthrough came. But God sustained you. God strengthened you. God shielded you. And now the time has come. The heavens are declaring it. The earth is groaning for it. Creation is waiting for the manifestation of what God has placed inside you. Don't be discouraged by the silence. The silence before the launch is sacred. Rockets don't make noise while they're fueling. They roar when it's time to rise. And you've been fueling in obscurity. You've been gathering strength in secret. But now the countdown has begun. God is aligning the right doors, the right people, the right moment. Everything is about to converge. And when it does, no man, no devil, no system, and no obstacle will be able to hold you back. You may not feel qualified. You may not feel ready. But God doesn't call the qualified. He qualifies the called. And you have been called. Not just for survival, not just to get by. You've been called to dominate, to take territory, to walk in divine purpose with boldness, courage, and power. The fire you walked through was the furnace that forged your faith. The betrayal you survived was the training ground for your discernment. The rejection you endured was God's redirection toward your real assignment. God is not just preparing a blessing for you. He's preparing you for the blessing. Because if He launched you too soon, the weight of it would crush you. But now, because you didn't give up, because you kept praying, because you kept believing, when nothing made sense, you are ready. You are ready to carry what others couldn't handle, ready to build what others only dreamed about, ready to lead, to impact, to shift atmospheres, to walk with authority that comes only from walking with God. And let me tell you this, when God launches you, it won't be a small thing. It won't be a whisper. It will be undeniable. It will silence the mouths of the mockers. It will confound those who doubted you. It will make even your enemies acknowledge the hand of God on your life. You won't need to announce it. You won't need to prove anything. The evidence will speak louder than any words. The fruit will silence every critic. The glory will rest upon you in such a way that people will wonder how you survived what you went through, and you will simply say, God. You see, the launch is not about your talent. It's not about your connections. It's about your obedience. God elevates those who are willing to trust Him when it doesn't make sense. Those who will go where He says, even when it hurts. Those who will surrender their plans so He can fulfill His purpose. That's who God launches. Not the loud, not the flashy, but the faithful. The ones who pray in the midnight hour. The ones who forgive when it's not deserved. The ones who keep showing up even when it feels like nothing is changing. That's you. You've passed the test. You've endured the crushing. You've survived the waiting. And now you're on the edge of destiny. The pressure you feel is not an attack. It's propulsion. The pain you feel is not the end. It's the beginning of something bigger than you can imagine. You're not just turning a page. You're stepping into a whole new book. A dimension where favor follows you, where power flows through you, where peace surrounds you like a shield, where your voice carries weight, where your prayers shift atmospheres, where your steps are ordered and your path is lit by the presence of God. The old doors are closing not to punish you, but to push you into what's next. The old relationships are fading not because you failed, but because you outgrew the soil. You're not being punished. You're being positioned. Positioned for divine encounters. Positioned for supernatural acceleration. Positioned to walk in rooms that your resume never qualified you for. God is about to open doors that no man can shut, and shut doors that no man can open. He is about to place you in positions where your only explanation will be, this is the hand of God. And as God launches you, understand this: not everyone can go with you. Not everyone will understand the shift. Some will question the change in your life, not because you're wrong, but because they're too attached to the version of you that fit their comfort. But God is not launching you to stay familiar. God is launching you to be set apart. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to stand out. The new dimension God is taking you into requires boldness, obedience, and unwavering trust. It's a realm where compromise cannot survive, and where faith is your only fuel. God does not elevate based on popularity. God elevates based on purity, perseverance, and purpose. You don't need validation from man when you've been commissioned by God. You don't need applause when heaven has already approved you. You've spent too long explaining yourself to people who lack the spiritual eyesight to see what God is doing in your life. Stop shrinking to fit into rooms that were never built for the magnitude of your assignment. Stop watering down your voice to make others comfortable. God is calling you into a dimension where clarity, courage, and conviction will define your every move. This next level requires separation from distractions. God is calling you to a deeper discipline, a higher level of thinking, a sharper level of discernment. You can't carry bitterness where you're going. You can't carry old fears, old wounds, and old patterns. God is trying to take you into a dimension where your spirit is free, your mind is renewed, and your soul is anchored in truth. You're not just entering a season, you're entering a spiritual territory, a domain where your authority is not based on title, but on time spent with God in the secret place. When God launches you, it may feel lonely at first. The higher you rise, the fewer the voices around you. But don't fear the silence. It's in that silence that God begins to download vision, strategies, instructions, wisdom that this world can't offer. You are being entrusted with revelation that can shake systems, shift lives, and break generational cycles. You are being called to carry a voice that disrupts darkness, a presence that changes atmospheres, a spirit that refuses to settle for the ordinary. The dimension God is launching you into is not for the faint of heart. It's not for those who live to please the crowd. It's for those who walk by divine instruction, those who can hear the whisper of God in the middle of noise, those who won't bow to pressure, who won't fold under fire, who won't compromise their integrity for temporary recognition. This is a dimension for the brave, for the pure, or the surrendered. Do you not perceive it? Do you not feel it stirring? God is doing a new thing, not just around you, but inside of you. Your thoughts are changing. Your appetites are changing. Your circle is shifting. Your vision is becoming clearer. You no longer crave what once satisfied you because your spirit is hungry for what only God can provide. You're no longer distracted by surface-level pursuits because your soul is now chasing after deeper purpose. God is releasing you from things that no longer serve your destiny. You thought they were losses, but they were actually divine subtractions. You thought it was rejection, but it was protection. You thought it was a closed door, but it was a divine redirection. And now that the clutter is being cleared, now that the fog is lifting, you can finally see what God has been trying to show you all along. You were born for more. Not more in terms of material things, but more impact, more clarity, more peace, more obedience, more spiritual authority. God is calling you to a place where your prayers shift nations. Your words pierce the hearts of many, and your life becomes a living testimony of the power and sovereignty of God. This is not about fame. This is about fire, a holy fire, a spiritual boldness that will make you walk into rooms and shift the atmosphere without saying a word, because the glory of God will rest on you so heavily that people will feel the weight of your obedience. You didn't go through the pain for nothing. You didn't endure the wilderness to die in it. The dry places were a proving ground. God was watching how you responded when no one else was clapping. He was watching how you responded when your prayers seemed unanswered. When people turned their backs on you, when you had every reason to quit, but you chose to keep going. That's what God honors. Not perfection, but perseverance. Not charisma, but character. And because you remain steadfast, God is now raising you up. You've been faithful over the small things. Now God is about to make you ruler over greater. But understand this, with greater elevation comes greater responsibility. With greater visibility comes greater accountability. You cannot walk into this new dimension carrying an old mindset. You must be renewed, refined, re-entered in the presence of God. Because where you're going, distractions can destroy you. Pride can poison you, but humility will preserve you. So guard your heart, stay in alignment, keep your motives pure. Let your yes to God be louder than your fear of man. Let your hunger for truth be stronger than your desire for applause. Let your obedience be swift, your prayer life be deep, and your spirit be sensitive. Because in this next dimension, God is going to speak in ways you've never heard before. He's going to move through you in ways that will surprise even you. Doors will open that you didn't even knock on. Resources will appear from unexpected places. Favor will follow you like a shadow. But you must remain grounded, rooted, anchored in God and God alone. The treasure of people will ask, "How did this happen? How did you rise so fast? How did you walk through all of that and still carry peace?" And you will say, "It was only God. Not my strength, not my plan, not my wisdom. It was God. Every step, every door, every victory, God." Because when God launches you, He makes sure you don't get the glory. He makes sure that those who see you know there is a divine hand at work. You are not entering this new dimension to impress. You are entering to impact, to build, to transform, to walk with authority that breaks chains off others, to release a sound that wakens sleeping spirits, to carry a fire that revives the broken. God didn't save you for comfort. He saved you for purpose. And that purpose is now being ignited. When God begins to launch you into a new dimension, you must prepare for the unfamiliar. The new dimension is not just a place of promotion, it is a place of precision. It is not simply a reward for your suffering, it is a responsibility for your calling. The level of accountability increases because you are no longer just surviving battles. You are now commanding in them. You're no longer reacting to the attacks. You are discerning them before they come. In this new realm, your spirit must be sensitive. Your mind must be sharp. And your heart must remain surrendered to God alone. God does not elevate for the sake of ego. He elevates for the sake of impact. And He chooses those who have been emptied of pride, stripped of self-will, and broken enough to know that without Him, they are nothing. If you still seek the approval of people, you are not ready for what God is about to do. If you still crave comfort more than calling, then this dimension will intimidate you. But if you are hungry for God, if you are willing to move by His instruction, even when it disrupts your logic and stretches your faith, then get ready. You are entering the realm of divine movements. This is the dimension where obedience trumps understanding, where the instructions God gives you may not always make sense in the natural, but your spirit will know they carry the weight of destiny. When God told you to walk away from that place, when He shut that door you thought you needed, He wasn't taking from you. He was preparing the platform for your launching because what is coming requires total alignment. Partial obedience will not sustain you here. God is calling for the kind of surrender that says, even if I don't understand, I will trust. Even if I don't see it now, I will believe. Even if it costs me everything, I will follow. In this dimension, God will place you in situations that stretch your capacity, not to break you, but to build you. He will allow circumstances to expose your weaknesses, not to shame you, but to strengthen your dependence on Him. You are being equipped with spiritual weapons that do not rust with time. Patience, discernment, restraint, peace in chaos, wisdom in uncertainty, silence in storms. These are not traits the world teaches, but they are traits heaven honors. They are marks of those God launches. Some of you have been through spiritual isolation, and you wondered why God removed you from everyone. But isolation is often divine incubation. God placed you in solitude to speak to you without noise. He distanced you from the crowd so He could draw you close to Him. What you thought was rejection was preservation, because God would not allow voices to contaminate the vision He was birthing in you. And now, the vision is ready. The time has come, but He wants you to know this launch is not about applause, it's about assignment. It's not about being seen, it's about being sent. When God launches you, you cannot take old habits into new heights and need. You cannot cling to broken mindsets while expecting breakthrough. The new dimension requires internal transformation before external elevation. And that's why you had to go through the crushing. That's why the process was long. That's why it felt like you were forgotten. Because God was not only preparing the path for you, He was preparing you for the path. The weight of what you are about to carry demanded a deeper root system. Shallow faith cannot sustain divine assignment. And so God took His time with you. Don't despise the stretching. Don't resist the pruning. Every tear, every unanswered prayer, every lonely night was molding something eternal in you. God saw what you could not see. He foresaw the battles you would face in this next level. And in His mercy, He didn't rush your process. He covered you while you healed. He refined you while you doubted. He matured you while you waited. And now that your roots are deep, now that your foundation is strong, He is about to propel you with such force that you will look back in awe at how quickly things changed. But with that speed comes stewardship. What God is placing in your hands must not be misused. Your influence, your voice, your time, your impact, all of it must remain surrendered. God did not raise you to glorify yourself. He raised you to reflect His power, to point others to Him, to build what will outlive you. And that's why your name doesn't need to be known, because your life will carry a weight that names can't hold. Your presence will shift atmospheres not because of who you are, but because of the one who walks with you. The enemy tried to confuse you because he saw what was coming. He tried to cloud your mind with fear, with self-doubt, with distractions. He tried to convince you that you were too late, too broken, too insignificant. But what the enemy didn't understand is that your launch wasn't based on your perfection. It was based on your perseverance. You kept showing up. You kept seeking God. You kept praying in the middle of the storm, and now the heavens are aligning. Now the gates are opening. Now the winds are shifting in your favor. Not because of man, but because of God. And when God launches you, it won't be subtle. The change will be undeniable. The shift will be sudden. Doors you couldn't even find will open before you. Resources you didn't ask for will come to you. People who once ignored you will try to reach for you, but you'll know that your help comes not from people, but from God. You'll walk through rooms with a calm confidence, not because of what you wear, but because of what you carry. And you will move with purpose. You will speak with clarity. You will serve with humility because you will know this is not your doing. This is God's divine movement and God light here. There will be moments where it feels overwhelming, where the weight of the assignment feels heavy. But remember this, if God launched you into it, He will sustain you through it. His strength is made perfect in your surrender. His guidance is available in your stillness. His provision is hidden in your obedience. You will never lack what you need when you remain anchored in God. He does not send without supply. He does not call without covering. He does not assign without assistance. This is your time. This is the divine window you've been praying for. But you must be courageous. You must rise above the noise, walk past the fear, and step into what God has prepared. The atmosphere around you is about to shift. The people connected to you are about to witness a transformation they cannot explain. Not because you became someone else, but because you finally stepped into who God always said you were. And in that step, the old you falls away. The small thinking dies. The limited living is destroyed because when God launches, He leaves no room for the ordinary. So walk into this next dimension with boldness. Carry the fire of your trials with you. Let it fuel your passion, deepen your compassion, and elevate your intercession. You've been through too much to play small. You've endured too long to second-guess the calling. God is not just lifting you, He is entrusting you. He is placing you where you will influence, restore, and build for His purpose. The old season was your classroom, but now it's time for deployment. The tests are over, the refining is complete, the wind is behind you, the door is before you, and the voice of God is saying, "Go." You are not who you were. You are who God has shaped through the fire. You are not defined by where you came from, but by where God is sending you. Let that truth steady your feet. Let it silence every doubt, because God is not done. He is only beginning. And you are His vessel for this moment. You are His messenger for this generation. You are His warrior for this battle. And now by His will, by His timing, and for His glory, God is launching you. God is not launching you for convenience. He is launching you for conquest. This is not about stepping into a more comfortable season. This is about stepping into a season of spiritual dominion. You are about to walk into a territory that the enemy once ruled, and your very presence will shake the foundations of darkness. When God launches, it is not for display. It is for disruption. The systems that once oppressed you will now bow to the power God is placing in your voice. The same battles that used to overwhelm you will now be under your feet, because God is not just promoting you. He is positioning you as a force for His divine agenda on earth. Understand the weight of what's being released into your life. This goes beyond a single victory. It moves through generations. The chains you shatter now will liberate faces you'll never meet. The thresholds you step across will remain open so others can follow. The prayers you whispered alone are igniting flames in places you've never set foot. You are more than a beneficiary of God's favor. You are its steward. And carrying something that potent means you cannot treat it lightly. Walk with awe, with deliberate purpose, with fire in your marrow and purity in your motives. In this new realm, God will sometimes call you to voice what others fear, to expose what others ignore, to stand unshaken when others bend, to bring comfort. Do not pull back. Do not dilute the message to make it easier for the spiritually asleep to swallow. You have not been called to lull the weary into deeper slumber. You have been called to awaken the dry bones. You have been chosen to carry a voice that resurrects dead visions, revives broken dreams, and restores wounded hearts. The shift that is coming will not be without resistance. When God begins to launch you, forces will rise to distract, to delay, to derail. But stay focused, stay planted, stay drenched in prayer, because the enemy doesn't attack what isn't a threat. And you, because of what God has placed inside you, are a threat to the kingdom of darkness. Your presence in this world is not an accident. Your pain was not in vain. Your warfare was not wasted. Everything you've endured has prepared you to walk in spiritual boldness. And now that God is moving, you must be ready to act. This dimension will not operate by sight. It will operate by spiritual sensitivity. You must discern where to go, what to say, when to move, and when to be still. Every step must be surrendered. Every decision soaked in prayer. You are not being launched for performance. You're being launched for purpose. And that purpose is not about platforms. It's about people. It's about impact. It's about obedience to the divine blueprint God wrote for your life before you ever took your first breath. Be warned, this next season may cost you some relationships. Everyone who started with you is not meant to finish with you. Some were only there to observe your preparation, not participate in your elevation. Let them go without guilt. Let them walk without explanation. Because where God is taking you, not everyone has the spiritual endurance to follow. Do not drag into your destiny what God already removed in your process. This launch is not dependent on the support of man. It is sustained by the hand of God alone. You've spent enough time questioning whether you're ready. God would not launch you if you weren't equipped. You may not feel ready, but your spirit has been made ready through the trials, the tests, the sleepless nights, the broken prayers, and the moments of deep surrender. You were forged in silence. You were strengthened in private. And now God is calling you to arise in power, not because of who you are, but because of who He is through you. The glory will never be yours. It belongs to God alone. Your story is just the canvas. God is the artist. The world is not in need of more noise. It needs voices that carry the weight of divine encounters. Voices that pierce through confusion with clarity. Lives that reflect the stillness and the strength of one who walks closely with the Most High. You are being launched not to impress, but to illuminate. To be a light in the thickest darkness. To be the echo of truth in a world drowned in deception. You are not called to fit in. You are called to stand out, to rise above, to walk so deeply in your God-given identity that compromise becomes impossible. Do not fear the cost. What you are walking into carries eternal significance. Your obedience now will create waves in generations to come. Your submission to God's timing is setting up divine appointments you haven't yet imagined. You are stepping into a realm where miracles are normal, where favor follows obedience, where your thoughts are not limited by human understanding, but elevated by divine revelation. But all of this requires one thing: complete surrender. Not partial obedience, not delayed submission. God is launching those who are fully yielded. This is a sacred moment, a holy acceleration, a divine release. Heaven has recorded every silent yes, every hidden sacrifice, every private battle. And now God is about to make public what He has refined in private. But this visibility is not for vanity. It is for victory, for others to see what it looks like when a life is laid down for God completely. You are not just going to be noticed. You are going to be needed. You are not just going to be seen. You are going to be sent. You are not just going to speak. You are going to shift lives. You have been marked. You have been chosen. You have been set apart for such a time as this. The spiritual realm is already adjusting to make room for your arrival. Things that once resisted you will now open at your command. Not because of you, but because God walks with you. Mountains that once stood before you will move. Valleys that once swallowed your joy will now be filled with praise. And places that once knew you as broken will now witness you walking in healing, in purpose, in authority, in power. You must understand that when God launches you, He is not simply shifting your position. He is elevating your entire posture in the Spirit. This is not merely a change of location or situation. It is a transformation of how you walk, how you speak, how you think, and how you war in prayer. This new dimension is not for the emotionally fragile or the spiritually lukewarm. It is for those who have been made firm through fire, who have been taught by tears, and who have come to know God not by comfort but by covenant. You didn't arrive here by luck. You were carved by divine hands, shaped through hardship. And now you are being released to reflect the power of the one who has held you together in your breaking. In this divine season, your movements must be intentional. Your voice must carry clarity. Your steps must be synchronized with God's timing. You can no longer afford to walk by impulse or emotion. Your mission is too great. Your purpose too weighty. The margin for error is narrow because where God is taking you, your obedience will be the key that unlocks doors, not only for you but for generations after you. The new dimension God is ushering you into demands a new level of discipline. The comfort of yesterday's routine will not survive in the territory of tomorrow's calling. The language of fear must be replaced with the language of faith. The thoughts of limitation must bow to the truth of divine provision. God is not simply elevating your life. He is shifting your influence. He is turning your pain into a platform, your silence into a sound, and your endurance into evidence. The things that once intimidated you will now serve as reminders of your growth. You no longer respond the same. You no longer fear the noise. You no longer shrink under pressure. You've learned that the most powerful oil flows only after the olive is crushed. And now God is pouring from your life the fragrance of endurance, the aroma of righteousness, the strength that comes from complete dependence on Him. Do not become intoxicated by visibility. Remember, the launch is not the destination, it is the doorway. The dimension God is calling you into is not about being seen, but about being trusted. Being trusted to speak when it's easier to stay silent. Being trusted to remain pure when temptation knocks. Being trusted to serve without recognition. To give without condition and to love without limit. You are being trusted with territory, spiritual territory, that will test your identity, challenge your consistency, and require your unwavering focus. Do not mistake the pressure for punishment. What you feel now is the weight of assignment pressing against your comfort. It is the weight of glory resting on a vessel that has been made ready. You are not being crushed anymore. You are being carried, and God carries those whom He sends. God protects those whom He chooses. There is a hedge around your purpose. There is fire surrounding your steps, and the very things that once wounded you will now become weapons in your hands. Prepare yourself, because not everyone will celebrate this launch. There will be those who question it, those who critique it, those who try to diminish what God is doing in your life because they cannot comprehend it. But you must remain unmoved. Let their doubts strengthen your resolve. Let their silence sharpen your dependence. Let their distance drive you deeper into the presence of God. You were never meant to be defined by the applause or absence of people. Your value is rooted in the one who called you before you were even born. You are stepping into a realm where divine insight will replace natural logic, where God will reveal things to you before they happen, where your decisions will be led by peace, not pressure, where your presence will carry solutions, not just emotions. The world is not desperate for more talk. It is desperate for those who walk in the authority of truth. And you, child of God, have been appointed for such a time as this, not to echo the world, but to echo eternity. Do not be distracted by delay. Divine timing is always perfect. The delays you experienced were not denials. They were divine layers being added to your strength. The season where you saw no movement was the season where God was moving the most within you. You thought nothing was happening, but deep in the soil of your surrender, God was planting power. Now the roots have grown. The foundation has been tested, and what is about to spring forth will not be shallow or short-lived. It will be sustained because it was birthed in alignment. As God launches you, prepare for acceleration. You will cover more ground in less time. You will receive wisdom beyond your years. You will recover what was lost and even gain what was never expected. This is the power of divine positioning. When God says it's time, nothing and no one can hold you back. Not the systems of man, not the opinions of others, not even the past you thought would disqualify you. God is not concerned with where you've been. He's focused on where He's taking you. He is the one who redeems time. He is the one who restores years. He is the one who turns the rejected into rulers, the broken into builders, and the unknown into unshakable. In this new dimension, your posture must change. No more begging, no more doubting, no more pleading for what you already carry. Walk with quiet confidence. Pray with fire. Move with wisdom. Speak with weight. You are no longer who you used to be. You've walked through too much. You've seen too much. You've overcome too much to live like you're still in waiting. You're not waiting anymore. You're walking. You're not wondering anymore. You're witnessing. God is making it happen now, here through you. So let the fear fall off. Let the shame dissolve. Let the comparisons be silenced. You don't need to look like anyone else, sound like anyone else, or move like anyone else. You were never meant to fit in. You are called to stand out, set apart by God's own hand. And when God marks you, there is no duplicate. When He launches you, it is not a repeat. It is a revelation, a new sound, a new strength, a new season. This is not just your moment, it is your mandate. You are not entering lightly. You are being released with fire, with purpose, with divine permission. What lies ahead is sacred. Guard it, honor it, steward it, and above all, remember this. The same God who lifted you will keep you. The same God who launched you will lead you. And the same God who called you will finish what He started in you. This is not the season for hesitation. When God launches you, hesitation becomes disobedience. You must respond when God speaks. Even if the road ahead is uncertain, even if the steps are invisible, even if the cost is high, because delayed obedience is still disobedience. And what God is doing in this new dimension will require a sharpened spirit, a quickened heart, and a posture of immediate surrender. The time for questioning is over. The time for second-guessing is over. Now is the time to move with divine precision, to act with spiritual urgency, to step forward without apology and without fear. The moment you begin to walk in what God has ordained for you, resistance will increase. Not because you're doing something wrong, but because you're doing something right. The forces that once tolerated you will begin to tremble at your presence. The enemy doesn't war against the complacent. He wars against the obedient. He targets those who carry fire, those who carry purpose, those who are dangerous to darkness. But what he doesn't realize is that your foundation is no longer built on emotion. It is built on revelation. You are no longer driven by what you feel. You are anchored by what you know. And what you know is that God has called you, God has prepared you, and now God is launching you. You are stepping into territory where comfort cannot follow. In this new dimension, sacrifice becomes your offering. Praise becomes your weapon. Stillness becomes your strength. This is not the realm of religious ritual. This is the realm of spiritual reality. A reality where every step you take is guided by divine insight. A reality where you don't just survive, you command. You legislate in the Spirit. You shift atmospheres. You speak with weight, and your words release freedom. You declare with boldness, and chains begin to break. Not because of your eloquence, but because of the authority that flows from your alignment with God. People may not understand this version of you. They knew you in the wilderness. They knew you in the valley. But now, as you rise, some will try to reduce you to who you used to be. Let them talk. Let them wonder. You do not owe explanations for a move of God. The fruit of obedience will speak louder than any defense. The favor on your life will be the confirmation. You won't need to promote yourself. You won't need to push open any doors. When God launches you, the doors swing open by themselves. Not because of who you are, but because of who sent you. Because in you, this launch is not meant to inflate your name. It's meant to magnify God's plan. Your influence is not the prize. It's the platform for impact. And with that platform comes responsibility. Responsibility to remain holy when the crowd cheers. To remain humble when the spotlight shines. To remain hidden in the secret place, even when your name is on the lips of many. Because the higher God lifts you, the deeper you must go with Him. Elevation in the Spirit is sustained not by popularity, but by prayer. Not by performance, but by purity. Not by charisma, but by consistency in the presence of God. There will be moments in this new dimension where you will feel the pressure to compromise, pressure to dilute the message, pressure to soften your voice to accommodate the comfortable. But remember, God did not launch you to entertain. He launched you to awaken. You are not here to echo culture. You are here to establish the standard of truth. You are not called to blend in. You are called to stand up, to speak when it's not popular, to confront what is corrupt, to walk with integrity in a world that celebrates deception. This is the assignment. This is the burden, and this is the blessing. God does not launch the distracted, and He launches the devoted. He does not elevate those who seek applause. He elevates those who seek Him. And if your eyes remain fixed on Him, there is no height too great, no calling too weighty, no battle too fierce. God will give you grace for the assignment, strength for the warfare, peace for the journey, and wisdom for every step. You will not be led by fear. You will be led by fire, a fire that cannot be quenched, a fire that was birthed in nights of agony, long hours of prayer, and a heart that refused to give up even when it was breaking. The Lord doesn't dare just touch it. He lets it. You are not just crossing into a new season. You are stepping into divine timing. Everything that felt delayed, every door that didn't open, every relationship that ended, every path that closed, it was all orchestrated by God. He was not withholding from you. He was preparing you. He was stretching your capacity, training your ears, strengthening your resolve. And now, what was once a mystery will soon become a testimony. What confused you in the dark will make sense in the light. What felt like loss will now be seen as protection. You are being led, not left. You are being chosen, not overlooked. You are being elevated not by men, but by the Most High. And hear this clearly: you do not need the support of many when you are backed by God. You do not need the validation of those who once ignored your calling. You do not need permission from those who doubted you. God has already declared it. The command has already been spoken in the heavens. The launch has already been activated in the Spirit. Now it's time for your steps to match your revelation. Now it's time to walk in what you've prayed for, what you've cried for, what you've fasted for. This is the dimension of fulfillment. The dimension of execution, the dimension of walking out every promise God whispered to your spirit when no one else was listening. This is the call to listen. So stand without fear, stand without delay, stand without regret. You do not stand by yourself. The presence of God walks ahead of you. His strength wraps around you. His voice directs you. His hand holds you steady. This is the moment of spiritual growth, of living with unwavering purpose, of speaking truth with focus, of keeping silent when it's wise, and roaring with authority when it's commanded. You are not simply invited, you are set apart. Not just talented, you are ordained. Not just prepared, you are released. And once God releases you, no power on earth can undo it. So remain in His presence, walk in His will, hunger for His word, and let your life be the undeniable testimony that when God sends you forth, nothing is ever the same. Imagine this: buried deep within you, yes, you, rests a power so holy, so godly, that should it fully awaken, it would rattle the very foundations of hell. Imagine the heavens leaning in, holding their breath, not because of your skill, not because of your notoriety, and not because of your history, but because of a gift God placed inside you long before the world began. What if the enemy has targeted you not for who you are today, but for the treasure God seated in you that you are yet to uncover? Friend, I declare this to you: you are God-gifted. Now is the time. It is time to uncover that gift and set it ablaze for heaven's glory. Too many drift through life like spiritual orphans, unaware of the inheritance breathed into their spirit by God. They attend services, pray the right prayers, try to live rightly, yet they never step into the fullness of their divine calling. Why? Because they have never found their spiritual gift. And without your spiritual gift, you will never experience the depth of joy, power, and purpose you were created to walk in. Let me take you to a time long before your birth. Picture this: before time began, before stars were flung into the darkness, before Adam breathed his first breath, God had already written your name in His heart. Ephesians 1:4 says He chose us in Him before the foundation of the world. You were chosen on purpose for a purpose. And when God formed you in your mother's womb, He didn't send you to earth empty-handed. No, beloved, He placed something inside you, a divine seed, a heavenly assignment, a spiritual gift that was meant to build His kingdom, bless His people, and glorify His name. But here's the problem. The world will try to distract you. The enemy will try to confuse you. And even religion sometimes will try to tame you. Because if you ever discover the gift God placed in you, if you ever activate it, you will become a threat to darkness, a healer to the broken, and a vessel of revival in your generation. Let me tell you, discovering your spiritual gift is not about personality tests or church positions. It's not about titles or fame or applause. It is about intimacy with the Holy Spirit. It is about surrender. It is about hunger. The more you seek God, the more you discover yourself. Not the self that culture defines, but the self that was hidden in Christ Jesus before the earth was born. Corinthians 12:47 tells us there are different kinds of gifts, but the same Spirit distributes them. There are different kinds of service, but the same Lord. Now to each one the manifestation of the Spirit is given for the common good. Did you catch that? To each one. That includes you. That includes the mother raising children in a quiet home. That includes the elderly man who prays alone at night. That includes the young believer who's just learning how to walk by faith. If you belong to Christ, you are not left out. There is a gift inside you waiting to be unwrapped by the hands of surrender. I remember a young man who came to one of my meetings sitting in the back row. He looked ordinary, shy, overlooked, but when the Spirit of God fell upon him, he began to speak with wisdom that no schooling could teach. He wept with a burden for lost souls. He began to teach others with boldness and clarity. That man became a pastor not because of a degree, not because of a platform, but because the Holy Spirit awakened the gift inside of him. And it all started when he dared to believe that God had placed something inside of him that this world needed. Don't you see, my friend, the kingdom of God advances not through superstars, but through surrendered servants, not through charisma, but through consecration. Your gift may not be loud, it may not be visible, but it is powerful. Romans 12 speaks of gifts like prophecy, teaching, encouragement, giving, leadership, mercy. Every one of these is sacred. Every one of these is necessary. Every one of these reflects a facet of God's heart. Maybe your gift is to encourage. Then your words can pull people back from the edge of despair. Maybe your gift is mercy. Then your compassion can melt hearts and reveal the tenderness of God. Maybe your gift is leadership. Then your vision can guide the lost into purpose and order. Maybe your gift is intercession. Then your prayers can shake nations and break chains in the spiritual realm. Never despise your gift. Never compare it. It is divine. It is appointed, and it is dangerous to the enemy. But you cannot use what you do not know, and you cannot know what you do not seek. So how do you find your gift? Start by seeking the giver. Spend time in his presence. Shut out the noise. Silence the distractions. Get on your knees and cry out, God, reveal in me what you've placed in me. James 1:5 declares, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, and it will be given to him. If you want to know your gift, you must go to the throne of the one who gave it. Your spiritual gift is not found in your feelings. It is found in the fire of his presence. And then step out in faith. You will never find your gift by sitting still. You discover it in motion, in service, in obedience. As you begin to serve others, the Spirit will begin to reveal where your oil flows the strongest. That's where your gift lives, where you feel God's anointing surge through you, not for your glory, but for the transformation of others. Some of you are waiting for a lightning bolt, but God is waiting for your yes. He's not looking for perfection, He's looking for permission. He wants to use your hands, your voice, your life, but you must lay it all down. The cross is not a place of comfort. It's a place of surrender. When you die to self, your gift will rise. Don't let fear bury what God has breathed. In Matthew 25, Jesus told the parable of the talents. The one who hid his talent in the ground was not punished for failure. He was punished for fear. Don't hide your gift. Don't bury it in excuses. Don't say you're too old, too young, too broken, too unknown. God knew all of that when He called you, and He called you anyway. The same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead lives in you. That Spirit doesn't come empty-handed. He brings gifts. Gifts of power, of revelation, of service, of faith. 1 Peter 4:10 says, "Each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace." That's what your gift is, a delivery system for God's grace. You are not the source, you are the vessel. And oh, how the world needs your gift right now. The darkness is thick, confusion is rampant, hearts are broken, homes are divided, churches are sleeping. But the Spirit is stirring a generation to awaken to their gifts, not to entertain, but to transform, not to build personal kingdoms, but to bring the glory of God's kingdom down into the dust of this earth. You were not saved just to be saved. You were saved to be sent. You were gifted not to be admired, but to be used. Don't you know that the enemy trembles when you find your gift? Because a believer operating in their God-given gift is unstoppable. That kind of believer doesn't need applause. That kind of believer doesn't chase platforms. That kind of believer walks into hospitals, prisons, workplaces, and schools with a heavenly assignment burning in their bones. Now listen closely, beloved. I must tell you the truth that too many are afraid to speak. There is a war for your gift. Yes, a war. The enemy has studied you not to admire, but to assassinate. He has seen the hand of God on you from your youth, and he has tried to derail your purpose through trauma, abuse, confusion, distraction, sin, and shame. He wants you so wounded that you never dare to step into what you were born to do. But hear me, your wounds do not disqualify you, they prepare you. God never wastes pain, and he turns scars into swords, tears into oil, and ashes into fire. The very thing the enemy used to break you, God will use to build you. You ask, how can God use someone like me? But I ask you, how can he not? When God anointed Moses, he stuttered. When he called David, he was tending sheep. When he chose Gideon, he was hiding in fear. When he appointed Esther, she was an orphan girl in exile. Every one of them had reasons to hide, but every one of them said yes, not because they were qualified, but because they were willing. Because they were willing. And when they stepped forward, the Spirit of God clothed them with power. And history was never the same. I feel the Spirit of the Lord stirring even now as I speak. Some of you feel your heart pounding. That's not emotion. That's divine conviction. The Spirit is awakening something within you. You thought it was too late. You thought you missed your moment. But God is saying, I have saved the best wine for last. You are not behind. You are being prepared. You are not disqualified. You are being refined. And now is the time to rise. Some of you have been operating in man-made roles, wearing titles that do not fit the gift inside you. Religion gave you a position, but God gave you a purpose. There's a difference. One can be removed by man, the other is sealed by heaven. And when you walk in your divine gifting, you no longer live to please man. You live to obey God. You're not motivated by applause. You're driven by assignment. The fire that burns in your spirit is not from emotion. It's from the altar of God. And hear this. When God gives you a gift, he does not change his mind. Romans 11:29 declares the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. That means no failure can cancel it. No mistake can remove it. No demon in hell can revoke it. What God has placed inside you is sealed by His Spirit and will outlive your past, outlast your enemies, and overcome your limitations. The only one who can bear your gift is you through fear, complacency, and doubt. You must understand that your gift is not about you. It's not for your glory. It's for God's glory. Your gift is how heaven touches earth through you. Your gift is how light enters darkness. Your gift is how broken hearts find healing. Your gift is how the gospel becomes flesh and blood in the lives of others. If you do not use your gift, somebody else's miracle might be delayed. Somebody else's deliverance might be postponed. Somebody else's breakthrough might be held back. That's how serious this is. Think of the boy with the 5 loaves and 2 fish. He didn't have much, but he gave what he had. And in the hands of Jesus, His small gift fed thousands. Don't despise the size of your gift. Don't look down on it because it doesn't look like someone else's. Give it to God. He will multiply it. He will breathe on it. He will use it to feed a multitude. It's not about the measure of the gift. It's about the master who uses it. And beware, there will be resistance. The moment you begin to move in your gift, hell will notice. The enemy will whisper lies. You're not ready. You're too broken. No one will listen to you. But you silence the voice of the accuser with the truth of Scripture. Say what God says about you. Say, I am God's workmanship, created in Christ Jesus for good works. Ephesians 2:10. Say, greater is He who is in me than he who is in the world. 1 John 4:4. Say, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. Don't fight with your feelings. Fight with the Word of God. And let me say this to every person who feels invisible. God sees you. The world may overlook you. The church may forget your name, but the Spirit of God knows exactly where you are, and He is calling you deeper. In the secret place, He is forming your gift. In the quiet place, He is sharpening your sword. In the hidden place, He is anointing your head with oil. And when the time comes, He will raise you up, not for fame, but for impact. Not for your comfort, but for His kingdom. Do not despise the process. Every great gift is refined through fire. Joseph had to go through the pit before the palace. Elijah had to hide by the brook before he called down fire from heaven. Paul had to be blinded before he became the apostle to the nations. The fire does not destroy your gift. It awakens it. It purifies it. It prepares it. So if you're walking through a hard season, rejoice. God is making room in your life for a greater anointing. And when your gift begins to flow, guard it, protect it, cover it in prayer. The anointing attracts warfare. The moment you start walking in your assignment, you become a target. But don't retreat. Don't run. Don't hide. Put on the armor of God. Stay rooted in the Word. Surround yourself with other Spirit-filled believers who will fan your flame and call you higher. And don't let pride creep in. Your gift is not your identity. Your gift is not your value. Your gift is not your righteousness. Your identity is in Christ. Your value is in the cross. Your righteousness is in the blood. The gift is powerful, but it is a tool. It is a weapon. It is a doorway to serve others and reveal Jesus to the world. Some of you need to forgive yourself for the times you misused your gift. You prophesied out of pride. You served for applause. You spoke when you should have prayed. But God is merciful. He restores. He redeems. He refines us. If you return to Him with a humble heart, He will anoint you a resh. He will breathe on your gift again. He will turn your failures into wisdom and your wounds into testimonies. And if you've never discovered your gift, today is the day to ask. Don't delay. Go into the presence of God with a hungry heart and say, Lord, what did you place in me that I have not yet seen? And then listen, wait, write, obey, because when God reveals it, it will ring like a bell in your soul. It will feel like fire in your bone. It will not flatter your ego. It will ignite your calling. This is not a motivational speech. This is a commissioning. Heaven is calling you to rise. The same Spirit that hovered over the waters in Genesis now hovers over you. He is ready to activate what has been dormant. He is ready to awaken what has been buried. He is ready to pour out fire on dry bones. He is ready to anoint your gift and send you into the harvest field. You see, beloved, the gift of God inside you was not placed there for comfort, for passivity, or for applause. It was not given to decorate your life. It was given to define your calling. And if you do not walk in it, something eternal will go undone in your generation. God has divinely orchestrated your time on this earth, placing you in this exact hour, not by accident, not by coincidence, but by sovereign appointment. He did not assign your gift to the past, nor reserve it for a future time. He assigned it to now because the cry of this broken world, the pain of this present age, the deep darkness suffocating the hearts of men, it demands your obedience now. There is a holy urgency rising in the Spirit. It's not a time to be neutral. It's not a time to hide your fire under tradition or fear or the approval of man. There is a trumpet sounding in the spirit realm, calling forth the hidden vessels, the overlooked intercessors, the silenced prophets, the weary encouragers, the quiet evangelists who have been wandering in the wilderness. The trumpet is sounding, saying, "Come forth. It's time to take your place. It's time to use what I have given you. For the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few. Not because they are missing, but because too many are still doubting what God placed within them." That's why we say you must understand this. Your spiritual gift is not just something you have, it's something you steward. It's not a trophy on your shelf, it's a weapon in your hands. If you bury it, the kingdom lacks a piece of its arsenal. If you neglect it, the battle suffers loss. That's why Paul exhorted young Timothy in 2 Timothy 1:6, "Therefore I remind you to stir up the gift of God, which is in you through the laying on of my hands." Stir it up. Fan it into flame. Don't wait for someone else to do it. Don't wait for conditions to be perfect. You are not waiting on God. He is waiting on you. So many sit paralyzed by comparison. They measure their calling against others. They weigh their worth on the scales of social media, influence, or platform size. But let me tell you something. With every ounce of holy fire in my soul, God does not anoint comparison. He anoints obedience. He does not bless imitation. He blesses authenticity. You don't need their voice, their talent, or their path. What you need is to awaken to your own, to fully embrace your portion, your oil, your calling. When God spoke to Jeremiah, he said, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." Yet Jeremiah answered in fear, "I do not know how to speak. I am too young." And how did God reply? "Do not say, I am too young. You must go to all whom I send you and speak whatever I command. Do not be afraid, for I am with you and I will deliver you. That very same voice which spoke to Jeremiah is speaking to you right now. Do not say, I am too weak, too sinful, too late, too small. If God created you, then He has also equipped you. If He has appointed you, He will surely anoint you in His time. And behold the beauty of holy partnership. God could have chosen to fulfill His will through the command of angels, by the breath of His mouth, by the thunder of heaven itself. But instead, He chose you. Flesh and blood, imperfect clay molded by holy hands. You are not a mistake. You are a miracle in motion. The Holy Spirit is not looking for polished vessels. He is looking for yielded ones. He is not searching for flawless perfection. He is searching for surrendered hearts. And when you walk in your gift, miracles follow. Yes, miracle, because the spiritual gift is not merely natural, it is supernatural. It flows not from your intellect, but from God's Spirit. When Peter walked in his gift, thousands were saved with a single sermon. When Paul moved in his anointing, demons fled, churches were birthed, and the gospel spread like wildfire. When Tabitha used her gift of compassion and sewing, the community wept when she died and rejoiced when God raised her back to life. Her ministry wasn't on a stage. It was through a needle and thread, but it was anointed. It was powerful. It was kingdom. Let me declare this to every mother raising children in silence. Your gift of nurture is prophetic. To the counselor who listens more than they speak, your gift of wisdom breaks chains. To the janitor who prays over the floor he cleans, your faith sanctifies ground others overlook. To the grandmother who intercedes alone in her room, your cries shake heavens and prepare atmospheres for generations to come. Do not let the world define what ministry looks like. Ministry is using your gift wherever God has placed you to reveal His love and His truth. But let me also warn you, every gift comes with weight. The anointing costs something. The oil of your calling is pressed out in private surrender, in seasons of isolation, in battles no one else sees. There will be trials that do not make sense. There will be storms you didn't cause. There will be betrayals that sting deeper than words can express. But all of it, the fire, the shaking, the breaking, is not to destroy you. It is to purify the vessel so that the gift inside of you can flow without mixture. God is more interested in your character than your charisma, and the weight of the gift must rest on a foundation of holiness. And if you need proof that God desires to use you, yes, you, look no further than the cross. Look at the pierced hands of Jesus, stretched wide not just to redeem your soul, but to release your calling. He did not bleed for you to sit in silence. He did not rise from the grave so you could live a life of religious routine. He poured out His Spirit so that you would become His witness, His ambassador, His royal priesthood. A vessel of divine gifting and glory in a dark and dying world. The blood that saved you is the same blood that qualifies you. The cross doesn't just forgive your past, it awakens your future. When Jesus said, "It is finished," He wasn't just speaking of the penalty of sin. He was also announcing the release of divine destiny to everyone who would believe. That includes the weary. That includes the broken. That includes the unqualified. That includes the overlooked. There is no one beyond the reach of redemption, and there is nothing about your story that disqualifies you from your spiritual assignment. But listen closely. To use your spiritual gift, you must come out of hiding. Adam hid among the trees when he sinned. Elijah hid in the cave when he feared Jezebel. Jonah ran and hid on a ship going in the wrong direction. But every time God came calling, Adam, where are you? Elijah, what are you doing here? Jonah, arise and go. God always comes for the gifted, because the gift you carry is not about you. It's about souls. It's about the people who are bound, waiting to be set free by the touch of God through your obedience. I tell you now with trembling in my soul, your gift is the answer to someone's prayer. Your obedience is the bridge to someone's healing. Your surrender is the key to someone else's deliverance. God did not give you that gift to make you feel important. He gave you that gift to build His body. 1 Corinthians 12 says, we are one body, but many members. Each one has a part. Each one is necessary. You are not just nice to have. You are needed. If you don't function in your gift, the body of Christ suffers lack. And don't think for a moment that your gift is limited to the four walls of the church. Some of you have gifts meant for the marketplace, for media, for education, for the arts, for politics, for business. The kingdom of God is not confined to a building. It is not defined by pews and pulpits. It is everywhere. The King rules, and He is raising up sons and daughters with fire in their bones to carry the gospel into every corner of society. Not just by preaching, but by being the message, by walking in wisdom, by leading with justice, by creating with excellence, by shining with integrity. That is your ministry. That is your platform. That is your assignment. The Spirit of the Lord is searching for those who will say yes to this higher call. Not a call to be famous, but a call to be faithful. Not a call to be comfortable, but a call to be crucified. The crucified life is the only soil where the true gift of God can grow, because the flesh will always try to hijack the gift for its own glory. Pride will try to take the throne. But when your heart is nailed to the cross and your soul cries, "Not my will, but yours be done," then and only then will your gift operate with holy fire. You must get this deep into your spirit. The gift of God is not earned, but it is stewarded. It is maintained through intimacy. It is sharpened through discipline. It is refined through humility. And it is fueled by love. If you try to use your gift without love, you are just a clanging cymbal. If you preach without love, serve without love, prophesy without love, it is all noise. Love is not just the motivation, it is the very power that flows through the gift. And love will lead you into the uncomfortable. Love will stretch you to lay hands on the sick when no one else will. Love will call you to speak truth when everyone else stays silent. Love will send you to wash feet, to pray through the night, to carry burdens not your own, because you realize the gift in you was never about your elevation, but about someone else's salvation. I feel the Spirit impressing this deeply. Your gift is a holy trust. It is not something to hoard. It is something to pour out. When the woman with the alabaster jar broke it at Jesus' feet, the fragrance filled the room. It was costly. It was extravagant, and some criticized her. But Jesus said, "She has done a beautiful thing to me." In the same way, when you break your gift open at the feet of Jesus, when you pour it out without restraint, He calls it beautiful. Yes, there will be those who mock your gift. There will be those who misunderstand it. But don't let the opinions of the crowd silence the voice of the King. Obey God, even if no one claps, even if no one sees, even if no one thanks you, because He sees. He remembers, and He rewards in secret what is done in secret. And to those who feel empty, as if the gift inside you has dried up, I speak life over you right now in Jesus' name. The river of God has not stopped flowing. You may have let it become clogged with disappointment, with busyness, with sin, with bitterness, but the well is still there. Dig again like Isaac digging up the wells of his father Abraham. Go back to the places where the Spirit once flowed. Go back to the altar. Go back to your first love. Go back to the quiet place where God first whispered your name. Let Him cleanse you. Let Him fill you. Let Him reignite the fire. The gift is still there. It just needs to be stirred. Oh, beloved, do not waste another day. Time is short. Eternity is near. Souls hang in the balance. This is the hour to rise in holy boldness, in Spirit-filled clarity, in relentless obedience. Let your gift be your weapon. Let your life be your sermon. Let your surrender be your legacy. And now I speak to the one who has sat in silence for far too long. You've heard sermons and you've sung songs. You've prayed prayers. But still something inside you feels untapped, unused, unknown. You've watched others walk in their calling while you remain unsure, uncertain, even unworthy. But I declare to you, under the authority of God's Word and the urgency of the Holy Spirit, it is time for you to arrive. Not tomorrow, not when life settles, not when you feel ready now. Because the kingdom is not built by those who feel ready. It is built by those who trust that God will meet them in their obedience. Hear this deep in your soul. God does not call the qualified. He qualifies the call. The calling comes first. The anointing comes next. You don't need to have all the answers before you begin. Abraham didn't. He left his homeland not knowing where he was going, but trusting the one who had called him. And because he moved in faith, he became the father of nations. If you wait for full clarity before you move, you will miss the miracle hidden in your obedience. The gifts of God are waiting to be activated not through emotion, but through surrender, not through striving, but through intimacy. You will not discover your gift by chasing after titles, platforms, or recognition. You will discover it when you go into your secret place. Close the door and say, Lord, whatever you've placed in me, use it. Even if it breaks me, even if it costs me, even if no one sees me, use it. And from that place, the anointing will begin to flow. Not because of your strength, but because of your weakness, surrendered at the feet of a holy God. And do not underestimate the gift just because it does not look like someone else's. In the kingdom of God, obedience is greater than visibility. Some of the greatest gifts are quiet, hidden like roots beneath the surface. They are the unseen strength that holds up the visible tree. The gift of intercession, the gift of discernment, the gift of hospitality, the gift of serving. They may never be praised on a stage, but in heaven they ring like thunder. Jesus said, "The greatest among you will be your servant." And when you serve through your gift, you become great in the eyes of the only one who matters. Don't wait until you feel brave. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is obedience in the face of fear. Gideon was hiding in a wine press when the angel called him mighty warrior. He didn't feel mighty. He didn't look mighty. But God saw beyond his hesitation and into the destiny buried deep inside him. And when Gideon finally obeyed, though he was vastly outnumbered, God used him to deliver an entire nation. Why? Because your gift, activated by faith, will always be stronger than the opposition coming against you. But be warned, your gift will be tested, not to break you, but to strengthen you. God is not just after public performance. He is after private purification. The giver of the gift is also the refiner of the vessel. You must walk through fire, not because you are forgotten, but because you are chosen. And chosen people don't live easy lives. They live consecrated ones. There is a cost to carrying something holy. There is a cost to wielding something eternal. And that cost is your will, your pride, your comfort, and your control. But oh, the reward! The reward of walking in your gift is not just joy, it's eternal impact. Every time you use your gift for God's glory, heaven rejoices and hell trembles. You tip the scales in the spiritual realm. You shine light into darkness. You become the hands and feet of Jesus in a world that desperately needs Him. The gift you carry is not about you. It's about generations. It's about those who will encounter God through the unique expression of His Spirit flowing through your life. Don't let fear paralyze what faith was meant to release. Don't let guilt chain what grace was meant to free. Don't let shame mute what the blood of Jesus has already redeemed. The enemy will always attack the area where you are gifted. He fears your potential. He dreads your awakening. That's why he sends distraction, discouragement, and disillusionment to keep you from discovering who you really are in Christ. But the moment you stop listening to the liar and start listening to the Spirit, everything changes. The world does not need more polished speakers or popular influencers. The world needs anointed people, people who have been with God, people who walk in holiness, people who carry a heavenly burden, people who cry out in the night, not for fame, but for souls, people who are willing to be broken bread and poured out wine so that others might live. That's what your gift is for. It's not to elevate you, it's to resurrect others. Your gift is not just about the here and now. It echoes into eternity. Every time you use it, you sow seeds that will outlive your lifetime. Some of the greatest revivals were birthed not by preachers, but by prayer warriors, not by scholars, but by surrendered hearts. You may never know the full impact of your gift on this side of heaven. But one day, you'll see. One day you'll stand before the throne, and faces will appear. People you never met, lives you never touched directly, and they will say, because you obeyed, I found Jesus. I found healing, I found purpose. That is the glory of a life fully given. That is the miracle of a gift faithfully used. So I ask you again, what are you doing with what God placed inside of you? Not what someone else placed on you, not what society expects from you, not what your past says about you, but what God Himself handcrafted, wrapped in glory, and placed inside your spirit when He dreamed you into existence. Are you burying it? Are you hiding it? Are you minimizing it? Or are you ready to unleash it? Because the same Spirit that hovered over the deep, that raised Christ from the grave, that shook the upper room with fire and power, that same Spirit lives inside of you. He is not silent. He is not distant. He is not asleep. He is waiting. Waiting for your yes. Waiting for your obedience. Waiting for your surrender. And when that surrender is real, when it burns in your bones like a holy fire, you will see the gift rise. You will feel it stir. You will move with purpose. You will speak with power. You will serve with joy. You will carry the fragrance of Christ. And everywhere you go, the atmosphere will shift because heaven lives in you. There is something sacred about the moment you truly recognize what God has deposited in your soul. It's like waking up from a long sleep. Your spiritual eyes begin to open. And suddenly you realize you were never ordinary. You were never meant to blend in, never meant to merely exist. You were formed in fire, fashioned with divine hands and marked by eternity. That breath in your lungs, it carries the weight of destiny. That stirring in your belly, it's the Spirit of God reminding you you were created for more than survival. You were created to shift atmospheres and break chains. But let me go deeper. There's a reason the devil has been after your identity. There's a reason you've been attacked since childhood. It's because the devil doesn't fear your past. He fears your potential. He fears the sound of your voice when you finally speak with anointing. He fears the touch of your hands when you finally lay them on the sick and they recover. He fears the vision in your eyes when you finally see as God sees. He fears the movement in your feet when you finally walk in obedience. He doesn't fear church attendance. He fears spiritual awakening. That's why your battles have been so relentless. That's why confusion tried to paralyze you. That's why shame tried to mute you. That's why people the enemy planted tried to betray and belittle you. Because if you ever tap into what God placed inside you, you become dangerous. Not to men, but to hell itself. You become a living flame, a moving altar, a carrier of kingdom power. And the enemy's lies lose their grip in the presence of someone who knows who they are in Christ. That's why I urge you, stop looking for your spiritual gift in the mirror of man. Stop trying to fit into systems that were never built to contain your calling. God didn't design you for religious routine. He designed you for radical faith. The Pharisees had tradition, but the disciples had power. The religious elite could quote scripture, but the Spirit-filled apostles moved in it. That's the difference. When you walk in your gift, Scripture becomes alive in you. You become the vessel through which heaven speaks, heals, restores, and transforms. Do not think for a second that your gift is too small. Heaven does not measure value by volume. God is not impressed by outward display. He looks at purity. He looks at obedience. He looks at intent. The widow who gave 2 mites gave more than the rich man with bags of gold because she gave from her heart. In the same way, your surrendered gift, even if unseen by man, is glorious in the eyes of God. Whether it's preaching to thousands or praying for one lost soul in secret, it is holy. And here is a truth that must pierce your heart. Your gift is not for your elevation. It is for someone else's deliverance. Your breakthrough becomes their blueprint. Your scars become their hope. Your voice becomes their alarm clock from spiritual slumber. When you don't use your gift, people suffer. That may sound intense, but it's reality. We are one body, and when one part doesn't function, the whole body is hindered. You are not optional. You are not replaceable. You are essential. Romans 12:6 says, we have different gifts according to the grace given to each of us. And I want you to catch that. Grace given. Your gift is a form of grace. It's not earned. It's not deserved. It's grace manifested through function, and grace flows when you stay in alignment with the one who gave it. That's why spiritual gifts flourish in intimacy, not performance. They are fueled in the secret place, not in public applause. Some of you are asking, but how do I know my gift? The answer is not found in a test. It is found in a relationship. Get alone with the Holy Spirit. Ask Him, listen, reflect. What burdens you? What ignites a holy fire in your bones? What brings you to tears? when others don't seem moved? That is often the clue to your assignment. Your gift is often hidden in your holy frustration. What breaks your heart is often what God is calling you to heal. Let me tell you, when you operate in your gift, there is no striving. There is no pretending. There is no burnout. Because the grace of God empowers what He designed you to do. That doesn't mean it will be easy, but it will be anointed. You will find strength that is not your own. You will experience joy in the fire. You will walk with boldness in battle because you are not performing. You are flowing in divine order. And here's something else the Lord is revealing even now. Your gift doesn't just bless others, it transforms you. As you pour out, He fills you. As you step out, He lifts you. As you release what's in your hand, He reveals more of what's in His heart. And you begin to realize this gift is not a burden. It is an invitation into deeper communion with the giver. But be vigilant, because where there is anointing, there will also be imitation. The enemy will try to twist your gift into pride, performance, or distraction. He'll try to get you to build your own kingdom rather than God's. That's why you must stay rooted, stay humble, stay pure. Let your gift serve, not shine. Let it edify, not exalt. Let it glorify Him, not you. And let me speak to the one who has been sitting on their gift because of wounds from the past. Maybe a leader shut you down. Maybe a parent didn't affirm you. Maybe a friend mocked you. But I want you to hear this in your spirit. Man did not give you your gift, so man cannot take it away. The only one with authority over your gift is the one who placed it inside you. And He is saying, come forth. He is saying, I remember what I planted. I have not changed my mind. You are not too broken. You are not too late. You are not too far gone. You are still chosen. You are still anointed. You are still called. And now is the time to rise. Yes, you will stumble. Yes, you will have moments of doubt. But the righteous fall 7 times and rise again. Don't you dare stay on the ground, dust off your gift. Lay it before the Lord and say, God, if you can still use me, here I am. And I promise you, He will answer, because He's not looking for perfection. He's looking for yes. So discover your gift, protect it, put it to work, and let it multiply, for there is a generation longing for what you carry. There is a famine of the Spirit in this land, and the bread is in your hands. You are the answer to someone's desperate midnight prayer. You are the hands and feet of Christ to a soul wandering through the dark. Do not let fear bury what faith was created to release. The hour is drawing late. The fields are ripe, and the Spirit of God is on the move. Will He find you faithful? Will He find you prepared? Will He find you ablaze with holy fire? Because this is more than just another message. This is a sending forth, a sacred moment, a summons from heaven. And if you respond not merely with words, but with your very life, then your gift will become an open door for miracles, a weapon of light against the darkness, and a legacy that will resound through eternity. My beloved brothers and sisters, every soul reaches a point where human effort simply collapses. You try to mend it, you struggle to fight it, you attempt to plan, to control, to solve it, yet nothing changes. The walls remain unmoved, the mountain refuses to shift. And in that moment, when your knees hit the ground and your tears stain the floor, when your strength runs out and your reasoning finally lets go, you stand in the most powerful place a person can ever be. The place of prayer, the place of trust, the place where God is not your last resort, but your only hope. And it is in that sacred surrender that God begins to work the impossible. You may be standing before something right now that feels too vast, too shattered, too far gone. Perhaps the doctor said it cannot be healed. Perhaps the weight of debt feels like an ocean you cannot cross. Perhaps the relationship is fractured beyond mending. Or your soul is so drained you no longer even know how to weep. But hear me, when you pray and when you believe that God will move, when you place your burden into the hands of the one who set the stars in place and commands the winds, you have done the most powerful thing a human being can ever do. The world teaches you to hustle, to scheme, to manipulate your way through life. But prayer, real prayer, is not weakness. It is the boldest act of war against darkness. It is a declaration that you believe in a power far greater than anything you can touch or see. It is saying, God, I cannot, but you can. And that trust, that surrender, is the soil where miracles begin to grow. Some of you have been praying for years and haven't seen an answer yet. You wonder if God hears you. You wonder if anything is happening at all. But let me ask you, do you think God has forgotten you? Do you believe the Almighty who parts seas and raises dry bones cannot handle your situation? Do not mistake silence for absence. God is not ignoring you. He is building something in you. He is stretching your faith, is preparing the perfect time. And when His appointed moment comes, no force on earth, no demon in hell, no man, no system can stop what He is about to do. Do not let time weaken your trust. Do not let delay devour your hope. For when you pray with faith, you are aligning yourself with the very will and power of God. You are inviting the eternal into your temporary. You are calling down heaven into your battle. And my friend, there is no limit to what God can do when a person truly believes. Look around this world. People put their trust in money, in science, in governments, in philosophies, in their own abilities, but all of that crumbles. All of that fails. But those who trust in God stand unshaken. You can be broke, but still at peace. You can be sick, but still confident. You can be alone, but still bold. Because you know that your help doesn't come from man. It comes from the Almighty. And when He steps in, the impossible becomes possible. Prayer is not just word. It's not just rituals. It is communion with the one who breathes galaxies into existence. It is intimate access to the throne room of the King of all creation. And when you trust Him, when you come not as a beggar but as a believer, not doubting but expecting, God begins to move in ways you cannot imagine. He does not need permission from people to bless you. He does not need logic to make a way. He does not need your credentials or your connections. All He needs is your faith, that mustard seed trust that says, God, I believe you can do what no one else can. And God honors that kind of faith. He is drawn to it. He responds to it, not always in the way you expect, but always in the way that's best. Some of you have been told, it's too late. The enemy whispers, you'll never recover, you'll never get out, you'll never be free. But God says, I make rivers in the desert. I call things that are not as though they are. I open doors no man can shut. You have to stop measuring your future by what you see right now. Stop letting your emotions dictate your faith. What you feel is not always what is real. What you see is not always the full picture. God works in the invisible. He works behind the scenes. And when you least expect it, He will show up in a way that leaves you in awe. You must be willing to wait and worship, to pray and praise, to trust even when there's no sign, because that is the very definition of faith. Believing when there is no evidence, trusting when there is no proof, holding on when there is no reason left but God. And that kind of faith, that kind of relentless trust, it moves the heart of God. There is a divine timing to everything. Some breakthroughs come instantly and others come through a process. But when you commit to prayer not as a task but as a lifestyle, you begin to see things from a higher perspective. You no longer panic at the storms because you know who is in the boat with you. You no longer fear the fire because you know God is in the flames. And you no longer chase after man's approval because you are anchored in the assurance that God is for you, and that is enough. You have to speak what you believe, not what you feel. Speak victory when you see defeat. Speak life when you see death. Speak breakthrough when you see breakdown. Because your words are seeds, and faith speaks even before the harvest appears. Every time you pray, you are watering that seed. Every time you trust, you are pulling it closer to manifestation. You don't need to see it to believe it. You need to believe it. And then you will see it. You trust to treat you. Do not let the size of your problem intimidate your faith. Let the size of your God intimidate your problem. He is not limited by what limits you. He is not scared by what scares you. When you put your trust in God, you are stepping out of natural limitation and into supernatural possibility. And yes, the enemy will try to distract you. He'll try to discourage you. He'll use delay to make you doubt. But if you just keep praying, if you keep trusting, if you keep standing even when it hurts, God will honor your perseverance. Heaven does not overlook persistent faith. God does not ignore a heart that keeps crying out. In fact, sometimes the battle gets hardest right before the breakthrough. That's not the time to quit. It's the time to push harder in prayer. You must remember God's delays are not His denials. He is never early and never late. He moves when the moment is right, when the story will bring Him the most glory. And sometimes He allows the situation to become utterly impossible, so that when He moves, no one can steal His glory. It won't be your wisdom, your power, or your talent. It will be clear to everyone around you. This was God and God alone. There's someone listening right now who feels like all hope is gone. You've prayed, but nothing changed. You've trusted, but the burden still feels heavy. Let me speak directly to your spirit. God has not forgotten you. He has not abandoned you. There is something happening in the spiritual realm that your eyes cannot yet see, but it's real, it's powerful, and it's coming. The breakthrough you're waiting for may not come the way you expected. God's answers often look different than our requests, but they are always better, always wiser, always more complete. That's why you must pray with open hands, not clenched fists. Let God be God. Let Him write the story. Let Him choose the method. You just keep trusting, keep believing, keep expecting. You don't need to have it all figured out. You don't need to know the details. All you need is the confidence that God is able and willing to do the impossible. And He will, not for your glory, but for His. Not to elevate your name, but to lift up your trust. And when He does, your story will become a testimony. Your pain will become purpose. Your trial will become triumph. Every great move of God starts with someone who dares to believe. Someone who prays like it's already done. Someone who stands on the promises, not on the circumstances. Someone who shuts out the noise of doubt and tunes into the whisper of God's faithfulness. Be that person. Be the one who refuses to give up. Be the one who walks by faith, not by sight. Because prayer is not just talking, it's trusting. It's surrendering your need to control and saying, God, I believe your way is better. And when you live like that, when you breathe faith, walk in trust, and pray without ceasing, then you become unstoppable. Not because of who you are, but because of who God is within you. You may be tired. You may feel weak, but your strength is not the source of your victory. God is, and He never runs out. He never grows weary. He never fails. So pray like the answer's already on the way. Trust like the breakthrough is just around the corner. Because with God, nothing, absolutely nothing is impossible. When you kneel in prayer, you are not just making a request. You are activating a covenant with the Almighty. You are declaring, God, you alone have the power. You alone have the wisdom. You alone are my source. And the moment you make that declaration, from the depths of your soul, the atmosphere begins to shift. The chains in the unseen begin to loosen. The clouds of confusion start to clear. Why? Because when a human heart fully surrenders to God with unwavering trust, all of creation responds to that faith. Mountains tremble, storms obey, and doors that were locked for years begin to open. Not because of who you are, but because of who God is. You were never meant to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. That pressure, that anxiety, that fear, it was never yours to bear. It belongs in the hands of the one who shaped the heavens and knows the number of hairs on your head. God is not watching from a distance. He is involved. He is invested, and He is moving even when you feel stuck. Sometimes God's greatest work is done in the waiting. Sometimes the silence is His strategy, not His absence. He is sculpting something in you that cannot be rushed. And while you wait, He asks only one thing, that you pray and that you trust. When you pray, do not pray as if you're begging. Pray as one who knows the authority of the one you're speaking to. When you ask, do not come with a spirit of defeat, but with bold expectation. God honors confidence in Him. Not arrogance, not pride, but holy boldness. The kind that says, even if the whole world turns against me, I will still stand firm because my hope is in the one who never changes. That kind of trust is a magnet for miracles. It calls heaven to attention. It demands a response from the throne of power. You must rise above your emotions. Feelings fluctuate like the wind, but truth remains unshaken. And the truth is, God has never failed. Not once. His record is perfect. He delivered when there was no way. He provided when the cupboards were bare. He protected when the enemy encamps on every side. Do not let a temporary struggle make you doubt eternal power. Trust is not blind. It's visionary. It sees beyond the now into the realm of what will be. Because when God speaks, it is already done in the unseen. You're just waiting to see it manifest in the physical. Stop asking, how will it happen? That's not your business. The how belongs to God. Your part is to believe. Your part is to speak as if it's done. To act as if the door is already open. To walk with the posture of someone who knows their breakthrough is inevitable. Faith isn't passive. It moves. It breathes. It expects. So get up from that place of despair and stand in the authority of your prayer. Cry out to God with a voice that refuses to be silenced by fear or failure. Let them laugh. Let them mock. Let them call your trust in God foolish. because soon they'll witness the hand of God move on your behalf, and all their words will crumble in the light of His glory. God does not let His faithful ones be put to shame. What you prayed for in private, He will reward openly. What you whispered through tears, He will answer with thunder. What you trusted Him with in secret, He will display in the daylight. But understand this, true trust does not come from comfort. It is forged in fire. It is built in the storms. And maybe, just maybe, what you're going through isn't punishment, but preparation. Maybe the delay isn't rejection, but redirection. God is not trying to break you. He is trying to build you. And in the process, He is teaching you to pray without ceasing, to believe without doubting, and to trust without borders. Stop putting limits on what God can do. He does not operate within the boundaries of human reason. He parts seas with wind. He feeds multitudes without kitchens. He creates outcomes no man can explain. That's the God you serve, the God of the impossible. So don't limit Him with your thinking. Don't box Him in with your logic. Don't restrict Him with your fear. Instead, open your heart wide. Let your faith rise like a flood. Declare with every breath, my God is able, my God is willing. My God will do what no one else can. There are blessings with your name on them, waiting on the other side of your obedience. There are miracles that are triggered by your surrender. And yes, there are battles that will not be won by fighting harder, but by trusting deeper. There are victories that will come, not when you strive, but when you rest in God's timing and power. So don't confuse movement with progress. Sometimes the most powerful move you can make is to be still, pray, and trust. This is not the time to give up. This is not the time to shrink back. This is the time to press in harder, to speak louder in prayer, to fight not with fists but with faith, because you are not alone. God is with you. He goes before you. He stands behind you. He surrounds you, and He will not allow you to be defeated when your trust is anchored in Him. Be warned, there will be voices trying to pull you into fear. People will say, be realistic. But you weren't called to be realistic. You were called to be faithful. God is not bound by statistics. He is not hindered by diagnosis. He is not threatened by the odd. He is above them all. So let your faith be louder than the facts. Let your prayer be stronger than your panic. Let your trust in God drown out every voice of doubt. And when the answer comes, and it will come, you will not only rejoice, but you will understand why you had to wait, why you had to weep, why you had to walk alone for a season, because God was preparing you for something greater than you imagined. He was stretching your capacity, deepening your roots, expanding your faith, and now you are ready to carry the weight of the blessing that's about to be poured into your life. Keep praying. Keep trusting. Not because you see the signs, but because you know the one who holds the signs. Not because you feel strong, but because you know God is your strength. Not because it makes sense, but because you believe in the one who sees what you cannot. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are not too late or too far gone. You are exactly where God wants you to be. For His power to be revealed, for His name to be glorified, and for your life to become a living testimony that prayer and trusting God will make the impossible bold. And when that day comes, when the floodgates burst open, when the answer arrives, when the healing flows, when the chains fall off, when the door swings wide, you will not say, look what I did. No, you will say, look what God has done. I prayed, I trusted, and God did the impossible. And listen to me carefully now. This is not just about waiting for a miracle. It's about becoming the kind of person who trusts God so completely that your peace is unshakable, your faith is untouchable, and your hope burns brighter even in the darkest valley. This is about spiritual maturity. Anyone can pray when life is smooth, but it takes divine strength to trust God when the winds howl and the waves crash. And that's when real faith is revealed, not in the absence of pressure, but in the presence of it. Trust becomes your torch when the night is long, and prayer becomes your oxygen when it feels like you're drowning. And let me tell you, God honors that kind of resilience. You must begin to see delay not as a denial, but as development. You are being forged in fire, not forgotten. You are being refined, not rejected. And when God is done shaping you, molding you, preparing you, nothing will be able to stop what He has planned for your life. The doors you thought were closed forever will begin to open. The opportunities that bypassed you will circle back around. The healing that seemed out of reach will come rushing in. But first, God must bring your trust to a place where it's no longer attached to outcome. It's attached to Him alone. Do not tie your trust to results. Tie it to God's character, because His ways are higher than yours. His thoughts are deeper than yours, and His timing is wiser than anything you could plan. Sometimes what you call a delay is God's divine protection. What you think is punishment is actually preparation. God is not in the business of instant gratification. He's in the business of eternal transformation. And every tear you shed in secret, every prayer you whisper in the quiet, every moment you choose to believe when everything screams doubt, God sees it all, and He rewards it in His time. It's easy to want answers. It's natural to crave closure, but faith doesn't feed on answers. It feeds on trust. And when you begin to walk by trust and not by sight, you enter into a realm where miracles are born. You become someone who no longer needs to see it to believe it. You believe it, and therefore you see it. You begin to speak with authority because you've been in the presence of the Almighty. You walk through storms with a steady heart because your anchor isn't tied to your circumstances. It's tied to God. And hear this, God doesn't only want to pull off the impossible for you. He wants to shape you into a vessel that carries His power to other people. He wants your life soaked in prayer, rooted so deep in trust that when people look at you, they say, "There's something different about this one." There's a strength here that can't be traced to human effort. There's a part of you that defies explanation. That's the mark of truly trusting God. You stop living by the world's panic. You stop reacting like everyone else. You move to a higher cadence, a divine rhythm, because you know who holds your life. Some of you are pressed in right now, feeling the walls tighten. The enemy would have you believe it's finished, that God has turned away, that you are alone. But I promise you, God draws nearest when you feel least able. He does His finest work when your options run dry. If you choose to trust Him in this so-called impossible hour, you will witness a power that reason cannot explain. The kind of power that only God can display. You must learn to speak to your situation with authority. You must declare, even when your voice shakes, that you will not be moved. You will not give up. You will not stop believing, because your God is greater than every fear, every obstacle, every attack, every lie, every delay. Say it with me now. My trust is in God alone. I will not be shaken. I will not be silenced. I will not be discouraged. Let that be the anthem of your life. Let it rise in your spirit like a fire that cannot be quenched. Trust is not just an emotional decision, it is a spiritual discipline. It must be built daily, watered by prayer, guarded by worship, sustained by reflection. You must constantly remind yourself of who God is. Look back at the times He carried you, the battles He already won, the doors He already opened, and know this: if He did it before, He will do it again. Maybe not the same way, maybe not in the same timing, but He will move because God is faithful to every promise. Don't get distracted by the voices of fear. Don't get swallowed by the news, the gossip, the noise. Block out every sound that contradicts the voice of God. Build your mind on truth. Meditate on the power and greatness of God. Speak words that build your spirit, not break it. And pray with the confidence of someone who knows that God is not far off, not uninterested, not unaware. He is near. He is active and He is listening. Prayer is not a ritual. It is a lifeline. It is the meeting place between your weakness and God's strength. It is the bridge between your confusion and God's clarity. It is where burdens are lifted, vision is restored, and courage is reborn. And the more you pray, the stronger your trust grows until one day, what once terrified you becomes the very ground you dance upon. What once overwhelmed you becomes the testimony you share with others, because God will take the pain that nearly broke you and use it to build you. So do not back down. Do not retreat. Do not fall into despair. You are not defeated. You are in process. You are not overlooked. You are being positioned. Every setback is setting the stage. Every closed door is being used to direct your steps. God is orchestrating details you don't even know about. And when the fullness of time comes, when all the pieces align, what seemed impossible will suddenly become reality. But remember, the greatest miracle is not the thing you're asking for. It is what God is doing inside you while you wait. He is making your heart steadfast. He is making your spirit unbreakable. He is forming you into someone who doesn't just believe in God's power. You live in it. You move in it. You walk in it. You speak from it. You no longer just know of God. You know Him intimately, and once you reach that level of trust, no storm can shake you again. There is nothing more powerful than a person who prays without doubt and trusts without limits. That kind of person cannot be manipulated by circumstances. They cannot be held back by fear. They cannot be destroyed by trials because they are connected to the eternal. They are rooted in the unshakable, and they walk through life knowing no matter what comes, God is with me. And if God is with me, I cannot fail. And now I speak to the depths of your soul, the place where fear often whispers louder than faith, where doubt knocks on the door of your destiny, and where delay tries to make you question your worth. Let me remind you with thunderous certainty, your prayers are not in vain. Your trust is not wasted. Every cry you've uttered, every tear you've shed in the solitude of your struggle has been heard and seen by God. He has not turned away. He has not abandoned you. He is closer now than ever before, silently moving, divinely orchestrating, and preparing a blessing that far exceeds your request. You must understand that God is not limited by time the way we are. What feels like years of silence to you could be moments in the divine design. God is eternal. He sees the end from the beginning. He knows what lies behind every closed door and what miracle waits behind every trial. And sometimes He allows you to walk through fire, not to burn you, but to refine you. to purify your faith, to burn away the dependency on others, on outcomes, on circumstances, until all you're left with is complete, unshakable trust in Him alone. That, my friend, is when the impossible becomes possible. Not when you have all the answers, not when everything feels good, but when your trust is so anchored in God that you can walk through the valley and declare, "Even here I believe." When you can face the lion's den, the furnace, the flood, and say with trembling courage, "My God is able," that's when the atmosphere begins to shift. That's when God's hand begins to move, not just for you, but through you. You see, true trust doesn't wait for evidence. It becomes the evidence. It doesn't echo the voice of the world. It drowns it out. And prayer, real prayer, isn't about repeating fancy words. It's about aligning your entire being with the will and wisdom of God. It's about opening your spirit to say, "God, not my way, not my timeline, not my plan, but yours." That is the most dangerous and powerful place you can live from, because you are no longer relying on the strength of man. You are relying fully on the might of God. When you pray and trust, you stop panicking at every setback. You stop questioning your worth because of other people's opinions. You stop doubting your future because of what the world says is possible. Because you know who holds your tomorrow. You know who commands the wind and tells the oceans where to stop. You know who sustains the heavens and governs the earth. And that same God is sustaining you right now, this very moment. Even if everything around you feels like it's crumbling, listen closely. The greater the battle, the greater the blessing on the other side. The deeper the pain, the more glorious the purpose it's birthing. The trial you're in, it's not the end of your story. It's the chapter that leads to your testimony. But only if you don't give up. Only if you keep praying through the silence, trusting through the delay, and praising through the pain. Because God is not done with you. No, He is just getting started. Some of you are waiting on a miracle, but God is waiting on you, waiting for you to let go of your grip on fear, waiting for you to stop depending on your own strength, waiting for you to stop talking about how big the problem is and start declaring how limitless He is. It is not your job to figure everything out. Your job is to believe, to trust, to pray with boldness, and stand in unshakable faith, no matter how long the night lasts. The night may be dark, but God is the master of dawn. He brings morning with a single command. He speaks, and creation obeys. If He could carve the mountains, separate the seas, and hang the sun in the sky, what is your situation in comparison? If He sustains the galaxies with precision, don't you think He can sustain you? If He opens the womb of the barren, parts the seas for the faithful, and delivers the oppressed from armies, do you not believe He can do the same for you? And if the answer hasn't come yet, if the door hasn't opened yet, if the healing hasn't arrived yet, then trust this truth. God is still working behind the scenes in ways you can't see, in people you don't know, in places you've never been. And when the appointed time comes, and it will come, it will be so perfect, so divine that you'll fall to your knees, not asking why did it take so long, but thanking Him that He didn't give it to you a moment sooner. This journey of trust is not just about what God will do for you. It's about who you become through the process. God wants to birth in you a deeper strength, a bolder voice, a more refined spirit. He wants your life to echo His power. He wants you to walk in such authority that when storms come, you don't flinch. When opposition rises, you don't flee. When fear knocks, you don't answer because you know who you belong to. You know who you stand with. And you know that nothing, absolutely nothing, is impossible for God. So don't let discouragement take root. Don't let the temporary steal the eternal. Don't let the shadow block the light of God's promise. When your mind says this will never work, let your soul rise up and declare, but God can. When the facts say it's over, let your faith shout, God has the final word. When everything around you says be afraid, let your trust in God roar back, I will not fear. Let me speak now to the one who's been on the edge of quitting, the one who has prayed for so long and seen nothing change, the one who wonders if they heard God wrong. You didn't. You are still on the right path. Do not turn back. The very resistance you feel is confirmation that something powerful is on the way. The enemy fights the hardest when he knows a breakthrough is near. Your prayer is shaking the heaven. Your trust is stirring divine action, and God is watching not with indifference, but with great delight. Your faith right now in this very moment is being recorded in the eternal record of heaven. Your tears are being caught. Your sighs are being heard. Your name is being whispered in the courts of glory. And soon, when the fullness of time has come, God will move. And when He moves, you'll understand why you had to wait, why it had to be hard, why the journey seemed long, because He was preparing you to receive something bigger than you asked for. So lift your head, wipe your tears, square your shoulders, and pray again, trust again, speak life again, because God has not forgotten you. God has not failed you. God has not changed His mind about you. And what He promised, He will perform. What He spoke, He will fulfill. What He started, He will complete. Not by your strength, not by your wisdom, not by your connections, but by the power of God, who alone can do what no man can, who alone can change in a moment what years could not, and who alone deserves every ounce of your trust. Keep praying, keep trusting, and watch. Yes, watch as the impossible bows before the Almighty. And now let your heart be still and your ears be open. For what I speak next is not from the intellect of man, but from the depth of the soul that has tasted the fire and knows the faithfulness of God. There's a realm you can only enter through unwavering trust, a place not reached by status, not unlocked by influence, not accessed through intellect, but opened only by the heart that believes, truly believes, that God is greater than all things visible and invisible. And when your soul begins to live in that truth, then prayer becomes more than a practice. It becomes your power. Trust becomes more than a word. It becomes your weapon. God is not moved by fancy words, eloquent speech, or rehearsed rituals. He is moved by the heart that is bowed before Him in humility, by the spirit that cries out, "You alone are my helper." And when you reach the end of yourself, when your plans fail, your strength fades, and your resources run dry, God does not leave you empty. He fills what is surrendered. He empowers what is yielded. He lifts what is bowed low. So if you feel weak today, if you feel empty, you are in the perfect position for God to do something extraordinary in your life. But hear me clearly, there is a price to be paid for real trust. It is not cheap. It is not comfortable. It demands your pride. It crushes your ego. It strips you of the illusion that you are in control. And in that sacred place of dependence, God builds you. He breaks what is false so He can establish what is true. He tears down every idol, every distraction, every false sense of security so that you may stand with clean hands and a pure heart before Him. When God wants to elevate a person, He doesn't start by lifting them up. He starts by stripping them down, because He knows that only a heart purified by pain and refined by pressure can carry the kind of power He is about to pour out. That's why you cannot despise the struggle. You cannot curse the process. You must trust that even in the silence, even in the loss, even in the confusion, God is at work. And what He is building in you is not ordinary. It is sacred. It is eternal. It is strong enough to carry not just a blessing, but a divine purpose. Your trust in God must become your identity, not a backup plan, not a second option, not something you run to only when life breaks down, but the very foundation upon which you stand, breathe, and move. That is where real transformation happens. That is where prayers stop being wishful thinking and become declarations of faith. That is where you stop living from fear and start living from power. The world will look at your storm and call it failure. But God sees your storm and calls it preparation because He knows what He is about to do with your life. And sometimes He allows the flood so you'll learn to build an ark. Sometimes He permits the wilderness so you learn how to follow the cloud. Sometimes He hides the answer so your trust will become pure, not based on reward, but on relationship. And when you begin to live like that, when your entire being is anchored in God alone, then you will no longer be shaken by delay or discouraged by defeat. You'll walk through the fire and not smell of smoke. You'll face the lions and never flinch, because you will know that nothing can touch what God has covered. Nothing can stop what God has spoken. Nothing can overturn what God has ordained. Some of you are praying for healing, but God is first healing your faith. You're asking for open doors, but God is making sure your character can handle what's behind them. You're crying for the mountain to move, but God is teaching your spirit how to climb. Because God is not just concerned with what you want, He is committed to who you're becoming. And the only way to become someone who carries divine purpose is to learn how to trust even when it hurts. There is a sacred confidence that comes when you trust God. It's not arrogance. It's not pride. It's not based on who you are, but on who He is. You begin to walk into rooms differently. You face your challenges differently. You look at life with a steadiness that confuses people because they see the storm, but you see the one who commands it. They see the fire, but you know the one who controls the flame. And even when you're surrounded by impossibility, you walk in peace because you know God is with you. And that trust, that holy trust, it becomes contagious. Others will see your faith and be strengthened. They will witness your endurance and be inspired. They will watch you worship through the storm and begin to question everything they thought they knew about strength. Because when a person truly trusts God, they become a living example of His power, a light in darkness, a voice of hope in a hopeless world. But you must choose it daily. You must feed your faith. You must protect your trust like a treasure. You must guard your heart from the lies of fear, from the poison of doubt, from the voices that say, "It's too late, it'll never happen, God has forgotten you." Because those are not the whispers of God. They are the tactics of the enemy designed to kill your courage and silence your prayers. Reject every lie that says you are unworthy, that you are forgotten, that you are broken beyond repair. God does not deal in hopeless cases. He specializes in resurrection stories. He takes what man throws away and uses it to reveal His glory, and your life is no exception. If you can still breathe, then He can still move. If you can still pray, then the heavens can still open. If you can still trust, then the impossible is still within reach. Do not waste your energy comparing your journey to someone else's. Their timing is not your timing. Their path is not your path. Trust that God knows the unique blueprint He has for you. He knows your strengths, your wounds, your past, your potential. And He is writing a story that is beyond what you can comprehend. A story that will make sense only when you see the masterpiece He has been weaving through your pain. So today, choose trust over turmoil. Choose prayer over panic. Choose faith over fear. Stand in the truth that God is not just able, He is willing. He is not just powerful, He is personal. He sees you. He knows you. He cares for you. And if you will walk with Him, trust Him, and stay close to Him, then your life will not be defined by your struggle, but by your surrender. Not by your pain, but by your prayer. Not by the impossible, but by the God who makes all things possible. And now, as you stand at the crossroads of your decision, will you keep worrying, doubting, and depending on your own strength? Or will you rise up in faith, fall to your knees in prayer, and trust that God will do what no one else can do? This is your moment. The moment to shift your perspective, the moment to stop limiting God to your understanding, the moment to stop waiting for signs and start walking in faith. Because God is not waiting on your perfection, He's waiting on your trust. He's not demanding your strength. He's asking for your surrender. The impossible is not for the powerful. It is for the faithful. If you dare to believe, if you choose to pray, if you decide to stand firm when everything around you tells you to collapse, then nothing will be out of reach for you. God is still at work. He is still answering cries. He is still unlocking doors that no hand can close. And the very power that spoke the heavens and the earth into being is prepared to act for you. But you must pray as though it's already accomplished. Believe as though the answer is already written, and live as though the breakthrough is already unfolding. Do not allow fear to script your life. Do not let doubt rob you of your miracle. Let your journey reflect not your own strength, but your unwavering faith in the one who makes all things possible. For when you pray and trust Him completely, God will do beyond what you ask, faster than you expect, and greater than you can imagine. So rise up, not in fear, but in faith. Walk forward, not in confusion, but in confidence. Speak out, not in defeat, but with holy expectation. And hold fast to this eternal truth. God will accomplish the impossible. There comes a point in every life, yes, in each of us, when we stop and feel the hollow space of what once was. A point when the quiet burden of loss rests heavy. Relationships that slipped away, health that faltered, finances that dwindled, time that can never be recaptured. We journey through valleys of sorrow, eyes filled with tears, hearts filled with questions. But hear me today, with fire burning in my spirit and a conviction that cannot be shaken. God will restore what has been taken from your life. This is no empty promise. This is no fragile hope whispered by the broken. This is the eternal truth of a powerful God who never forgets what the enemy dared to steal from His faithful children. When God looks upon what was stripped from you, the years that slipped away, betrayals that cut deep, dreams that were buried beneath sorrow, He does not remain silent. He does not turn His face. No, He stands ready to restore, to renew, to redeem every single thing that was lost. And when God gives back, it is never returned the same. He multiplies it. He strengthens it. He makes it new. You may have lost people you love, but God has not left you loveless. You may have lost opportunities, but God has not finished writing your story. You may have lost confidence, hope, peace, but listen to me now. God is the restorer of broken years, the healer of torn hearts, and the provider of new beginnings. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. God has watched every tear fall. God has felt every ache in your heart. And God will not let your loss be the end of the story. There is power in trusting God even when you don't understand. There is power in standing firm, even when the winds of life have tried to blow you over. There is power in faith that refuses to bow to discouragement. Because when you put your hope in God, when you say, even though I've lost much, I still trust God to restore, that is when God moves in your life in a mighty way. That is when the heavens shift. That is when the impossible becomes reality. God is not a God who abandons. God is not a God who turns his back when life gets hard. No, God leans in closer to the brokenhearted. God draws near to the weary when you're walking through the rubble of what used to be. God walks with you, and he speaks this truth into your soul. I will give you back what you lost. I will turn your mourning into dancing. I will lift you from the ashes and set you among the blessed. Do not measure your future by your past. Do not look at the wreckage and think that's all there will ever be. You may be standing in loss right now, but you serve a God who specializes in restoration. God does not see your situation as hopeless. He sees it as the perfect place for a miracle. What you see is broken, God sees as the beginning of something glorious. What you call the end, God calls the foundation. So many walk around feeling like their best days are behind them. But I say to you, your best days are not in the past. They are ahead of you because God is not done. God is still writing your future. God is still working behind the scenes. God is preparing blessings that will chase you down, favor that will find you, peace that will fill you, and restoration that will shock those who thought you were finished. So you will promise, for you will know. You may have been lied to. You may have been betrayed. You may have lost everything you thought you needed. But God says, I am enough. And when God steps in, the impossible bows down. The wounds begin to heal. The shattered pieces begin to form a new creation. You do not serve a small God. You serve a mighty, unstoppable, mountain-moving God. And that God will give you back what was stolen, not out of pity, but out of purpose. And you didn't go through that loss for no reason. You didn't survive that betrayal for no purpose. You didn't cry those tears for nothing. God allowed what was taken to set the stage for what is coming. He allowed the pain to make room for the promise. He allowed the breaking to lead to the blessing. So don't you dare give up. Don't you dare sit down in sorrow. Get up in faith and believe that God is about to give you more than you had before. And let me tell you something the enemy doesn't want you to hear. What God gives you back will not only restore what was lost, it will elevate you to a place you never thought you could reach. Because God is not in the business of bringing you back to where you were. He's in the business of taking you higher, stretching your faith, enlarging your territory, and proving to you and the world that He alone is God. Do not confuse delay with denial. Just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it won't happen. God works in His own time. And when that time comes, no devil in hell can stop it. When the time comes, the door will open, or the blessing will come, the healing will rush in like a river, and everyone who saw you struggle will witness the glory of God on your life. You may be in the waiting room of life right now. You may be looking at empty hands and wondering when they will be filled again. But I urge you, wait with faith, not fear. Wait with hope, not despair. Because God has never failed. Not once, and He will not fail you. If He took you through the fire, He will bring you out. If He allowed the loss, He will restore the gain. And when He does, you will say, only God could have done this. Every great story of faith was born out of loss. Every powerful testimony began in a season of brokenness. But God steps into the middle of that mess and begins to breathe life. He takes the things you thought were dead and brings them back to life. He takes the years that were stolen and makes them more fruitful than ever before. God is not intimidated by how bad it looks. He's not discouraged by how long it's been. God is ready to move. Even now, even in this moment while you're listening to these words, God is stirring something in your life. You may not feel it, you may not see it, but trust this. God is setting things in motion. He's calling hearts to change. He's moving people into position. He's aligning moments of favor that will open new doors. And all of it, every step is part of His divine plan to give you back what was lost. You must understand, when God chooses to restore, He does not simply return what was taken. He redeems it with purpose. That pain you endured, that season of lack, that heartbreak and confusion, God takes it all and turns it into power. He converts tears into testimonies and wounds into wisdom. When others look at your life and see the scars, they will not see defeat. They will see proof that God was with you the entire time. That even in loss, you were never alone. Some of you have been holding on by a thread. You've said in silence, God, I don't know how much more I can take, but I say to you today, you are closer to restoration than you realize. You are closer to divine compensation than you can imagine. God hears the silent cries, the prayers whispered into your pillow, the groans too deep for words, and God responds, not always in the way you expect, but always in the way that's best for your soul. There are no accidents with God. If something was removed from your life, it is because God saw what you could not. If someone walked away, it is because God is making room for someone better. If a door closed, it is because that door could not lead you to your destiny. You may have lost something you thought you needed, but God will replace it with something you were created for. God's restoration doesn't just satisfy, it exceeds. And let me tell you, when God is about to restore, it often feels like everything is falling apart. That's when the ground shakes. That's when people start changing. That's when confusion rises. But don't be deceived by the chaos. Don't be discouraged by the shaking. God is simply rearranging the pieces. He is breaking down the old to build up the new. He is tearing down the false to make way for the truth. Sometimes before God gives back, He has to clear the clutter, remove the counterfeit, and silence the noise. There are seasons when God allows loss to awaken your dependence on Him. Because sometimes it is only when everything else is gone that you finally realize that God is everything you truly need. And in that moment of awakening, you become positioned for divine restoration. You become a vessel that is no longer trying to live off your own strength, but fully surrendered to the strength of God alone. You must stop measuring God's faithfulness by your timeline. His ways are not our ways. His thoughts are higher. When you look at your life and say, it's too late, God says, I'm just getting started. When you look at your age, your situation, your mistakes, and think the damage is beyond repair, God sees opportunity for a miracle so mighty, so undeniable, that no one will be able to take credit but God alone. Do not let the enemy convince you that the loss was the end. That is the lie of darkness. The enemy wants you to settle in sorrow, to build a home in the valley of despair. But you were not made to live in the land of loss. You were made to rise. You were made to be renewed. You were made to walk out of that grave of grief with a spirit full of power. You were made to be a living witness to the goodness of God, who restores, revives, and repositions. There is a power that comes when you praise God in the middle of your pain. There is a shift that happens when, instead of complaining about what you've lost, you start declaring what God is about to do. Praise in the pit shakes the foundation of your future. Gratitude in grief summons divine intervention. When you say, "God, I still trust you even now," you invite the supernatural into your natural. You see, God is not looking for perfection. God is looking for faith. The kind of faith that says, even though I don't see the answer, I know God is working. The kind of faith that says, even though I feel alone, I know God is near. The kind of faith that doesn't wait for the restoration to begin praising, but praises as if it's already done. Because with God, it is. There are blessings with your name on them that have not yet been delivered. Not because God has forgotten you, but because He is preparing you to carry them. God will never release a blessing that will crush you. He strengthens your character before He returns what was lost. He stretches your faith before He brings the breakthrough. He deepens your trust before He gives you double for your trouble. And once the preparation is complete, the restoration comes like a flood. Some of you are asking, why did it take so long? Let me answer with truth, because God is not interested in quick fixes. God is interested in eternal foundations. What God is doing in your life is not small. It is not temporary. It is not fragile. It is strong. It is lasting. It is sacred. And because of that, it requires time. Trust the process. Trust the plan. Trust the promise. When God restores, He also refines us. He doesn't just return what was lost. He cleanses what was broken. He renews your mind. He reshapes your thinking. He purifies your motives, so that when you receive the restoration, you're not just returning to where you were. You're stepping into who you were always meant to be. You may think, I've lost years, but God can restore years. You may think I've lost reputation, but God can lift your name higher than it ever was. You may think I've lost family, peace, identity, but hear this now. God can rebuild what was torn down, even from ashes. Even if everything burned to the ground, God can raise up something more beautiful than what once stood. That is the power of divine restoration. Some of the most powerful people you will ever meet are not the ones who never lost anything. They are the ones who lost everything, yet still chose to believe, still chose to trust, still chose to hope. And because they did, God honored their faith with restoration beyond what they could have imagined. When God begins to restore, it's not just a matter of replacing what was taken. It's a divine rearranging of your destiny. It's God stepping into the ruins of your disappointment and building a foundation that cannot be shaken. You see, the loss wasn't sent to destroy you. It was sent to reveal the strength that only comes from God. The stripping away was necessary to make room for the sacred. The pruning was painful, but it was purposeful. For God does not plant without intention, and He does not allow loss without the promise of greater gain. You must understand something deep, something that pierces the soul. Every loss in your life that drew you closer to God was not really a loss. It was a blessing in disguise. When God removes something, He's protecting your spirit from contamination. When something slips from your grasp, it may be because it could not carry you to your next season. God is too wise to be mistaken and too faithful to abandon you in your brokenness. What you thought was the end, God sees as the beginning of transformation. Sometimes it takes losing everything to see that God is the only one who never changes, the only one who stays, the only one who restores not just what was taken, but restores with wisdom, maturity, clarity, and divine favor. Some of the most precious things you gain in life come through what you lost. God will use your wilderness to sharpen your walk. He will use your silence to sharpen your spirit. He will use your pain to expand your purpose. There are doors that close not because you were unworthy, but because God had something better. There are people who left not because you were unlovable, but because God saw their presence would hinder your peace. Do not mourn the chapters God has ended. Rejoice that He is the author who writes with redemption. When others give up on you, God steps in and says, I will restore, I will renew, I will raise you up again. And when God raises you up, it won't be subtle. It won't be hidden. It won't be quiet. God will make it known. The same people who saw you at your lowest will see the evidence of divine restoration in your life. The same ones who mocked your pain will witness your rising. Because God does not restore you in secret. He blesses you in the open. He honors you where you were once humiliated. He lifts you where you were once overlooked. Who glorifies His name through your comeback. Some of you are in a place right now where you don't even know what to pray. You've lost so much, cried so much, struggled so much that words feel empty. But let me tell you this truth. God hears the prayer of the heart. God sees the prayer of the soul. God recognizes faith even when it is silent. And that silent faith, that unwavering trust, that mustard seed of hope, that is what moves mountains. That is what invites restoration. Do not compare your life to others. Do not measure your worth by what others have gained. You don't know what God is protecting you from. You don't see the storms He already stopped. You don't see the traps He already destroyed. While others may seem to be rising quickly, remember what rises fast may fall just as fast. But what God builds in patience, what He restores in quiet seasons, stands the test of time. Let this truth settle in your spirit. God doesn't restore just for you. He restores through you. Your life becomes a light. Your survival becomes someone else's strength. When you walk in restoration, you carry a testimony that reaches beyond your pain. God turns your life into a message of hope for those who feel forgotten. He uses your healing to point others toward His power. You don't just get back what you lost, you gain the ability to guide others to the one who restores all. You may have lost time, but God can redeem time. You may have lost youth, but God can renew strength. You may have lost relationships, but God can fill the emptiness with peace that passes understanding. You may have lost your way, but if you're listening now, if your heart is still open, then God has already started the process of restoration. The very fact that you're still breathing means restoration is still possible. Your story is not over. The ink is not dry. God is still writing. And when God restores, He restores in layers. First, He restores your soul. He breathes new life into your spirit. He quiets your restlessness. He reminds you of who you are and whose you are. Then He restores your mind, cleansing you of toxic thoughts, calming your anxiety, renewing your perspective. Then He restores your surroundings, aligning your steps, guiding your path, opening doors that no man can shut. But let me warn you, restoration doesn't always look like what you expect. Sometimes God gives you back something in a different form. You lost one opportunity, and He gives you another with more purpose. You lost a relationship, and He replaces it with peace and clarity. You lost a position, and He gives you a platform to influence more souls than you ever could have in your previous state. Restoration is not just about retrieval, it's about elevation. So many people settle in sorrow because they think what was lost cannot be replaced. But you must reject that lie. You must rise up in faith and declare, God will give me beauty for ashes. God will restore my soul. God will return what was taken and more. Speak it, believe it, expect it. Because what you expect in faith, God will often deliver beyond. You must walk like restoration is coming. Speak like healing is on its way. Live like favor is surrounding you. Because God responds to faith, not fear, not doubt, but faith. The kind of faith that says, even if I lost everything, God is still good. Even if it hurts, I still trust God to restore what's mine. That is the kind of faith that opens heaven. That is the kind of faith that brings divine compensation. And I tell you now, from the depths of my soul, from the fire that God has placed in my spirit, what God is going to return to you will be better, bigger, and more blessed than what was lost. You're not just going to recover. You will rise, and you won't just reclaim what was lost. You will step into abundance. God doesn't simply balance accounts. He restores with increase. Every tear you shed, every sleepless night, every closed door, every wound of rejection, every season of pain and confusion, none of it has been in vain. God has seen it all. And when His hand moves to restore, suddenly it will all come together. Even the silence was shaping you. Even the waiting was holy. Even the detours carried you closer to destiny. For God is not a man. He never forgets. He cannot lie, and He makes no mistakes. You are standing exactly where He intends. He is preparing the feast. He is arranging the stage. And when the time comes, when His appointed hour arrives, you will walk into a restoration that no human hand can take credit for. When God restores, He doesn't simply patch up the broken. He rebuilds with purpose. He doesn't just fix what was shattered. He constructs something that carries your future. What was lost was never greater than what is coming. And God is not rushing, because what He is preparing for you is not temporary comfort, but eternal impact. The fire you walk through will not leave you in ashes. It will leave you refined, purified, unshakable, and ready for what only God can place in your hand. You must stop looking back with regret and start looking forward with divine expectation. God does not operate in reverse. The past is not your dwelling place. It is your classroom. The pain taught you. The loss shaped you. The season of silence trained your ears to hear only God's voice. And now you are being positioned not by chance, not by coincidence, but by the direct hand of God who restores with holy precision. You may feel like you've been forgotten, passed over, cast aside, but God is not bound by the opinions of others. He does not choose based on what people say about you. He chooses based on the purity of your heart, your faith in the unseen, and your endurance through the trial. And when God says it's time, nothing can stop the restoration. No enemy, no betrayal, no mistake, no delay. When God says now, the doors open, the healing flows, the favor surrounds you like a shield. There are seasons when you will walk through loss and think, God, why did you let this happen? And in those moments you may not get an answer, but you will get something better. You will get God Himself, His presence, His power, His peace. And when you have God, you have everything. When you walk with God, what you lost cannot compare to what He is about to do. For what you lost was for a time, but what He restores will echo into eternity. Sometimes God will let you be emptied so that only He can fill you. He will allow the things you depended on to fall away so that your trust is in Him alone. He will remove the distractions, silence the noise, and let you stand still so that in the quiet you can hear Him whisper, I am still here. God is not in the business of temporary relief. He is in the business of permanent transformation. And I say to you now, what God is preparing to return to your life will not resemble what you lost. It will be greater because it will come from His hand, not man's. It will come with no sorrow attached. It will come wrapped in peace. It will come dressed in power. It will come covered in purpose. You may not understand how or when, but you can be certain of who, and that is enough. Do not give in to hopelessness. Do not sit in the shadows of yesterday. Do not let fear make your decisions. You are not abandoned. You are not invisible. You are not forsaken. You are held by the hand of God, who is preparing something in the silence, in the shadows, in the places no one sees. Restoration begins before the world notices it. It starts in the unseen, and then it bursts forth into glory. God is not waiting for your circumstances to change. He's waiting for your faith to rise, because faith is the access point. It is the key. When you believe, even when everything seems empty, God begins to move. When you expect His goodness despite your loss, the doors begin to shake open. When you say, God, I don't know how, but I know you will, you invite a power into your life that no force can resist. You must walk differently when you believe restoration is coming. You must talk differently, think differently, pray differently, speak like the breakthrough has already arrived. Think like the doors are already open. Live like God is already returning what was taken, because He is even now. Even in this moment, things are shifting. The spiritual realm is moving. The delay is ending. The drought is breaking. And the floodgates of restoration are preparing to pour. Do not curse your broken season. It was necessary. It prepared you. It revealed who was real. It exposed who was temporary. It showed you what you needed and what you didn't. And above all, it brought you closer to God. And that alone makes the pain worthwhile. Because when everything is stripped away and all that remains is your faith in God, that is where true power begins. The world may have turned its back. People may have betrayed you. Circumstances may have crushed you. But God has remained. God has stayed. God has watched. And God is rising on your behalf. The time for mourning is closing. The time for rejoicing is drawing near. The time of rebuilding is at hand. Your name is being remembered. Your tears are being counted. Your prayers are being answered. You have not suffered in vain. You have not endured for nothing. God is going to use every ounce of it. The rejection, the delay, the loss, the waiting, every chapter will become a platform. Every scar will become a badge of honor, and every word spoken against you will fall powerless when God begins to move in your favor. You must walk into this new season with holy boldness. Not with fear, not with apology, but with a confidence that comes from knowing that God is your restorer. Not man, not systems, not your own effort, but God. And what God restores, no one can revoke. What God declares yours, no one can steal. What God lifts up, no one can bring down. There are things God gives back that no human eye can measure. You may expect restoration to come in the form of money, relationships, or status. But listen closely. The greatest restoration God gives is peace of mind. When you've cried so long your heart is numb and the world's noise has drowned out your inner voice, God steps into the quiet storm of your soul and restores peace. It's not like the world gives, but a peace that steals the chaos, calms the fear, and steadies your step. You cannot buy that kind of peace. You cannot earn it. You cannot fake it. It comes only from God. And when it comes, it guards your heart and mind like a fortress. That is restoration. That is healing at its highest level. Because when the mind is healed, when the heart is made whole, everything else follows. What good is wealth without peace? What good is status without stability? But when God restores the soul, even the wilderness becomes a garden. But when God restores the soul, even the wilderness becomes a garden. You may not realize it now, but some of your losses were divine protection. Some of what you prayed to keep, God removed to preserve your purpose. Some people you begged to stay, God allowed to walk away so they wouldn't block what He was building in you. And though it hurt, though it broke your heart, God was preserving your calling. God was shielding your destiny. The separation wasn't rejection, it was redirection. And now on the other side of that loss, God is bringing you into clarity. What once confused you now reveals truth. What once shook your confidence now strengthens your faith. What once weakened your spirit now builds your endurance. Because God doesn't just restore what you lost, He restores your ability to see clearly. No more walking in fog. No more living off false expectations. God sharpens your vision before He gives you the victory. There is something sacred about the season after the storm. That quiet moment when everything seems still, don't miss it. That is where God does His greatest work. That is when He whispers direction, downloads wisdom, and pours out fresh understanding. In that silence, the soul becomes fertile ground for something divine. Do not rush through it. Do not despise it. Let God speak. Let God plant. Let God rebuild. And when He does, you will begin to see how every loss was a lesson. Every trial was a teacher. Every tear was water for your harvest. Restoration doesn't mean returning to what used to be. Restoration means stepping into what was always meant to be. And what God is preparing for you is not a duplicate of the past. It is a completely new beginning. There are places God is about to take you where the pain of your past will no longer have authority. You will walk into rooms where no one knows your sorrow, only your strength. You will stand on platforms that were built on the very tears you cried in secret. You will see the favor of God do what no effort could accomplish. That is the power of divine restoration. That is what happens when you let go of what you lost and trust God for what's next. You must stop rehearsing the pain and start prophesying the promise. Speak life over what's been broken. Declare strength over what's been weakened. Say aloud, even now God is restoring me. God is reviving me. God is preparing something greater than what I lost. Let your words align with God's will. Let your mouth echo what your faith believes, because there is power in declaration. There is authority in agreement with God. Some people around you won't understand it. They'll see the broken pieces and think your story is over. They'll measure your future by your failure. But what they don't see is what God sees. They don't see the oil being pressed out of your pain. They don't see the wisdom being forged in your wilderness. They don't see the promise God whispered to you in the darkness. And they don't need to, because what God is doing is not for applause. It's for purpose. Let them doubt. Let him walk away. Let him speak against you. But you keep your eyes on God. Keep your ears tuned to his voice, because when he restores, he doesn't consult your critics. He doesn't need the world's permission. He blesses whom he chooses. He exalts whom he wills. And when your name is called in heaven, no force on earth can deny what God has declared. And understand this, the restoration coming is not just about you, it's about those who will rise from your testimony. Those who will look at your scars and find hope. Those who will hear your story and refuse to quit. God is not only restoring you, he's raising a generation through you. Your pain has purpose. Your survival has weight. What you've endured will become someone else's deliverance. There is a moment, a sacred turning point, when the weight of all you've carried becomes the foundation God builds upon. And for many, that moment is now. Not tomorrow, not someday. Now! God is calling you out of the grave of regret and into the garden of renewal. He is not waiting for the perfect circumstances. He is waiting for your unwavering surrender. He does not require your strength, only your trust. Because it is not by might, not by power, but by God alone that the restoration begins. And make no mistake, this restoration is not partial. It is not fragmented. God does not restore halfway. He restores completely, thoroughly, and with precision. He brings back the lost years, the stolen joy, the silenced voice. And when God restores, he adds something extra, something divine, something the enemy cannot touch. He gives you peace that cannot be shaken. He gives you strength that cannot be faked. He gives you purpose that cannot be denied. Some of you are still looking at the ruins, wondering if anything good can grow again. But let me tell you with divine certainty, God is a builder of ruin. He is the architect of rebirth. He does not abandon broken things. He transforms them. And you, the one listening now, the one who has been crushed under the weight of disappointment, God is about to lift you with a restoration so deep, so personal, so powerful, that your story will leave people speechless. That said, don't confuse the silence of God with the absence of God. Sometimes when heaven is quiet, it's not because God is distant. It's because he's crafting something so great your ears aren't ready to hear it yet. He's not ignoring you. He's perfecting the timing. There's a blessing being shaped in secret. And when it appears, it will not only surprise others, it will overwhelm you because it won't make sense to natural mind. It won't be deserved. It won't be explained by logic. It will be understood only by this truth. God did it. You may not feel worthy. You may not feel ready. But God's restoration is not based on your perfection. It's based on your posture, a humble heart, a surrendered will, a persistent faith. These are the vessels God chooses to restore. So even if you've made mistakes, even if you've walked away, even if you've doubted, come back. Return with faith. Return with hope. Because God is not counting your failures. He's counting your return. The enemy wants you to believe that it's too late, that the damage is done, that you've missed your chance. But that is a lie crafted to imprison your purpose. You serve a God who operates outside of time. You serve a God who steps into what was and rewrites it for what will be. When God restores, He goes back into the years you thought were wasted and fills them with meaning. He redeems time itself, not just for you, but for generations to come. You may have been robbed of your childhood. You may have endured trauma, betrayal, abandonment. But God saw it all, and God will repay. He will restore the joy you never knew. He will give you the laughter you missed. He will heal the parts of your soul you forgot were broken. And this healing, this divine repair, will not come from people, positions, or possessions. It will come from God and God alone. And when it comes, you will not walk with arrogance, but with authority. Because true restoration does not puff up. It humbles and empowers. You will know where you came from. You will remember the pain. And because you remember, you will walk with compassion. You will speak with fire. You will move with clarity. And your life will not be about proving people wrong, but proving that God is right always. So stand still and see the salvation of God. Do not try to force open doors that God has closed. Do not chase what God has removed. Do not cling to what He has stripped away. Let go. Let Him rebuild. Let Him write your story. Because the chapters ahead are filled with favor, with increase, with clarity, with divine connections, and with restoration that will make you weep, not from sorrow, but from gratitude. You'll look back and say, had I not lost that, I would have never gained this. You'll realize the closed doors were the greatest blessings. You'll thank God for the people who walked away. You'll see how He used rejection to set you apart, how He used pain to cleanse you, and how He used silence to sharpen your hearing for His voice. This is the restoration that only God can perform. And do not worry about what others think of your journey. Some will question your restoration. Some will doubt your favor. Let them. Their opinions have no power over what God has ordained. You don't need validation from man when you've received confirmation from God. What He has restored in you is not subject to human approval. When God sets you free, you are free indeed. When God blesses you, no one can curse. When God lifts you, no one can bring you down. And know this, the weight of restoration is not just for your comfort, it's for your calling. With every blessing comes responsibility. God does not pour into vessels just to fill them. He pours so that you overflow into others. Your renewal will ignite healing in the lives of others. Your journey will flow like water to the weary, like a beacon to those wandering in the dark. A living testimony that God still restores, still embraces, still creates anew. Guard your heart, but don't let it turn to stone. Protect your peace, yet never abandon the calling within you. Remain tucked away in God's covering until the moment He calls you forth. For when you rise, no announcement will be needed. The work of restoration will declare itself. The evidence will be undeniable. Peace will radiate like light, and everyone will recognize that God has done something extraordinary. The world longs for your voice. The world longs for your story, not a rehearsed version, but the raw and honest one, the one that proclaims, I lost it all, yet God blessed me beyond imagination. I was shattered, but He made me whole. I was overlooked, but now I walk in His favor. And every bit of it, every blessing came from the hand of God. What does it really mean to hand everything over to God? Not just with words, not just in a desperate moment, but wholly, from the deepest core of your heart. I'm not describing half-hearted obedience. I'm not referring to shallow faith that collapses when the pressure comes. I'm speaking of what unfolds when a soul releases control, lets go of pride, and bows low before God in complete surrender. That instant marks the start of something fierce, something transformative enough to shift the entire course of your life. It shakes the ground of fear. It dismantles anxiety. It breaks chains you didn't even know had tightened around your spirit. When you give yourself fully to God, you don't lose your identity. You discover it for the very first time. People wander through this life weighed down by burdens they were never meant to hold. They strive in their own strength, fight wars they cannot win, chase after affirmation in a world that only leaves them hollow. But there always comes a moment in every chosen life when God whispers the call to surrender. Not because God wants to take something from them, but because God wants to give them something greater. That surrender is the key that unlocks destiny. It's not weakness. It is the highest act of strength. It is the declaration that you trust God more than your circumstances, more than your thoughts, more than your fears. When you truly surrender to God, you begin to live a different kind of life. Your decisions are no longer based on your emotions. They are anchored in divine instruction. You stop running after people who don't value you. You stop fighting battles that are not yours to fight. You stop chasing approval and begin walking in divine alignment. There's a stillness that comes, not the stillness of laziness, but the stillness of power. The kind of stillness that says, I know my God is in control, and I no longer have to panic. God doesn't ask for surrender because He wants to control you. God asks for surrender because He wants to bless you. The problem is too many people try to hold on to both the world and God. They want to lean on their own understanding but still expect divine guidance. They want God's peace, but not God's process. You cannot have both. You cannot walk with one foot in the kingdom and one foot in chaos. When you fully surrender to God, you walk away from confusion. You walk away from spiritual double-mindedness. You begin to see clearly. You begin to hear instructions that others miss. God speaks to the surrendered soul with clarity and power. There is a reason why the most powerful people of God were also the most surrendered. Not because they were smarter, not because they were stronger, but because they dared to let go. Because they dared to say, God, I trust you even when I don't understand. I follow you even when the road ahead is dark. I obey you even when my flesh wants to rebel. That kind of obedience moves the hand of God. That kind of surrender will position you in rooms you never imagined. It will protect you from traps you never saw. It will elevate you without you having to strive or manipulate or beg. Because what God gives to the surrendered, no one can take away. When you surrender to God, you no longer make decisions based on fear. You stop calculating every move like a person who has no divine covering. You stop relying on what makes sense to your limited mind. Instead, you begin to walk in the wisdom of the one who sees the end from the beginning. That changes everything. You may not understand why God is leading you the long way. You may not understand why doors are closing. But the surrendered heart says, if God said no, it was a gift. If God delayed it, it was protection. If God removed it, it was poison. This kind of thinking doesn't come from the world. It comes from total trust. You see, the surrendered person is not easily shaken. Storms will still come, but they will not break you. People will still betray you, but they will not destroy you. The devil will still attack, but he will not defeat you. Why? Because you are not fighting for yourself anymore. God is fighting for you. You are not running your life anymore. God is. You are not trying to prove yourself. God already knows who you are. That is the power of surrender. Let me tell you something that the world doesn't understand. The greatest strength is not in control, but in release. The greatest victory is not in resistance, but in surrender. When you let go of your will and embrace God's will, you become unstoppable. Not because of who you are, but because of whose hand you're walking in. The surrendered life is not free from pain, but it is full of purpose. It is not free from tears, but it is anchored in peace. It is not without enemies, but it is surrounded by protection. When you surrender to God, He begins to reorder your steps. Things you used to tolerate begin to irritate your spirit. You begin to see the difference between what is good and what is God. You stop being impressed with flashy opportunities and start being drawn to divine assignments. You no longer move because of pressure. You move because of instruction. You no longer seek comfort. You seek obedience, and that is when real transformation begins. Surrender brings clarity. It removes confusion. It silences voices that once overwhelmed you. It aligns your heart with God's timing. You no longer rush ahead. You wait. You no longer manipulate outcomes. You trust. And in that waiting, in that trusting, in that divine patience, God begins to unfold blessings that you were not ready for before. Some doors are delayed not because God is punishing you, but because you were not surrendered enough to handle what was behind them. But when you fully surrender, God knows you can be trusted with more. God knows your hands are clean. God knows your motives are pure. God knows you are not chasing the blessing. You are chasing the blesser. There is peace in surrender. Not a temporary calm, but a peace that surpasses all understanding. A peace that lets you sleep in the storm. A peace that lets you smile in the valley. A peace that says, my life is not in my hands. My future is not in man's hands. My soul belongs to God. That peace cannot be faked. It cannot be bought. It only comes from a life that has truly bowed in surrender. And let me tell you, the surrendered life will be tested. People will misunderstand your peace. They will think you're weak because you don't retaliate. They will think you're foolish because you don't chase what they chase. But they don't know the power behind your silence. They don't know the strength behind your stillness. They don't know the fire burning in your soul. Because when you surrender to God, you no longer need to prove anything. You no longer need to defend your name. God becomes your defender. God becomes your witness. God becomes your reward. The world teaches self-reliance. The world says, make it happen. God says, be still and know that I am God. The world says, push harder. God says, wait on me. The world says, control everything. God says, release it to me. And you have to choose. Will you follow the noise of the world or the whisper of God? Because you cannot serve both. You cannot surrender halfway. God doesn't bless halfway obedience. God honors total surrender. And if you surrender fully, you may honor the total surrender. Some of you are tired not because you're weak, but because you're trying to carry things God told you to release. You're trying to fix what only God can heal. You're trying to change people God told you to walk away from. You're trying to open doors that God locked for your protection. And until you surrender, You will keep wearing yourself out until you say, God, not my will, but yours. You will keep feeling stuck. But the moment you surrender, things begin to shift. The weight lifts. The path clears. The noise stops because God is not waiting on your perfection. God is waiting on your surrender. God doesn't need your plan. God needs your permission. Permission to lead you, permission to correct you, permission to guide you in ways that may not make sense to the world. But if you give Him that permission, if you lay down your agenda and pick up His, you will see things you've never seen. You will go places you never imagined. You will walk in favor that doesn't match your resume. You will receive protection that confuses your enemies. You will experience provision that comes out of nowhere because God takes care of those who surrender fully. When you surrender, you stop striving and start abiding. You stop performing and start trusting. You stop panicking and start resting. And it's not because life gets easier. It's because you've handed the reins to the one who cannot fail. You've given control to the one who sees what you cannot see. You've submitted to the will of the one who created your purpose before you were even born. That kind of surrender is not loss, it is gain. That kind of surrender is not weakness, it is wisdom. That kind of surrender doesn't make you smaller. It prepares you for something greater. But let me be clear. Surrender is not a one-time event. It is a daily choice. Every morning you must choose to say, God, I trust you again. I release control again. I choose your way over mine again. And every time you make that choice, something inside of you grows stronger. Your discernment sharpens. Your character deepens. Your peace expands and your connection with God becomes unshakable. When a person truly surrenders to God, everything begins to align not with their preferences, but with their purpose. The surrendered soul doesn't chase outcomes. It obeys instructions. And in that obedience, something begins to awaken inside. A holy fire, a divine clarity, a boldness that cannot be explained by intellect or logic. It is the kind of boldness that only comes from walking in step with the will of God. It is not arrogance. It is authority divinely given, divinely sustained. Or God does not pour His wisdom into vessels that are already full of their own opinions. God waits until a soul is empty of self, empty of pride, empty of rebellion. Then and only then does God fill that vessel with something eternal, with insight, with power, with direction. The surrendered life is not passive. It is deeply alive, intensely focused, radically obedient. Because when you give up your plan for God's plan, you don't step into less. You step into more. More peace, more clarity, more power, more favor. That doesn't come from titles or positions, but from spiritual positioning. And here is a truth many ignore. Surrender doesn't make life easier. It makes you stronger. It doesn't remove every storm, but it builds within you a shelter that cannot be shaken. When you are surrendered, storms don't destroy you. They reveal you. They expose the depth of your trust in God. They test your foundation. And if you are rooted in surrender, you will not fall. The winds may roar, but your soul will stand steady, not because of who you are, but because of who holds you. There are things God cannot reveal to a proud heart. There are doors that will not open until humility becomes your foundation. You can pray, fast, and speak all the right words. But if your heart is still trying to wrestle with the will of God, the heavens remain still. But when you break before God, not in defeat, but in reverence, when you lay your will down and say, God, even if it costs me comfort, even if it costs me relationships, even if it costs me recognition, I surrender. That is when things begin to shift. God never abandons the surrendered. Others may turn their back. People may doubt your path. But when God sees your willingness to obey, no matter the cost, you gain access to a realm of divine intimacy and strength that the world cannot touch. Surrender turns pain into purpose. It turns delay into preparation. It turns confusion into divine instruction. And it turns ordinary people into vessels of extraordinary power, not by force, but by submission. Many ask, why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't the breakthrough come? But the real question is, have you truly surrendered? Not partially, not selectively, but fully. Have you laid down your fears? Have you released your timelines? Have you let go of your opinions of how things should unfold and set God your way alone? Because God does not bless what we hide. God blesses what we surrender. Until you put it on the altar, it cannot be transformed. Until you let it die in the hands of God, it cannot live in the light of purpose. Surrender requires trust, and trust is built through stillness. In the silence, in the unseen, in the unknown, God is building you. And you must trust that process. Surrender is not about understanding everything. It's about obeying even when you understand nothing. The mind may scream, "This doesn't make sense." But the Spirit whispers, "This is God's will." And when you follow that whisper, doors open that your intellect could never have unlocked. The surrendered person stops reacting to the noise of light. They begin responding to the voice of God. And that changes everything. You begin to walk slower, speak with purpose, act with intention. You're no longer rushed by pressure or manipulated by emotion because your decisions are no longer based on urgency. They're based on divine timing. God doesn't rush. And when you're surrendered, you don't either. You wait, not with frustration, but with faith. Surrender redeems your identity. You stop identifying with your past, your pain, your performance. You start identifying with purpose, with destiny, with the hand of God that has been guiding you through every valley, every battle, every silent night. Surrender removes the masks. It strips away the false identities we wear to impress others. And what's left is something raw, real, and powerful. Your true self as God intended it. And that version of you, the surrendered version, becomes unstoppable. Not because of personal strength, but because it is God who carries you. Let me tell you, surrender is not for the faint of heart. It is the path of fire. It is the furnace where ego burns, where pride is shattered, where independence dies. But what rises from those ashes is something fierce, something immovable, a soul that walks with God without compromise. A spirit that cannot be manipulated because it no longer seeks approval from man. A heart that doesn't panic when rejected because it is accepted by God. That's the reward of surrender. Not applause, not fame, but divine intimacy, a closeness to God that no amount of success or status could ever replace. And with that closeness comes discernment. You begin to sense when something is off, even if it looks right. You begin to know when to speak and when to stay silent, when to move and when to wait. God begins to whisper secrets to the surrendered, instructions that lead to open doors, warnings that keep you from traps, nudges that steer you around what could have destroyed you. This is not luck. This is not intuition. This is what happens when your spirit is in sync with the Creator. The surrendered life is full of power because it is empty of pride. God does not pour new wine into old wine skins. You cannot carry the next level of purpose with the old level of thinking. Something must die so something greater can live. And that is the core of surrender. It is death to self. Not physical death, but death to ego. Death to rebellion. Death to the illusion that you are in control. And when that death happens, resurrection follows. A new mindset, a new peace, a new vision. You begin to see not with the eyes of the flesh, but with the clarity of divine insight. When you surrender, you walk differently. You don't panic when plans fall apart. You don't collapse under rejection. You don't compromise to be accepted. Because your security doesn't come from the world. It comes from God. That's why surrendered people carry a certain calm. It's not apathy, it's assurance. They know that even when they don't understand, they are being led by the one who does. And that assurance is unshakable. And let me warn you, when you truly surrender, not everyone will celebrate it. Some will call you foolish. Some will distance themselves because your surrender will convict their comfort. Your obedience will expose their compromise. But don't retreat. Don't explain. Don't apologize for choosing the higher path, because your life is not meant to blend in. It is meant to reflect the will of God. Surrender is not a retreat. It is a rise. It is not stepping back from life. It is stepping forward in divine authority. When you surrender to God, you are no longer reacting to the chaos of the world. You are responding to the wisdom of the heavens. You are no longer tossed by the waves of circumstances. You are anchored in the unwavering sovereignty of God. There is a kind of confidence that only comes from surrender. A confidence not based on outcomes, but on obedience. The confidence that says, even if I don't see the path, I know the one who directs my steps. This is not blind faith. This is enlightened trust. The kind of trust that is birthed through fire, through trial, through kneeling when your flesh wants to run. You see, surrender doesn't mean you understand everything God is doing. It means you trust that God is always doing what is right. It is the sacred act of laying down your timeline and embracing divine timing. And divine timing never fails. It may not operate on your schedule, but it always operates with perfect purpose. So many people live in frustration, not because God isn't moving, but because they haven't surrendered their need to control how and when God moves. But when you surrender, you stop demanding answers and start walking in alignment. You stop praying why and you start declaring, let it be according to your will. There is a divine order to life that only the surrendered can access. God does not reveal the fullness of His plan to the proud, to the impatient, to the impulsive. God reveals the next step to the one who is still, who is attentive, who is humble enough to say, I don't know what tomorrow holds, but I know who holds tomorrow. That's the language of surrender. That's the language of spiritual maturity, and that's the voice God responds to. The surrendered heart becomes a vessel, and a vessel doesn't dictate its use. It simply makes itself available. The surrendered don't argue with God's assignments. They don't delay obedience, waiting for comfort or convenience. They move quickly, quietly, obediently, because they know that partial obedience is disobedience. And delayed obedience is still rebellion. The surrendered don't need applause or confirmation from others. They have already received approval from the only one who mattered. That's why the surrendered are often misunderstood. They walk in a different rhythm. They live by a different code. They are not impressed by the superficial. They are not distracted by the temporary. They are locked into eternity. When you truly yield your life to God, your appetite for what once drained you disappears. You no longer chase the approval of those who used to define your value. You stop reaching for rooms where you were merely endured, never celebrated. God will not allow surrendered hearts to remain trapped in circles that choke their calling. He will stir the atmosphere until you rise, until you step away, until you walk into the higher place of purpose. That is why surrender so often begins with separation. Because God cannot unlock destiny while you're still knotted up in distraction. Surrender unmasks your idols. It reveals what you've been holding tighter than Him. Perhaps it's your carefully built plan. Perhaps it's a relationship. Perhaps it's your reputation, your image, that hunger to be noticed. Yet when you surrender, every one of those things comes into the light. Not so that God can condemn you, but so that He can free you. The pain you feel when surrender strips something from your life is not the pain of punishment. It is the pain of purification. And when you've been purified by surrender, nothing can defile what God has placed within you. You become sacred territory, a vessel of power, a carrier of divine fire. Let me tell you, when you surrender, God doesn't just change your life, God changes your spiritual DNA. You begin to see with different eyes, hear with different ears, speak with a different weight. Your words carry impact because they come from a place of obedience, not opinion. Your presence begins to shift atmospheres, not because you are aligned with the will of God. And when you are aligned with God, you don't chase influence. God gives you impact. You don't chase platforms. God builds them beneath your feet. But be warned, true surrender will cost you. It will cost your comfort. It will cost your pride. It will cost your desire to be understood by everyone. It may even cost relationships you thought were lifelong. But what you gain is greater. You gain clarity. You gain peace that cannot be shaken. You gain a spiritual boldness that causes you to walk into unfamiliar places without fear because you know God sent you there. That kind of boldness cannot be taught. It is forged in surrender. And when you live surrendered, you become dangerous to darkness. You are no longer bound by emotional traps. You are no longer easily deceived by flattery. You are no longer shaken by delay, denial, or detour because you walk with the understanding that everything God does is intentional. Every no is protection. Every silence is instruction. Every delay is preparation. The surrendered do not crumble in the waiting. They grow, they mature. They develop the patience that holds their promotion because they know that what God is building in them is bigger than what they are walking through. The world teaches you to take control. God teaches you to let go. The world says manifest your future. God says submit to my will. The world says follow your heart. God says guard your heart and follow me. These are two different systems, two different kingdoms, and you must choose. You cannot serve both. The moment you choose to surrender to God, you will begin to see the cracks in the ways of the world. The lies that once seduced you will lose their power. The noise that once distracted you will become silent because surrender turns down the volume of the world and tunes your soul to the frequency of God. That frequency is pure. It is steady. It is clear. God doesn't speak in chaos. He speaks in stillness. But only the surrendered are still enough to hear. Only the surrendered have ears sensitive enough to receive what others ignore. And in that stillness, God reveals strategy. God gives revelation. God downloads wisdom that can unlock generations. The surrendered become solutions in a world of confusion, not because they know more, but because they trust more. Because they've been emptied of self and filled with divine instruction. When you surrender, your spirit becomes unpolluted. You no longer operate in fear disguised as caution. You no longer confuse overthinking with wisdom. You act when God says act, and you wait when God says wait. And in that rhythm of divine obedience, your life becomes fruitful without force. Doors open without begging. Help arrives without hustling. Peace flows without effort. Not because life becomes easy, but because you are no longer resisting God. Some of you are fighting battles that would end today if you would just surrender. Some of you are living in anxiety, not because you lack faith, but because you're still trying to control what God has asked you to release. But hear this, God doesn't need your control. God needs your cooperation. God doesn't need your perfection. God needs your submission. And when you finally get tired enough of doing things your own way, when your strength runs out, surrender won't feel like defeat. It will feel like relief. It will feel like peace in your bones, clarity in your mind, fire in your spirit. And suddenly the chaos that used to shake you will pass by like wind through trees, because your roots will be deep. Not in ambition, not in your plan, but in God's presence. And what is rooted in God cannot be uprooted by man. When God becomes your foundation, surrender no longer feels like sacrifice. It becomes your sanctuary. It is the place where your soul finds rest. Not because the storm has ended, but because your heart has finally stopped wrestling. When you surrender to God, you stop living life on your own terms. You stop running from silence. You stop fearing the unknown. The surrendered soul learns to breathe deeply even in the dark, because it trusts the one who designed both the day and the night. It knows that even if God is silent, God is still working. Even if the path is hidden, God is still guiding. This is not passive waiting. It is powerful trust. Surrender is not about giving up your voice. It's about giving your voice to God. It's not about being weak. It's about being wise enough to recognize that your strength has limits, but God's strength does not. The world tells you to speak your truth, but the surrendered don't speak just to be heard. They speak when God says, speak. They move when God says, move. And they are silent when God says, be still. This kind of life requires discipline, sensitivity, and courage. It requires you to be less concerned with what people think and more consumed with what God desires. There are things in your life right now that you've been trying to fix with effort, with logic, with strategy. But what if the solution isn't in doing more, but in letting go more? What if the breakthrough you're seeking is not on the other side of striving, but on the other side of surrender? You see, surrender is the doorway to supernatural solutions. It is the place where natural limitation meets divine intervention, where human effort ends and divine provision begins. God steps into surrendered places, not crowded places, not noisy places, but emptied, yielded, sanctified places. The surrendered life is not void of ambition. It is ambition purified by purpose. You don't lose your dreams, but your dreams become realigned. Your goals no longer serve your ego. They serve God's kingdom. Your pursuit is no longer applause. It is assignment. You no longer run after status. You run after sanctity. God begins to trust you with influence not because you crave it, but because you no longer need it to feel valid. When you surrender, you become a trustworthy steward. You no longer serve for recognition. You serve because it's your responsibility. You don't chase light. You become light. And it is in that quiet obedience that God begins to elevate. Not by force, but by favor. Not by striving, but by selection. And that selection is not about being better. It's about being available. God uses the available, not the arrogant, the yielded, not the loud. The ones who say, I don't need the spotlight, I just want to be where God wants me to be. That is where elevation begins. That is where legacy is born. In hidden obedience, in surrendered silence, in unseen loyalty to the will of God, there is a holiness that surrounds the surrendered. You can feel it when they enter a room, not because they try to impress, not because they speak eloquently, but because there's a weight on their words, a presence on their posture, an authority in their humility. They don't command attention, they command atmosphere. Because when you live a surrendered life, you carry the residue of God's presence wherever you go. Not for show, but for impact. You become a walking encounter, a living testimony of what happens when a soul bows low and allows God to rise high. And make no mistake, surrender's not without testing. God doesn't trust the unproven. Before promotion, there is always pruning. Before expansion, there is always isolation. Before release, there is always refinement. And the surrendered don't fight that process. They embrace it. They don't curse the fire. They thank God for the purification. They don't resist the silence. They lean in to listen more closely because they understand the fire is not punishment. It is preparation. And if God is allowing it, it is building something in you that comfort never could. Surrender repositions your pain. It doesn't remove the memory, but it removes the sting. It doesn't erase what happened, but it transforms how it shapes you. The surrender don't deny their past, and they offer it to God. And in God's hands, pain becomes purpose. Scars become symbols of survival. Wounds become wells of wisdom. The surrendered carry their history without shame because they know God has offered their healing. In surrender, you learn the difference between discipline and delay. Sometimes God holds things back, not to deny you, but to develop you. If God gave you everything you asked for right now, would your character be strong enough to carry it? Would your soul be grounded enough to survive it? Would your heart remain pure if the platform expanded? God sees what we don't. And surrender is saying, even when I think I'm ready, I trust that you know better. So I'll wait, I'll serve, I'll grow, I'll obey. And when the time is right, God moves. Not a second late, not a moment early, but precisely on schedule. And when God moves, no human hand can stop what He starts. When God opens a door for the surrendered, it doesn't creak open. It swings wide. When God makes a way, it's not temporary. It is established, and what God establishes, no enemy can undo. So what do you need to surrender today? Is it your plan, your timeline, your fear, your need to control outcomes, your unwillingness to let go of what no longer serves your growth? Whatever it is, God is not asking for it to punish you. God is asking for it to position you. What you release into God's hands multiplies. What you cling to in fear decays. Let it go, not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. Because the version of you that God is calling forth cannot rise until the old you is laid down. This is the power of surrender. It is both an end and the beginning. It is the end of trying to be your own God, and the beginning of walking with the one who holds all things together. It is the end of anxiety-driven striving, and the beginning of peace-infused purpose. It is the death of self-sufficiency and the birth of divine dependence. And from that dependence springs power, wisdom, clarity, and supernatural strength. The most dangerous people in the world are not those with money or status or popularity. The most dangerous people in the world are those who have fully surrendered to God because they cannot be bought. They cannot be intimidated. They cannot be distracted. They are led by something higher. They are anchored in something eternal. They are governed by the unshakable presence of God. And through them, God moves freely, powerfully, intentionally, and without obstruction. If you want to experience that kind of life, the answer is simple, but not easy. Surrender. Surrender again. Surrender deeper, not partially, not occasionally, but fully. Because the life you've been praying for is on the other side of the surrender you've been avoiding. And once you lay it all down, your fear, your pride, your plan, your past, God will raise you up. Not for your glory, not for your name, but so the world will know what it looks like when a soul gives God everything and receives everything it never even imagined in return. When you fully surrender to God, you stop surviving and start living. Your existence shifts from reaction to revelation. You are no longer driven by what the world throws at you. You are moved by what God places within you. You stop chasing everything outside of you because what you carry inside of you becomes greater than any external reward. That is the supernatural effect of surrender. It transforms your inner world so radically that the noise of the outer world can no longer control your peace. And peace is not the absence of war. It is the presence of God ruling within you. Surrender is not silence. It is spiritual alignment. It is the daily decision to bring every thought, every fear, every desire under the authority of God. This is not a one-time emotional moment. This is a daily spiritual discipline, a sacred rhythm where your will bows low so God's will can rise higher. And every time you surrender, you clear the path for God to do what only God can do. Surrender says, God, even if I don't see the outcome, I will still walk the path. It says, even if I feel weak, I will still obey. It says, even if everything in me wants to run, I will remain where you planted me. That kind of surrender terrifies the enemy because it means you are no longer ruled by what you feel. You are ruled by what you know God has spoken. You see, God doesn't call the surrendered to comfort. He calls them to conquest. Not conquest in the way the world defines it, but spiritual dominion. Dominion over fear, dominion over confusion, dominion over generational cycles that have held your family hostage for years. God gives authority to the surrendered because they can be trusted not to abuse it. Power in the hands of the unbroken is dangerous. But in the hands of the surrendered, power becomes purpose. It becomes healing. It becomes restoration. That is why God waits. That is why the blessing is sometimes delayed, because God is watching to see if you want the promise more than the process, or if you are willing to die to self so that divine purpose can live in you. Surrender doesn't erase your identity. It refines it. It chisels away the false labels, the shallow layers, the ego-driven desires that culture has placed upon you. And what remains is something authentic, holy, and unstoppable. When you surrender to God, you are no longer defined by where you've been. You are redefined by where God is taking you. No past can limit a surrendered future. No failure can cancel a surrendered purpose. No, because God does not consult your history to determine your destiny. God looks at your posture, and if your heart is bowed low, God will lift you high. So many walk around asking for clarity, asking for direction, asking for purpose. But the key is surrender. God does not reveal vision to a heart that is already set on its own way. God reveals vision to the one who says, even if you change the course, I will follow. That is when doors open. That is when the fog lifts. That is when decisions become simple. Not always easy, but clear. Because the surrendered are not guided by pressure or persuasion. They are guided by peace. And peace is the compass of the surrendered soul. Let me speak plainly. Surrender is not weakness. It is war. It is the war against your flesh, your fears, your stubbornness, your habits, your need to control. Surrender is a spiritual fight, and you must win it daily. Every time pride rises, surrender cuts it down. Every time fear whispers, surrender declares God is still in control. Every time doubt knocks, surrender answers with faith. This war is not fought with fists. It is fought on your knees, in your mind, in your decisions, in your silence, in your yes to God. When everything around you screams no, and as you grow in surrender, something beautiful happens. You become immune to the traps that once ensnared you. The praise of man no longer moves you. The criticism of others no longer breaks you. The urgency of the world no longer manipulates you because your soul has found its anchor. And that anchor is God. And when your soul is anchored in God, you don't drift with every wave. You don't chase every trend, and you don't fear every storm. You walk with a quiet authority, a holy confidence, a peace that others cannot explain. The surrendered don't need to control outcomes because they trust the one who writes the outcome. They don't need to rush into decisions because they understand that anything forced is rarely from God. The surrender have the patience to wait, the courage to stay, the humility to serve, and the faith to obey. And that is what positions them for divine favor. Not because they demand it, but because they've been molded to carry it. You see, God is not just preparing the blessing for you. God is preparing you for the blessing. And sometimes that preparation feels like loss. It feels like rejection. It feels like isolation. But in God's eyes, it is purification. It is sanctification. It is spiritual elevation. And the more you surrender, the more you are refined, the more you are emptied of the world, the more you are filled with God, until one day your life becomes a living testimony, a light on a hill, a vessel of divine fire, burning not with ambition, but with assignment. To let go. Let go what they said. Let go of who left. Let go of the timelines you created in your mind. Let go of the illusion of control. Because as long as your hands are full of what you think you need, they cannot be filled with what God wants to give. The surrendered life is a life of empty hands and a full heart. And in that emptiness, God pours in everything that matters: peace, wisdom, strength, purpose, and unshakable joy. Surrender is the highest form of worship. It says, I trust you more than I trust myself. It says, I believe you even when I don't see how it will work out. It says, your will is better than my plan. And when you live with that level of trust, God begins to do things in your life that no eye has seen, no ear has heard, and no mind has imagined because you're not forcing it. You're moving with the current. You're not forcing anything. You're yielded. The world will label you strange. They'll claim you've lost your hunger, that you've abandoned ambition. But they can't measure what you've received. They can't witness the calm that lives inside you. They can't hear God's whisper in your stillness. They can't sense the flame of obedience burning within you. You haven't dulled your edge. You've honed it. You've faced God and refused to be dragged by anything else. So remain yielded. Remain hidden when God asks it of you. Remain small while God shapes you. Remain steadfast in the unseen places. For the same God who notices your secret surrender will honor you in ways the world cannot overlook. Not because you pursued it, but because you released it. And that, my friend, is the strength of a life fully given to God. There comes a moment in every life when silence speaks louder than any words. When those you believed would stand by you forever suddenly disappear. When the hands that once lifted you now push you aside. When voices that felt so close fade into distance. And places that once gave comfort now feel empty. And you begin to ask yourself why. Why did they leave? Why did they change? Why did they betray me? Why did the very ones I loved most walk away right at the edge of my breakthrough? Let me speak a truth to you, one you must never forget. God removed them because your blessing was near. Hear me, my friend. This is not a loss. This is not rejection. This is divine protection. This is not abandonment. This is alignment. God knows what you don't know. God sees what you cannot see. And when the time comes for your elevation, for your anointing, for your breakthrough, God removes every weight that cannot fly with you. There are people who are only assigned to your struggle, not your success. They were meant to be part of your process, not your promise. And God in His wisdom and in His timing said, no more. You didn't lose them. They were pulled away, pulled by the hand of God, who said, this one is not fit for where I'm taking you. And yes, it hurt. Yes, it broke your heart. But don't mistake the pruning for punishment. God was not trying to destroy you. He was preparing you. He was making room. He was clearing the field. He was positioning you to receive a blessing so powerful that no impure hand could touch it. No jealous spirit could contaminate it, and no false friend could sabotage it. You see, many of us ask God for blessings, but we're not willing to let go of the baggage. We want the promise, but we don't want the pruning. But God knows the weight of His blessing, and before He pours it out, He cleans the cup. Before He builds the palace, He clears the ground. And that clearing, it doesn't always feel good, but it's necessary. Because some people were hiding their envy behind support. Some were smiling in your face while planning your fall. Some were close only because they were feeding off your weakness, not contributing to your strength. But when God is about to move in your life, really move, He begins to shake everything. He exposes motives. He unveils intentions. He causes conversations to shift and atmospheres to change. And suddenly those who once cheered for you begin to fade. Those who once praised you now criticized. Those who once called you family now call you a stranger. But don't cry over who left. Rejoice. Rejoice that God thought you worthy of elevation. Rejoice that your name reached heaven. Rejoice that God trusted you enough to say, I am about to bless you. But first, I must remove them. Some of you have been asking, why did they betray me after all I did for them? Hear me clearly. You didn't do wrong by loving them, but God did right by removing them. He saw what you couldn't. He heard what they said when you weren't around. He witnessed the hidden intentions, the silent jealousy, the quiet contempt they carried in their heart while they pretended to clap for you. And so God in His mercy stepped in because your blessing was too big, your calling too holy, your destiny too sacred to be surrounded by the wrong company. And let me say this, when God removes, He also replaces. When He takes away, He always brings better. But you must be willing to let go of what was to receive what is to come. Stop trying to resurrect relationships God buried. Stop trying to mend what God dismantled. Stop opening doors God closed. Because every person who left you created space for someone sent by God. Every voice that went silent made room for divine instruction. Every exit, every goodbye, every betrayal, it all had purpose. God never subtracts unless He's about to multiply. Sometimes the worst pain is not physical, but emotional. The betrayal of a friend, the abandonment of a loved one, the silence of someone who promised to always be there. And in those moments, the devil whispers, "You're not loved, you're not valued, you're alone." But hear this loud and clear, Nee, you were never alone. God was with you through every tear, every sleepless night, every moment of confusion. And when they walked out, God walked in. When they said goodbye, God said, "Now, watch what I'm about to do." You see, blessings require a certain atmosphere, a certain level of purity, a sanctified environment. God cannot bless you fully while you're surrounded by snakes. He cannot elevate you while you're attached to anchors. So, He cuts, He separates, He uproots, and we mourn the loss. But heaven celebrates the clearance because the blessing coming over your life is so massive, so undeniable, so heaven-ordained that only the right hearts can handle it. The God is about to open doors that no man can shut. He is about to release favor that generations before you never tasted. But first, He had to clean house. You thought it was a breakup. It was a breakthrough. You thought it was rejection. It was redirection. You thought you were being punished. No, beloved, you were being positioned. And God, in His perfect knowledge, said, "I must remove them before I release this." Because if they stayed, they would have tried to claim credit for your miracle. If they stayed, they would have sown seeds of doubt in your moment of faith. If they stayed, they would have clapped with one hand and cursed with the other. And God will not share His glory. When He blesses you, He makes sure everyone knows it was Him. Not them, not the crowd, not the helper, but Him. And so He clears the room. He empties the space so that when the blessing lands, no one can say, "I did that." Only God. But here's the challenge. Can you trust God when He subtracts? Can you praise Him when the circle gets smaller? Can you walk in faith when the road gets lonelier? Because that's where your power is. That's where the real shift happens. Not when you're surrounded by applause, but when you're alone in the quiet, trusting that God is still working, still speaking, still moving. And He is. Even when you don't feel it, even when the silence is deafening, God is orchestrating something unseen and unstoppable in your favor. There are moments when God will strip everything, friends, opportunities, plans, comforts, not to harm you, but to humble you, to remind you that your blessing is not in the hands of people, but in the hands of God alone. And once you realize that, once you grasp that God is your source, not people, then and only then are you ready for what He's about to release. You may be misunderstood, misjudged, misused, but you're not misplaced. You are in the center of God's will. And the pain you feel now will soon make sense. You will look back on this season and say, thank God they left. Thank God He removed them. Thank God I didn't settle. Because what God gave me is beyond anything I imagine. And I speak this into your spirit today. The blessing is coming. It is coming faster than you think. It is coming stronger than you expect. And when it comes, it will overtake you. But you must be ready. Don't look back. Don't chase what left. Don't beg for what God removed. Stand still, be faithful, and watch God work. There's a reason the wheat is separated from the chaff. A reason the gold is purified by fire. A reason the tree must be pruned to bear more fruit. God is preparing you for abundance. And anything or anyone not rooted in truth cannot come. God is not being cruel. He is being careful. Careful with your heart, careful with your destiny, careful with your future. Because the blessing He has for you is sacred, and sacred things require sanctified surroundings. So yes, it hurt. Yes, it confused you. But trust the hand behind the removal, because the same hand that closed the door will open a new one, a better one overflowing with purpose, peace, provision, and power. And when it opens, you will no longer question why they left. You will thank God that they did. You are not being punished. You are being protected. You are not being abandoned. You are being advanced. God has seen your tears. He has heard your prayers. And now He is acting, removing, replacing, restoring, releasing all so you can walk into what He ordained before you were even born. There is power in your pain. There is purpose in your loss. There is victory in your valley, and God is not done with you. What He's about to do will silence every doubter, humble every hater, and restore everything the enemy tried to steal. But He had to clean the stage before the performance. He had to empty the table before the feast. He had to remove them before you were blessed. Hold your head high, dry your tears, lift your hands, and give glory to the One who sees what you cannot. Trust the process. Trust the pruning. Trust the removal, because your blessing is closer than it's ever been. And the absence you feel now is the greatest evidence that God is working behind the scenes. When God removes someone, it's never by accident. He doesn't operate in confusion. He doesn't make mistakes. Every exit is calculated. Every detachment is directed. And every loss is laced with love. Because God knows what you need and what you don't. Who is for you and who is against you. And when your name is being written on blessings that eyes haven't seen and ears haven't heard, He ensures that no unclean spirit gets close. Now, as your spirit begins to awaken to this divine truth, let this echo deep within your soul. God's removals are a sign of your preparation, not your punishment. God does not tear away to harm. He removes to refine. He does not subtract to break you down. He subtracts to build you up in strength, in clarity, and in obedience. And when He sees that your heart has remained faithful, even in confusion, even in betrayal, even in silence, then He pours out what no eye has seen and no heart has imagined. There are seasons in life when you will walk through silence so thick it will feel like the heavens have closed. People you trusted will disappear. Connections you nurtured will wither. The applause will cease. And all that will remain is you and God. But let me tell you something. When it is only you and God, you have all you need. Because God alone is the source of strength, the wellspring of wisdom, the shield in battle, and the voice that never lies. Sometimes God removes people not because they were evil, but because they were limited. They could only walk with you to a certain altitude. They couldn't handle the spiritual pressure of your next level. The air gets thinner at the top, the calling gets heavier, the vision gets sharper, and the path becomes narrower. God removes them because the blessing requires isolation, the anointing demands consecration, and your next season will not tolerate lukewarm faith, divided loyalty, or shallow commitment. Do not think for a moment that God has forgotten you. That's the lie the enemy wants you to believe. The truth is, God is setting the stage in silence. He is working while you're weeping. He is building while you're breaking. He is lifting while you're learning. Because the blessing that is coming requires a level of character, discipline, and maturity that only solitude can produce. There is a sacredness and separation. God speaks clearest when the noise is gone. He trains you when the crowd is absent. He corrects you when there's no one to flatter you. And if you truly desire His blessing, you must embrace His process. If you want the crown, you must endure the crushing. If you want the overflow, you must first withstand the drought. Too many are trying to carry into their blessing the weight of relationships that are no longer part of God's will. But when God says it's over, it's over. Let them go. Do not resurrect what God buried. Do not romanticize what God removed. Some people were only sent for the storm, not for the harvest. They came to teach you, not stay with you. They were a chapter, not your conclusion. God is not only a builder, He is a protector. He removes access when there's a threat to your purpose. He closes doors when betrayal is hiding on the other side. He shuts down paths when deception waits ahead. And though we may question the timing, the truth is God sees the full picture. He knows what lies 5 steps ahead, while we only see the next footstep. So trust Him, not your emotions. Trust Him, not your attach. Trust Him, not your need for validation. Many blessings have been delayed, not because you weren't ready, but because you were still holding on to people who were unqualified to witness your miracle. And God in His mercy said, I must protect the integrity of this promise. I must separate you before I elevate you, because your blessing is not entertainment. It is divine equipment for your calling, and God cannot afford for it to be contaminated by unclean motives, fake smiles, or selfish ambition. You are not weak for letting go. You are wise. You are not cruel for creating distance. You are consecrated. When God speaks, obedience is the only right response. And when He removes, surrender is the only path to peace. Because resisting God's pruning will only prolong your wilderness. But submission brings you closer to your promised land. Think about this. Every great elevation in Scripture came after separation. The moment of testing always precedes the moment of triumph. The blessing never came without the cleansing. And that's what you're in right now. A cleansing, a clearing, a divine reset. And it's not punishment. It's preparation. God is saying, I am about to open doors you've never dreamed of. I am about to shift the atmosphere in your favor. But first, I must remove every soul that would poison the promise. Some of you are standing on the edge of your greatest breakthrough. You can feel it. The wind has changed. The season has shifted. The weight is lifting. But don't look for the old faces in your new season. Don't expect familiar voices to echo in this next chapter. God is doing a new thing with new people in a new way. And when He blesses you, and He will, those who left will wonder how you made it, Those who doubted you will witness your deliverance. Those who mocked your silence will be stunned by your success. But you won't need to explain. You won't need to justify. Your fruit will speak for itself. Your peace will testify. Your elevation will be your answer. Let your heart rest in this. God has not removed them to leave you empty. He has removed them to fill you with something far greater. Where there was betrayal, He will plant loyalty. Where there was manipulation, He will pour wisdom. Where there was heartbreak, He will sow joy. And where there was emptiness, He will overflow. But don't rush the process. Don't try to fill the gaps with your own plans. Wait. Wait in trust. Wait in hope. Wait in obedience. Because what God is about to place in your hands will make every sleepless night, every lonely tear, every silent prayer worth it. He is not a man that He should lie. And if He removes someone, it's because they could not carry the weight of the blessing you are about to receive. And now listen closely, because this truth must burn deep into your heart. God's removals are not the end of your story. They are the beginning of your release. When God removes someone from your life, it's not to wound you, it's to wake you up. Wake you up from depending on man more than on God. Wake you up from chasing approval that was never meant to sustain you. Wake you up to the reality that God alone is your sustainer, your provider, your defender, your companion, your protector, and your reward. There are seasons when God must isolate before He elevates, not to punish, but to purify. God is not interested in surface-level success. He's not moved by outward appearances. He is moved by the condition of the heart. So when God sees that your heart is about to be entangled with people or relationships that will distort your focus, He intervenes. He cuts ties to preserve your truth. He removes attachments that could compromise your soul. That's not cruelty. That is the highest form of mercy. God would rather see you cry for a moment than be destroyed forever. Some people were never meant to walk with you into the land of blessing. They were assigned to your journey to teach you, test you, or sharpen you, but not to stay. And when their role is complete, God removes them swiftly and without negotiation. Because where you are going, there is no room for divided loyalty, no room for emotional parasites, no space for spiritual leeches. God will not bless you with a heavy crown only to see it fall off under the weight of unworthy company. And when God clears a space, don't fill it with substitutes. Do not rush into new alliances to numb the ache of absence. Every space God clears is a sacred space. It is a space of purpose. Let Him fill it. Let Him order the replacement. Because when God chooses who walks with you, they will walk in alignment with your calling, not against it. They will water your spirit, not drain it. They will lift your arms, not bind your wings. Some of you are still wounded because you tried to drag people into seasons. They had no grace to survive. You carried them out of loyalty, but it cost you your peace. You kept them near out of history, but it robbed you of destiny. And God, who is rich in mercy, said enough. He saw you giving love where there was no honor, trust where there was no truth, time where there was no growth. And so He stepped in not to take from you, but to give you a future uncontaminated by counterfeit connections. It's time to see the removal not as a curse, but as a cleansing. God was cleaning your atmosphere. He was purging the surroundings. He was silencing every voice that whispered doubt when He was speaking faith. Because your next chapter demands clarity. and clarity cannot come with confusion walking beside you. Some of you are stepping into positions of influence, decisions of legacy, seasons of destiny, and God had to make sure that no double-minded person had access to the game. The truth is, not everyone can handle the blessing God is about to release over your life. They see your potential, but they don't honor your process. They want your oil, but they don't respect your altar. And God, being the righteous judge and the loving caretaker of your soul, knows how to separate the wheat from the chaff. Don't mourn what left. It couldn't stay. It wasn't built to endure the glory coming your way. You must understand your blessing is holy. It has been preserved, fought for, protected by God Himself. And it will only land in a life that is ready, obedient, and aligned. That's why the shaking had to come. That's why the separation felt so sudden. Because your destiny was on the line. And God is not casual with the destiny of those who trust Him. He uproots what you were too afraid to confront. He ends what you were too loyal to release. He tears down what you were too distracted to see was already falling apart. Let this be the moment where you stop looking backward and start praising forward. Stop replaying conversations and start reciting the promises of God. Stop mourning the exit and start preparing for the entrance. Because God is about to fill the space. The same space where betrayal lived, peace is about to reign. The same place where confusion once dwelled, wisdom is about to flow. The same emotional room where pain used to sit, joy will take up residence. You are not forsaken. You are being formed. You are not abandoned. You are being anointed. You are not broken. You are being built. This separation, this cutting away, this divine pruning, it was not by accident. It was urgent because the hour of your blessing is drawing close. You are nearer now than you have ever been. And when that door swings open, and it will, you will step through unburdened, free, clear-minded, with a heart no longer attached to what God never meant to remain. There comes a sacred turning point in every walk of faith where you realize the loss was never about what left. It was always about what God was preparing to release. When the pruning finally makes sense, not to your flesh, but to your spirit. When your tears have ceased, your vision sharpens, and you suddenly see that what felt like breaking was actually shaping you for readiness. Ready for the doors that had been hidden from view, ready for the favor your character had not yet grown to carry, ready for a blessing so great that without God first removing the distractions, you would not have had the strength to hold it. This is not the moment to mourn those who left. This is not the season to doubt God's will. This is the moment to stand in faith and declare that every removal was ordered by the one who sees the end from the beginning. God, in His perfect understanding, does not guess. He decides. He does not hope. It happens. And when God makes a move, it is not to hurt you. It is to prepare the room where your next miracle will reside. You must understand the timing of God is perfect. Never late, never early. And when God says someone's season in your life is over, He doesn't consult your emotions. He doesn't wait for your approval. He doesn't ask if you're ready, because obedience is not about comfort. It's about trust. God removes what you think you need to make space for what you truly need. And oftentimes that sacred removal feels like abandonment. But in truth, it is divine acceleration. If God hadn't closed that door, you would still be knocking. If God hadn't severed that tie, you would still be entangled. If God hadn't removed their presence, you would still be mistaking proximity for purpose. But God steps in not just to rearrange your surroundings, but to align your spirit with what is holy, what is right, and what is true. God never removes without purpose. His silence is not absence. His stillness is not inactivity. Even when your world feels pause, God is always moving. The people who left didn't delay your destiny. They cleared the way for it. The betrayals that stung your heart didn't weaken your future. They protected it, because not every battle is meant to be fought. Some are meant to be avoided. And God, in His mercy, will remove the fight before it ever reaches you. You may never know the conversations He shielded you from, the lies He exposed before they took root, the traps that were set but never triggered because God intervened. That's the kind of God you serve. Not just a God who provides, but a God who prevents. Not just a God who builds, but a God who blocks. God who will block your own plans because He sees how small they are compared to what He has designed. And sometimes in your prayers you cry out, why didn't that relationship work? Why did that opportunity slip away? Why did that person I trusted betray me? But if you could only see with spiritual eyes, you would realize God was saying, I'm not letting this stand in the way of what's coming next. There are times when protection looks like pain, when God allows your heart to break so your pride can be dismantled, when He removes people who gave you comfort so that you learn to lean on Him entirely, not halfway, not when it's convenient, fully, constantly, desperately. Because your blessing doesn't come from man. It doesn't come from approval, connection, or applause. It comes from God alone. This is why God must purify your dependence. You cannot serve two sources. You cannot worship the blessing and the blesser. You cannot trust the vessel more than the one who fills it. So God strips everything that competes for His place in your heart. And yes, it feels lonely. Yes, it feels unfair. But it is holy, holy isolation that makes room for holy increase. Holy stillness that makes space for sacred instruction. God removes what was loud so you can finally hear His whisper. And what He is whispering now is this: what I have for you is not behind you. It is before you. What I'm about to do will make you forget what you lost. I am not recycling your past. I am releasing your purpose. You are not empty. You are being positioned. You are not left behind. You are being moved to the front. And everything that looked like a loss is going to be the very soil where your increase begins to grow. Do not fear the emptiness. Emptiness is often the birthplace of greatness. When everything else is stripped away, that is when faith becomes real. That is when your voice begins to cry out, not from emotion, but from conviction. That is when you stop pretending and start depending. And God is not deaf to your dependence. He is not blind to your burden. He sees, He knows, and He will answer. The deeper the removal, the greater the revival. God is reviving your strength. He is renewing your spirit. He is resetting your direction. And when the blessing arrives, it will come with such force, such clarity, and such abundance that you will say, had they stayed, I would have missed this. Had I held on, I would have forfeited this. Had I resisted God's hand, I would have walked right past the very thing I was praying for. And hear this, what God is preparing is not just for you. It is also for those who will be blessed through you. Your obedience will overflow. Your healing will be a testimony. Your breakthrough will be a bridge for others to cross. That's why the purification had to be personal, because what's on you will affect what flows through you. And God doesn't want contaminated blessing. He wants pure rivers of purpose flowing from a heart that trusts Him fully. And now I say to you, stand still and see what God is doing. Even when it looks like everything is falling apart, do not measure the movement of God by the comfort of your current situation. God's hand is strongest when it seems the quietest. What looks like rejection is often redirection. What feels like abandonment is often advancement. And what appears as the loss of man is the gain of God. Because when God removes someone, it is not because your life is being diminished. It is because your purpose is being preserved. There is a sacredness to separation, a divine mystery in every detachment that God allows. We, in our limited understanding, often weep over what left us while heaven rejoices over what was lifted from us. We pray to hold on, and God in His mercy says no, because holding on would hinder and clinging would corrupt. God knows that not everyone who starts with you can finish with you. Some were scaffolding only meant to hold you up while you were being built. But once the structure is strong, the scaffolding must come down. You may not understand it yet. You may still be walking through the ashes of what was asking why it had to end this way. But I declare this to your soul. God is not a God of disorder. He is a God of alignment. And in His divine alignment, He shifts people like pieces on a board, not to harm you, but to position you for something far greater than you could have planned for yourself. Sometimes the greatest act of love from God is when He says, I love you too much to let them stay. Because if they stayed, they would weaken your resolve. If they stayed, they would distract your devotion. If they stayed, they would pull your heart away from what truly matters. So God steps in and He removes, not as a thief in the night, but as a master architect clearing the clutter to build something greater. Not all removals are losses. Some are upgrades disguised as heartbreak. God sees further than your eyes can see. He sees the end from the beginning. You may see a friend, God sees a betrayer. You may see a supporter, God sees a hidden enemy. You may see a partner, God sees a stumbling block. So when He says enough, when He says no more, you must trust His decision above your desire. Because the pain of temporary loss is nothing compared to the danger of long-term misalignment. You were created for divine purpose. You were not placed on this earth to fit into every room or to be accepted by every crowd. Some removals were necessary because they were draining your vision, diluting your calling, and distracting your spirit. God needed to separate you so He could strengthen you. He needed to isolate you so He could instruct you. He needed to take you into the wilderness so He could speak to you without interference. Many of you have been wondering why the circle got smaller, why the phone stopped ringing, why the people who once praised you have now grown cold. But I tell you today, it's because God is purifying your environment. The blessing He's about to release cannot survive in contaminated spaces. It cannot be shared with those who would mishandle it. It cannot be given where honor is absent. So God made the decision to clean the space before He filled it. There are some levels of peace, wisdom, and elevation that only come when you release your grip on what God already let go. The longer you hold on to expired people, the more you delay what is divinely assigned. You cannot pour fresh oil into an old wineskin, and you cannot carry the blessing of tomorrow while dragging the broken pieces of yesterday. Release it. Let it go. Trust the hand that removed them. You see, this is a season not just of healing, but of preparation for glory. What God has planned for your life is not average. It is not small. It is not ordinary. It is marked, purified, sanctified, and sealed for an appointed time. And anything that threatens to interfere with the weight of that blessing must be stripped away. That's why the separation felt sudden. That's why the change was abrupt, because God is not negotiating with your destiny. He is protecting it. You don't need to explain yourself to those who left. You don't need to beg for closure or chase after what fell apart. God has already spoken, and His word is final. When He removes, He redeems. When He subtracts, He multiplies. When He breaks, it is only to build better. You don't need to mourn what God has already replaced in the realm of the unseen. You just need to walk in faith until your eyes catch up with what your spirit already knows. This is holy ground. The silence you feel is not emptiness. It is preparation. The loneliness you sense is not rejection. It is sacred consecration. God is setting you apart, because the next doors that are about to open were not meant for the crowd. They were meant for you alone. And when you walk through them, you will not need validation. You will not need applause. You will only need the assurance that you followed God and not man. Let the removal mark a turning point. Not a place of pity, but a place of power. Not a pit, but a platform. Because God is lifting you out of every place that hindered you and into every place that was promised to you. And when you look back, it won't be with bitterness, but with praise, saying, if God had not removed them, I would have missed what was mine. There is still more to come. The blessing has not been delayed. It's being perfected. And when it arrives, it will not come with confusion. It will come with clarity. It will not arrive in fragments. It will arrive in fullness. But only when you are willing to stand in agreement with God's decision, even when it wounds your flesh because your spirit knows it was necessary. God removed them not because He wanted you to suffer, but because He wanted you to soar. And now you're finally ready to fly. And now, hear this. With all the weight your soul can carry, when God removes, it's never without a revelation waiting behind the veil. You may not understand it when the ties are severed, when the voices go silent, when the path gets lonelier, but that's the very soil where spiritual clarity begins to bloom. It's in the tearing that truth is revealed. It's in the letting go that vision is sharpened. And it is in the separation that God finally has your undivided attention. You were never meant to blend in with everyone. You were never assigned to please the masses. There is something specific, something sacred, something set apart on your life. And that calling carries a weight that not every person is equipped to walk beside. God is not interested in popularity. He is interested in purity. And when the crowd around you begins to shrink, don't panic. Don't beg them to stay. Don't grieve over what had to be removed, because God reduces before He releases. He cuts back so that fruit may multiply. He trims branches so strength may flow to the root. There is a cleansing that must take place before glory can settle, a sanctification of your surroundings, a pruning of your partnerships. Because God will not pour oil into a cracked vessel, He will not pour rivers into deserts you refuse to let go of, and He will not rain blessings on a foundation that still entertains distractions. Removal was never about who left you. It was always about who God is forming you to become. Let your spirit rise with this unshakable truth. What God removes, He replaces with something that matches your destiny, not your history. The people who walked with the old you may not have the capacity for the person God is turning you into. You're not going backward. You're being elevated. And elevation demands transformation. The same mind that clung to comfort will never hold the keys to the next door God is unlocking. So let God rewire your thinking. Let Him refine your prayers. Let Him reshape your priorities. His next move is not about where you've been. It's about where God is leading you. And that means some voices must go silent so you can hear the whisper of divine direction. Some doors must stay closed so that your eyes stop wandering. Some people must leave so that your heart returns fully to God and God alone. Because you can't receive your next assignment if you're still grieving your last attachment. The blessing that's coming is not ordinary. It's not familiar. It's not a recycled version of your past. It's fresh. It's divine. It's tailor-made for the soul that has been stretched, for the spirit that has been broken, for the heart that has remained faithful even when surrounded by loss. And God will not let this blessing be shared with those who doubted the process, disrespected your journey, or despised the gift He placed in you. He'll remove them because He is about to reveal what only faith can access. So don't be afraid of the empty spaces. God often does His greatest work in the gaps. The silence you feel is not abandonment. It is alignment. God is aligning your life with truth, with peace, with purpose. And sometimes the loudest move from God is the one He makes in secret. You won't always see the shift happening, but suddenly you'll wake up and realize the weight has lifted. The burden is gone and your heart is free. That is the power of divine removal. It frees you for what is holy. You must come to the place where you stop asking, "Why did they leave?" and start asking God, "What are you making room for?" Because it's not just about what was lost, it's about what's coming. And what's coming will not be small. It will not be subtle. It will not be stolen. It will arrive with evidence, with power, with unmistakable favor, but only a surrendered soul will be able to carry it. Let this moment awaken your discernment. Not every exit is a threat. Some exits are gifts. Some farewells are holy because God knows what you need better than you do. You may have been trying to save what God was trying to sever. You may have been holding on out of loyalty, out of history, out of fear. But God, in His love, pulled it away before it could poison what He planted inside you. You see, God doesn't just want to bless you. He wants to protect the blessing within you. And protection sometimes looks like subtraction. It sometimes comes in the form of isolation. It sometimes hurts before it heals. But in the end, you will look back and say, "God, I thank you. I thank you for every no. I thank you for every closed door. I thank you for every person you removed, because if you hadn't, I would have settled for less than what you prepared." You're not being punished. You're being purified. You're not being forgotten. You're being fortified. And this process, though painful, is perfect in the hands of the one who formed you. Trust the breaking. Trust the silence. Trust the exit. Because when God takes, He only does so to give what is better, what is fuller, what is eternal. This is a holy season, a season of divine shift, a season where your soul must choose to release the past and embrace the promise. Not with doubt, not with hesitation, but with bold, relentless trust. Because God has not brought you this far to leave you loved. He has not removed what you love to leave you with emptiness. He has cleared the way so that you can walk into what eyes have not seen, what ears have not heard, and what your heart is only beginning to believe. So now, stand firm. Let your heart rest. Let your soul breathe. Because the removal was not the end. It was the unveiling of your beginning. God, in His infinite wisdom, saw what you couldn't see, knew what you didn't know, and stepped in. Not to destroy you, but to deliver you. To deliver you from unseen harm, from silent sabotage, from hidden traps that your heart was too loyal to detect. This is not the season to mourn. This is the moment to rise. Rise with courage, rise with vision, rise with purpose. Every farewell is a reminder that God is still unfolding your story. Every door that shuts is proof that He is still leading your steps. Every night you've spent in solitude is evidence that He has never left your side. People may disappoint you, walk away without reason, or change without warning, but God's faithfulness does not waver. The very hand that took something away is the same hand that will bring restoration. The same voice that whispered, "Release them," is now declaring, "Prepare yourself, for what is coming will not be withheld, denied, or diminished." It will come in completeness, in peace, and in divine strength. When it does, you will see that every loss was His protection. Every silence was His preparation. Every goodbye was the mercy of God. So lift up your head, dry your tears, and let your spirit be renewed, because the next chapter is not defined by what slipped away. It is defined by what God is about to unveil. And when it is unveiled, you will finally understand why they could not stay. God removed them so His blessing could reach you now. Pause and rest, for God is moving on your behalf. You don't need to see it, touch it, or figure it out. You only need to believe. That heaviness in your chest, that prayer still waiting for an answer, that mountain standing unmoved, it is not the end. It isn't even the halfway point. It is the quiet moment right before the breakthrough. When your strength runs dry, when your plans unravel, when your spirit grows tired, that is the moment God begins to move in the unseen. Don't be deceived by silence. Don't be unsettled by delay. Don't confuse your pain with His absence. God has not turned away. God is not disciplining you. God is preparing and positioning you. Too often we take on burdens never meant for us. We wear ourselves out trying to fix what only God has the power to resolve. We step into battles armed with human effort, forgetting that God never called us to be the warrior, only the believer. We drain our energy striving to prove, to mend, to force outcomes. But hear this: after you've done all, prayed, obeyed, stood firm and trusted, God whispers, "Rest. Now I am at work." There is power in rest. Not the kind of rest that comes from comfort, but the sacred rest that comes from trust. The kind of rest that says, "Even though I walk through the valley of shadows, I will not be afraid, for God walks with me." The kind of rest that says, "Though the fig tree does not blossom, though there be no fruit on the vine, still I will wait, for God is faithful." This kind of rest is not sleep. It is not idleness. It is not surrender to defeat. It is spiritual confidence. It is knowing that the hand of God never trembles. It is knowing that while you are still, God is active. While you wait, God is at work. God is not intimidated by your enemies. God is not confused by your circumstances. God is not limited by your resources. And God is not late. Every season of delay is part of a holy strategy. Every closed door is protection. Every detour is divine instruction. If only you could see what God is arranging behind the scenes, you would stop worrying this very moment. If you knew what traps God has dismantled on your behalf, you would fall on your knees in worship. But because you can't see it yet, you grow restless. You feel like nothing's happening. You start questioning the timing, the process, even the promise. But hear me now, God is never inactive. You may be standing still, but God is not. When you sleep, God does not. When you weep, God collects every tear. When you feel forgotten, God is crafting the next chapter. You are not abandoned. You are not overlooked. You are in the hands of the Almighty. What more secure place could you possibly be? We are a people obsessed with outcomes. We want to know what's next, how it will happen, and when. But God is a God of process. And sometimes the greatest test is not the challenge. It's the waiting. It's the not knowing. It's the silence that demands faith. Resting while God works means releasing your need to control. It means surrendering your obsession with answers. It means choosing to trust even when everything in you screams for certainty. You see, real trust isn't proven when things are going your way. It's proven when nothing makes sense. It's forged in darkness, in confusion, in the wilderness. That's when God looks at you and says, "Now I see your faith." That's when the heavens open. Not because you fought harder, but because you rested deeper. When God works, He works completely, though. He doesn't patch things up. He rebuilds from the foundation. He doesn't answer your prayer halfway. He gives you more than you ask for, but He does it in His time, not yours. In His way, not yours. And your role is not to understand the how, but to stand firm in the who. Who is in charge? Who made the promise? Who never fails? The moment you rest is the moment God begins to move faster. But we fight that rest. We fight it because we think rest means giving up. But in the kingdom of God, rest is warfare. Rest is resistance against the panic of the world. Rest is a declaration that says, I trust God more than my logic. I trust God more than my bank account. I trust God more than the news. I trust God more than my own. Understand there is a sacred rhythm to life. And God moves according to divine timing. Not rushed, not delayed, perfect. And when God works, He works through ways you couldn't predict even if you tried. He will use people you never met. He will open doors you didn't knock on. He will create rivers in deserts, light in the deepest valley, and peace in the midst of your storm. But He'll do it while you rest. You may think resting is doing nothing, but it's not. Resting in God is an act of defiance against fear. It's standing still while chaos demands you move. It's saying, I will not panic. I will not break. I will not give up because my trust is not in the visible. My hope is not in the seen. My strength is not in the flesh. My confidence is in God. How many times have you prayed and then taken the problem back into your own hands? How many times have you surrendered your burden only to carry it again 5 minutes later today? Stop. Stop running. Stop calculating. Stop overthinking. Stop doubting. Rest now. Because God is doing what only God can do. When you rest, you give God room to work. You clear the clutter of your mind. You make space for divine solutions. When you rest, you're not giving up on the dream. You're giving God permission to build it His way. You're saying, God, I trust you more than the work of my own hands. And God honors that kind of faith, that silent, still unwavering belief in His plan. He sees you holding on when everything says let go. He sees you staying the course when quitting would be easier. He sees you worshiping through tears. That's what moves the heart of God. Not your perfection, but your perseverance. There are angels dispatched on your behalf right now. There are answers on the way. There are doors preparing to open. But you must be still. You must remain calm. You must resist the urge to manipulate the outcome. If you interfere with the process, you may delay the promise. But if you wait on God, you will see miracles unfold before your very eyes. When God works, He aligns everything. Not just the blessing, but your heart. Not just the breakthrough, but your mindset. Not just the provision, but your purpose. God is not just preparing it for you, He's preparing you for it. And sometimes the delay is not because the blessing isn't ready, it's because you aren't ready. And God loves you too much to give you something that will destroy you. So rest now. Rest because you've prayed. Rest because you've obeyed. Rest because God heard you. Rest because you are not alone. Rest because the storm is not your enemy. It's your training ground. Rest because the waiting is not empty, it's sacred. Rest because your future is already written. Rest because God is in control. The enemy wants you tired. He wants you anxious. He wants you to feel abandoned. But God says, "Come to me and I will give you rest." Not the rest of escape, but the rest of endurance. Not the rest of denial, but the rest of faith. The kind of rest that says, I know who holds my future. I know who fights for me. I know who works all things together for my good. So lay down your fear, lay down your questions, lay down your timelines, lay down your worry, lay down your assumptions, lay down your urgency, and take up faith, take up trust, take up patience, take up expectation, take up hope. Because while you rest, God is moving mountains. While you rest, God is sending provision. While you rest, God is answering prayers you forgot you even prayed. You're not forgotten. You're not forsaken. You're not stuck. You're right where you need to be, in the arms of the Almighty, in the palm of His hand, under His watchful eye, covered by His mercy, surrounded by His grace, and guided by His wisdom. So rest now, rest fully, rest deeply, because when you open your eyes again, everything will have changed. You'll see that the pain had a purpose. The delay was divine. The silence was sacred. And the waiting was worth it. You'll realize that while you were still, God was moving heaven and earth for your good. You'll understand that when you stopped striving, God started building. When you stopped pushing, God started providing. When you stopped panicking, God started preparing. This is the season where God is working while you wait. So don't rush it. Don't fight it. Don't question it. Embrace it. Rest in it. Trust in it. Because God never sleeps, never stumbles, never slips. He is orchestrating, organizing, and overseeing every detail of your destiny. And His timing is flawless. When you place your trust in God and choose to rest, you're not stepping away from action. You're stepping into divine alignment. This is where power lives. This is where clarity forms. This is where the fire of purpose gets reignited. Too many of you are trying to carry what God already lifted. You pace the floor at night, not realizing that the courtroom of heaven has already ruled in your favor. Whether you panic over bills, over relationships, over sickness, not knowing that God has already gone before you and made a way where there was none. But here's the truth. If your heart is not still, you will miss the whisper of direction. You will miss the hand of God working through the quiet. There is a holy stillness that comes only from trusting God completely. That stillness is not passive, it's powerful. It doesn't mean you stop moving in obedience. It means you stop forcing what God has not released. It means you stop trying to open doors God has locked for your protection. It means you stop clinging to people God has removed from your life. That kind of rest is a spiritual declaration. I am not my own provider, not my own protector, not my own savior. God is all of that and more. Look around you. Everything in this world is shouting, hurry, strive, achieve. But the voice of God says, be still and know. Be still and know. Not guess, not assume, not wish. Know that God is in control. Know that every detail of your life is under divine supervision. Know that no tear you've shed is wasted. No sacrifice you've made is forgotten. And no pain you've endured is meaningless. God is not idle. God is intentional. You see, rest doesn't mean escape. It doesn't mean pretending the pain isn't real. It doesn't mean turning your back on the storm. It means standing in the storm with peace in your heart because you know who commands the wind. Rest means refusing to let the noise of your surroundings drown out the truth of God's promise. It means hearing a negative report and still saying, God is working. It means watching the clock tick without fear because God doesn't work by human deadline. Many people pray for breakthrough but never rest long enough to receive it. You want an answer, but your soul is too restless to hear it. You want a miracle, but you won't wait long enough to witness it. And God is saying, stop moving, stop worrying, stop fighting me. Rest, and let me show you what I can do. God does not need your anxiety. He does not require your panic to operate in power. What God desires is your surrender. Heart-deep, soul-anchored, fear-fying surrender. The kind of surrender that says, even if I don't see the path, I trust the hand that guides me. That is what brings peace in the middle of pressure. That is what brings strength when your own strength is gone. That is where rest becomes revelation. That is where faith begins to breathe. Don't confuse rest with complacency. Rest is a spiritual posture. It is you saying to the unseen world, I trust God more than I trust my senses. That's when everything changes. That's when the heavens begin to open. That's when provision meets preparation. Well, that's when the answer comes. Not because you figured it out, but because you rested in faith and allowed God to show Himself strong. And hear this, the greatest attacks often come right before the greatest breakthroughs. The weariness you feel isn't a sign that God has left. It's a sign that something is shifting in the spirit. The enemy cannot stop what God has ordained. So he tries to exhaust you into forfeiting it. But today you take your ground back through rest. You don't need to shout louder. You don't need to strive harder. You need to stand still and believe deeper. You need to wrap your soul in stillness and say, God, I am here and I trust you. I don't need all the answers. I just need to stay near to you. There is more happening in your life than what you can see. What looks like delay is actually divine design. What feels like emptiness is sacred preparation. God is not a God of chaos. He is not random. He is not surprised by your circumstances. Long before you felt the pressure, God crafted the solution. Long before you walked into the wilderness, God placed an oasis in the path. And long before the trial, God wrote your victory. So when your thoughts race, when fear tries to strangle your faith, when everything around you looks like it's falling apart, speak to your soul and say, rest. God is working. Not only is God working, He is working all things together for your good. Even the things that hurt, even the things that confused you, even the doors that shut and the people who left. Nothing escapes the reach of God. Not the betrayal, not the sickness, not the delay, not the failure, nothing. God can use broken pieces and make a masterpiece. God can take what the enemy meant for evil and turn it into your testimony. God can allow you to walk through fire and come out without a trace of smoke. But first, you must rest in that truth. Because when you rest, God reveals. When you rest, God realigns your perspective so that what once scared you now strengthens you. You can't build a future on anxiety. You can't hear divine direction in the noise of fear. You can't receive peace when your spirit is filled with panic. So lay it down, every worry, every plan, every deadline, every disappointment, and say, God, I give this to you. Say it with your lips. Say it with your actions. Say it with your silence. Let your rest be your offering. Let your stillness be your worship. Let your trust be your testimony. And watch what God does. Watch how doors open that you never expected. Watch how strength rises when you should have fainted. Watch how peace guards your heart when others collapse. Watch how God takes your rest and turns it into results. You may feel weak right now. You may feel forgotten. But weakness is the platform for God's strength. Emptiness is the vessel He fills. Confusion is the canvas He paints miracles on. And when you feel you have nothing left, that's when God says, now I can show you who I am. Resting in God is not defeat, it's deliverance. It's the choice to stop living by sight and start living by faith. It's the deep, sacred courage to say, God, I don't see the way, but I trust you to lead. I don't understand the delay, but I trust your plan. I don't feel strong, but I trust your strength. That is where miracles happen. That is where healing begins. That is where restoration is birthed. There are moments in your life when you feel like everything is falling apart. You look around and wonder, where is God in all of this? The silence feels heavy. The days feel longer. The nights echo with your questions. But do not be deceived by how things appear. God's silence is not absence. God's stillness is not neglect. God's delay is not denial. In fact, it is in the quietest moments that God often does His deepest work. You may not notice the shift beneath your feet, yet underneath it all, God is establishing deep roots of strength, flowing streams of wisdom, and unshakable foundations of purpose. A seed must first grow in hidden darkness before it ever pierces the surface. And so it is with you. God is under no obligation to reveal every detail of your path. He does not owe you a preview of each step before you take it. What He asks for is trust. Not half-hearted trust, not trust with conditions, but a surrendered trust that declares, even when I cannot see, I will walk in peace, because I know God is guiding me. That kind of faith delights the heart of God. That kind of rest attracts His favor. That kind of obedience opens the door to blessings you never dared to dream of. At times, God will strip away your own strength, not to break you, but to remind you that His power is always enough. Sometimes God allows you to feel the weight of waiting, so that your heart detaches from the world and anchors itself fully in Him. And when that happens, when your soul stops depending on the external and begins relying solely on the eternal, that is when peace flows. That is when clarity comes. That is when purpose ignites, not because your situation changed, but because your spirit aligned with God. You must learn to stop running from discomfort. Stop cursing the wilderness. Stop fearing the unknown, because it is in those places, those sacred, silent, often painful places, that God reveals who you are and what He has planned for you. You're not being punished, you're being purified. You're not being rejected, you're being redirected. You're not being overlooked, you're being overhauled. And God is doing it all while you wait, while you rest, while you surrender. Rest is not laziness, rest is warfare. Rest says to the enemy, I will not be moved by what I see. I will not be shaken by delay. I will not be deceived by fear. I will stand still and know that my God reigns. That kind of rest carries the sound of victory. That kind of rest is louder than shouting, stronger than striving, deeper than desperation. It is the unshakable, anchored belief that God's word is true, His plan is perfect, and His timing is never wrong. When God says He is working, He means every word. Not a single detail escapes His gaze. Not a single moment is wasted. What you call confusion, God calls construction. What you call delay, God calls development. And while you may feel like you're in a holding pattern, God is orchestrating a divine sequence of events that will unfold in perfect harmony. You are not stuck. You are not forgotten. You are being shaped. Rest now, not because you've done everything right, but because God's mercy covers you even when you fail. Rest now, not because the future is clear, but because the one who holds it is trustworthy. Rest now, not because you don't care, but because you care enough to let God take the lead. You are not created to carry burdens that only God can bear. You are not designed to figure it all out on your own. You were made to walk with God, to depend on Him, to rest in His promises even when the storm rages. And make no mistake, there will be storms. There will be moments when it seems like the wind is against you, the waves are too high, and the sky too dark. But even in that darkness, God is present. Even in the chaos, God is in control. Rest does not remove the storm. It changes how you face it. Rest allows you to walk through it without fear, knowing that God is with you. That even if the storm takes everything around you, it cannot take what God has placed within you. Some of you have been praying for change, but you're still clinging to old patterns. You've been crying out for breakthrough, but you refuse to release your grip on what's familiar. Let go. Let God handle what you cannot. Release the outcome. Release the need to be in control. Release the fear that if you rest, things will fall apart. Rest is not surrendering to defeat. It's surrendering to divine strength. When you rest in God, you are making room for miracles. Do not underestimate the value of hidden seasons. These are the seasons where God hides you, not to punish, but to prepare. Where He keeps you behind the scenes, not to forget you, but to strengthen you. He keeps you in waiting, not to waste your time, but to reveal His time. What you call delay is a divine detour around destruction. What you call loneliness is a sacred invitation to intimacy with God. What you call failure is simply the falling away of things that could not go with you into the next chapter of your life. But the moment you stop fighting the process is the moment you begin to see the hand of God more clearly. Your rest becomes revelation, your silence becomes strength, your patience becomes power. When you stop trying to force doors open, God opens them without effort. When you stop manipulating outcomes, God makes the path straight before you. When you stop panicking and start praying, God speaks peace into your chaos. So do not measure God's movement by your feelings. Do not mistake inactivity for ineffectiveness. God is not obligated to show you His methods. He is only asking you to trust His intentions, and His intentions are always good, always wise, always perfect. What you see as a pause, God sees as preparation. What you feel as pressure, God uses for purpose. And though your heart may be tired, your mind clouded, your body weak, your spirit, if anchored in God, can remain unshaken. Rest is not a break from faith, it is the proof of faith. It is saying, I believe God is moving even when I do not see it. I believe God is faithful even when I do not feel it. I believe God is faithful even when the evidence is lacking. This kind of rest defies logic. It confuses the world. It silences the accuser, because while others panic, you have peace. While others give up, you stand firm. While others run in every direction, you wait in stillness. That is the mark of someone who knows their God. Let the world chase answers. Let others chase status, control, applause, validation. But as for you, rest. Let them wonder why you are so calm in the storm. Let them ask how you are still smiling when all seems lost. And when they ask, you tell them, it's not because I have it all figured out. It's because God is working, and I trust Him more than I trust my circumstances. When your soul finally chooses to rest, truly rest in the presence and power of God, that is when your spiritual eyes begin to open. You begin to see that what you once thought was delay was actually divine design. What you thought was rejection was really protection. What you assumed was the end was only the beginning of something far greater than you had planned. And all of it was being orchestrated by God while you wrestled, while you cried, while you questioned, while you waited. He was never far. He was never idle. He was never late. Resting in God is not a passive state. It is a posture of power. It means your heart is so rooted in trust that fear cannot take hold. It means your mind is so surrendered that overthinking has no room to grow. It means your spirit is so aligned with God that the noise of the world cannot shake your peace. Resting is not weakness. It is spiritual strength at its highest. Because anyone can fight, anyone can panic, anyone can try to take control. But it takes faith to be still. It takes courage to wait. It takes devotion to trust the unseen hand of God when all you have is a whisper of His promise. There is a deeper rest than physical sleep, and that rest only comes when you release the weight of your own will. As long as you are clinging to how you want things to go, how you think it should unfold, how you expect it to happen, you will be restless. But when you say, God, I release the outcome, you are stepping into divine rest. It is not a surrender to fate. It is an alignment with destiny. The destiny God already wrote for you before you took your first breath. There is a reason God calls His people to stillness before He moves. He does not rush transformation. He prepares it. He sets things in order. He examines the heart. He removes distractions. He breaks strongholds. And often the waiting is not because God is not ready. It is because you are being prepared. God is doing something inside you before He releases what is outside of you. The maturity you gain in waiting will be the wisdom you need when the door finally opens. So don't just wait. Grow while you wait. Strengthen while you rest. Listen while you are still. You may feel like nothing is changing, but rest assured, God is never still without purpose. Every moment of silence is filled with intention. God uses the quiet to mold your character. God uses the pause to test your patience. God uses the unanswered moments to deepen your dependence. And that is the kind of faith God honors. Not shallow belief, not conditional trust, but a deep, unwavering confidence that rests in His sovereignty even when life feels uncertain. Rest means letting go of timelines. Rest means refusing to compare your journey with anyone else's. Rest means no longer forcing the pieces to fit where God has said not yet. And when you rest in God, you give Him room to do what only He can do. You step back from the driver's seat and say, "Lead me, guide me, show me." And you mean it, not just with words, but with your silence, with your stillness, with your surrender. There is something sacred about waiting on God. It refines you, it breaks pride, it reveals what your faith is really made of. It exposes the noise you've mistaken for guidance. And when all else is stripped away, when your plans have failed, when your resources run dry, when your strength is gone, then you realize what has always been true. God alone is enough. That revelation is the beginning of real rest. Because when you know that God is enough, you stop striving to prove yourself. You stop panicking when the outcome is unclear. You stop living in fear of what might happen, and you start living in the peace of what God has promised. The greatest breakthroughs are often birthed from the greatest stillness. Not when you're shouting for attention, but when you're resting in quiet confidence. Not when you're striving to be seen, but when you're trusting that God sees you already. Not when you're forcing a door open, but when you're waiting for God to open the right one. Because a door you force open may bring temporary satisfaction, but it will lack divine stability. But a door God opens cannot be closed by man. It comes with His timing, His favor, His protection, and His provision. So trust in the wisdom of God. Trust that what He withholds for a reason. Trust that if something is not happening yet, there is something you cannot yet see. And perhaps, just perhaps, what's being worked out in the silence is greater than what you would have settled for in the noise. Rest not because your situation is easy, but because your God is mighty. Rest not because the answer is visible, but because the answer is in the hands of the one who sees the end from the beginning. There is a sacred authority that rises in the heart of a person who has truly learned to rest in God. That rest is not merely about stepping away from action, it is stepping into divine order. It is knowing that chaos does not control your destiny, God does. When your soul reaches that holy stillness, a fire begins to burn that no storm can put out. You no longer flinch at sudden bad news. You no longer stagger under pressure. You no longer chase after things that do not carry the seal of God. Instead, you walk with purpose, speak with wisdom, and live with peace, because you know your life is under the sovereign care of the Almighty. And what does it mean to live under that care? It means you stop looking for signs to feel safe. It means your faith is not based on feelings, but on the unshakable truth that God is always working, always watching, always guiding. You stop second-guessing every twist and turn, and you begin to realize that even when you cannot see it, God's hand is moving through every detail. He is in the slow moments. He is in the closed doors. He is in the waiting. He is even in the pain, because God wastes nothing. What you thought would break you is the very thing He will use to bless you. Let me tell you this with a voice of fire and conviction. When you rest in God, you take the position of spiritual maturity. That is not weakness, that is mastery. A child panics when things don't go their way. A child demands immediate answers. But the mature soul says, I may not understand this now, but I trust the one who does. And that, my friend, is the highest form of strength, when your peace does not depend on your situation, but stands firm in your revelation of who God is. Rest is not for the passive, it is for the powerful. It is for those who have walked through the fire and chosen to trust God anyway. It is for those who have heard 100 lies in their mind but still choose to believe the truth in their spirit. It is for those who have watched people walk away, opportunities disappear, plans fail, but have not let bitterness take root in their heart. It is for the ones who say, I don't need to prove anything because God is proving Himself through me every single day. And how does God prove Himself? Not always with thunder, not always with lightning, not always with dramatic miracles in the open. Sometimes He proves Himself in the quiet, in the way you survived what was meant to destroy you, in the peace that makes no sense to those watching, in the way your steps are ordered without you even knowing how. God proves Himself through your endurance, your resilience, your quiet obedience, your unseen prayers, your unwavering rest. There's a deep holiness in choosing rest when everything inside you wants to act out of fear. The world will tell you to hustle harder, move faster, fix it yourself. But God says, wait on me. I am building something in you first. And when you honor that, when you wait without complaining, when you rest without doubting, you become dangerous to the enemy. Because a person who trusts God cannot be manipulated by fear. A person who rests in God cannot be controlled by chaos. Do not underestimate the value of what you're going through right now. God is refining your vision. He is stretching your faith. He is stripping away false dependencies. He is removing idols you didn't even realize you had. He is making you into someone who no longer needs external validation because you've learned to rest in divine approval. He is growing your roots so deep that when the winds blow, you will not be moved. And understand this, not every delay is meant to frustrate you. Some delays are divine shields. What you thought you needed may have been a trap. What you begged for might have broken you. What you envied in someone else's life might have destroyed you had it come to you prematurely. But because you rested, because you did not force what was not sent by God, you are protected. You are preserved. You're in position. Let the world call it foolishness, but you call it faith. The same way a farmer does not dig up the seed every day to check its progress, so too must you trust that what God planted in you will come to pass. You don't have to understand the how. You don't have to control the when. You only have to rest in the who. Who is in charge? Who is your provider? Who sees all and knows all and never makes mistakes? So lift your eyes, wipe your tears, quiet your heart. Not because the problem disappeared, but because the problem no longer controls your peace. You have handed it over to the only one who knows the end from the beginning. You have released your will into the will of the one who cannot fail. And when you do that, truly do that, you will feel a peace that cannot be explained by logic or reason. It's a peace that says, come what may, I am held. I am guided, I am watched over. Some of you are in a season where you feel like nothing is changing. You pray, but the heavens feel silent. You move forward, but every door seems shut. You give your best, but no fruit appears. Listen to me now. This is not punishment. This is preparation. God is not ignoring you, He is refining you. He is teaching you to hear the quiet nudge, to move with the wind of wisdom, to discern the difference between noise and truth. If God allowed everything you wanted to come, when you wanted it, you would be unprepared. You would be overwhelmed. You would mishandle the very thing He meant to bless you. So instead, He makes you wait. He says, "Rest. Let me shape your character before I elevate your calling. Let me build your faith before I bring the harvest. Let me clear the distractions before I reveal the next step." And when you've waited, when you've rested, when you've trusted even when it didn't make sense, then comes the breakthrough. Not the kind the world gives, not something fleeting or shallow, but a breakthrough that runs deep, a peace that lasts, a joy that's unshaken, a victory that glorifies God alone. Rest is not something you earn, it is a gift from God, but you must be willing to receive it. You must be willing to release the weight. You must be willing to say enough striving, enough stress, enough trying to do God's job for Him. He does not need your fear. He needs your faith. He does not need your control. He needs your surrender. So tonight, when your thoughts begin to race, when the questions come back, when doubt tries to grip your soul, you speak these words. God is working. I don't need to know how. I don't need to see when. I just need to trust who. That is rest. That is power. That is your calling. And if you can hold on to that, if you can root yourself in that kind of trust, nothing can stop what God has prepared for you. Because you will not be led by emotion. You will not be thrown off course by delay. You will not settle for what is easy when God is preparing what is eternal. You will walk with peace, you will speak with wisdom, you will wait with purpose. And you will rest not because the journey is over, but because the one guiding you is faithful. You will not be called upon to do the good work, but because the one guiding you is faithful. Rest now. Let your spirit find stillness in the truth that God is not done. Not with your life, not with your calling, not with your future. He is working even now in ways you cannot see, in places you do not know, behind doors you never expected. And when the time is right, He will reveal what He has been building all along. Until then, rest. God is working in your life. So now in the quiet of your soul, I call you to rise, not in the way the world teaches, but in the way God commands. Rise in faith, rise in trust, rise in rest. Look at your life with honest eyes. Look at the burdens you've been carrying, the fears that have wrapped themselves around your mind, the wounds you've tried to hide. And now ask yourself this: have I truly placed it all in God's hands? Or have I been holding on, trying to control what only God can redeem? This is your moment. Your moment to let go of every weight, every lie, every shadow of doubt that has kept your heart restless. Stop running from the silence. Stop fearing the stillness. For it is in that stillness that God whispers the loudest. It is in that silence that God does His deepest healing. And it is in that rest that your spirit will finally breathe. You were not created to walk alone. You were not created to fight every battle in your own strength. God has always been there in every tear you've cried behind closed doors. In every battle you didn't have the words to pray for. In every silent night where you questioned your worth, God was working. And He's still working. Not because you've done everything right, but because His mercy is greater than your mistake. His power is greater than your weakness. His wisdom is deeper than your confusion. Let this be the turning point where your heart returns fully to God. Let this be the hour where your soul no longer looks to the world for peace, but to God alone. Build your days on truth. Guard your thoughts with discipline. Align your steps with obedience. And above all, rest in the knowledge that God is not finished with you. The process is not proof of absence. It is the evidence of divine intention. The wait is not wasted. The pain is not pointless. The silence is not abandonment. You are being shaped for something greater, something eternal, something that glorifies God through every breath you take. So walk forward, not in anxiety, but in assurance. Lay your head down at night, not in fear, but in faith. Speak to your future, not with trembling lips, but with bold confidence. God is with me. God is guiding me. God is working in me. When the weight of each day feels unbearable, when the nights seem endless, when answers remain hidden and the path ahead is clouded, don't flee. Don't force it. Don't crumble beneath the load. Instead, pause. Be still. Draw a deep breath. Fix your eyes on the God you serve. The one who stretched out the heavens has never abandoned what he made. The one who split the sea and hushed the storm has never turned away from a weary cry. The author of your story has already penned the final chapter, and it is filled with goodness. So move forward, not with trembling, but with courage, not with hesitation, but with clarity, not with fear, but with praise. Let your life reveal that to rest in God is not frailty, it is strength. It is faith, it is surrender, and it is the very place where triumph begins. Rest today, not because all is well, but because God is flawless, and His hand is at work in your life, always faithfully, unfailingly, eternally. Why is it that the chosen often walk a lonely road? Why do those marked with God's anointing so frequently find themselves in silence instead of celebration, facing betrayal instead of loyalty, and enduring misunderstanding instead of support? Beloved, if you are hearing this and feel the heavy cloak of isolation upon your spirit, know this: it is not punishment, it is preparation. It is not rejection, it is redirection. God draws back the crowd so He can draw you closer to Himself. He calls His chosen vessels out of the noise so they might hear His whisper more clearly. You are not forsaken. You are being hidden. Hidden not because you lack worth, but because you are worth protecting by heaven's own hand. When God places His anointing on a life, He often surrounds it with stillness, not to cause your suffering, but to cultivate your growth. He wants you to learn to lean on Him and Him alone. And when you lean on God, you will find a strength that no friend could ever provide. You will find a peace that no company could replicate. You will find an identity not built on the validation of others, but on the unshakable truth that God knows you, God sees you, and God has called you. Chosen ones do not walk the easy road. They walk the narrow path carved not by popularity, but by purpose. Many will not understand your discipline. Many will not understand your silence. Many will not comprehend why you walk away when others run toward the spotlight. It is because you know something they do not. You know that God does not anoint the crowd. He anoints the called. And the called must be separated before they are elevated. Before God uses a person publicly, He shapes them privately. So do not weep over the friendships that walked away. Do not mourn the people who couldn't stay. If they left, it was because they were never part of your assignment. If they turned against you, it was because their hearts could not handle the light God placed within you. If you were chosen, you must understand that not everyone will recognize your value because your value is not visible. It is spiritual. The world sees with eyes of flesh, but God sees the heart. And those who are chosen are not validated by crowds. They are validated by God's silence and God's voice. When God separates you, it is because He is about to reveal something sacred within you. That loneliness you feel, it is not emptiness, it is space being made for divine downloads. That quietness around you, it is not absence. It is the presence of God drawing near. For when everyone leaves, God draws closer. When the world turns its back, God opens His arms. And what God builds in the wilderness, no man can destroy in the open. Solitude is the soil of strength. Separation is the school of the Spirit. When you have no one to lean on, you learn to lean fully on God. And let me tell you, those who walk alone with God are never truly alone. They are being accompanied by the one who made the stars. They are being mentored by the one who created wisdom. They are being loved by the one whose love does not fade, falter, or fail. Friends may leave. People may betray, but God remains. And when you have God, you lack nothing. The chosen ones have 0 friends, not because they are unworthy, but because they are too costly. Not because they are broken, but because they are set apart. God does not allow everyone to access what He calls sacred. There is a sacredness to your soul that God is protecting. He is shielding you from connections that would corrupt your calling. He is guarding you from relationships that would distract from your purpose. He is keeping you alone, not to punish you, but to preserve the purity of your walk with Him. Some people were never meant to walk with you into the next season. Some friends were only assigned to a chapter, not the whole story. And when their time is up, you must let them go. Because the longer you hold on to what God is removing, the longer you delay what God is preparing. You see, the chosen must be tested. The chosen must be forged in fire. And fire does not burn in crowd, it burns in solitude. The greatest revelations come not in rooms filled with noise, but in caves filled with stillness. And God speaks clearest in the wilderness. He molds the chosen in the secret place. He shapes them when no one is watching. And when the time is right, He will reveal them. Not to make them famous, but to make Himself known through them. If you are chosen, prepare to be hidden. Prepare to be misunderstood. Prepare to walk alone. But do not be discouraged. For every tear you cry in secret, God bottles it up. For every night you spend in silence, God is near. For every betrayal you face, God is writing justice. God knows what they did. God knows who walked away. God knows how they laughed behind your back. But He also knows the greatness that lies ahead. And when the time is right, He will lift you, not by the hand of man, but by His own hand. And when God lifts, no man can bring down. Those ones walk alone because their ears are tuned to a different frequency. They don't crave gossip. They crave God's voice. They don't desire applause. They desire alignment. They don't chase attention. They chase assignment. And because of that, they often find themselves walking paths no one else dares to walk. They take stands others are too afraid to take. They carry burdens others are too weak to bear. But they do it with grace. They do it with humility because they know their strength comes from God, not from the approval of people. So if you find yourself in a season of isolation, don't fight it. Embrace it. It is God's way of preparing you for the elevation that is to come. The deeper the isolation, the higher the calling. The greater the pain, the heavier the anointing. And the more intense the warfare, the more powerful the purpose. You were not born to fit in. You were born to stand out. You were not called to be accepted. You were chosen to be set apart. And because you are set apart, not everyone will understand you. Not everyone will like you. Not everyone will stay. But that is not your concern. Your concern is obedience. Your concern is purity. Your concern is walking in the purpose God assigned to you before the foundations of the world. Let God be your friend. Let God be your comfort. Let God be your confidence. When everyone else is silent, let God speak. When the world turns against you, let God fight for you. When you feel unseen, let God remind you He sees you. He sees your heart. He sees your obedience. He sees your sacrifice. He sees how you still chose to love when others hated. He sees how you gave when others only took. He sees how you remained faithful when others walked away. And for every time you chose God over comfort, God over popularity, God over relationships, He is preparing a reward. Not just in the life to come, but even in this one, you will reap in joy what you sowed in tears. You will dance where you once crawled. You will be surrounded by favor where you once sat in loneliness. But don't rush it. Don't force friendships that God never approved. Don't entertain company that only drains your spirit. Don't allow loneliness to push you into compromise. Your worth is not measured by how many people surround you, but by how closely you walk with God. And those who walk closely with God often walk alone. But oh, what peace they carry, what wisdom they possess, what power flows through their quiet obedience. The chosen ones are God's secret weapons. They may look ordinary, but they carry extraordinary purpose. They may seem overlooked, but they are overseen by the Almighty. And when God says, "Now everything that was hidden will be revealed," the ones who were ignored will be honored. The ones who were mocked will be magnified, not because they fought for themselves, but because they trusted God to fight for them. And hear this truth deeply, for it will set your heart at ease. When God places a heavy anointing upon a person, He often removes every distraction around them so that their spirit can be fine-tuned to His divine instructions. You are not losing people. You are gaining clarity. You are not left behind. You are being carried by God's unseen hand. Isolation is not your enemy. It is the sacred womb in which destiny is born. And in this womb of separation, God nurtures courage, grows discernment, and strengthens the soul. When no one stands with you, it is because God is standing before you, behind you, beside you, and within you. Chosen ones do not belong to the noise of the world. They belong to the voice of God, and God's voice does not shout in crowds. It speaks in silence. That's why He pulls His chosen away from every voice that competes with His truth. He silences the familiar so you may grow familiar with the sacred. This separation is not rejection, it is refinement. And refinement is not gentle. It is fire. God's fire doesn't come to destroy, it comes to purify. The loneliness you feel, it's not loneliness. It's the fire of holiness, the sting of solitude. It's not emptiness. It's the burning of everything that cannot walk with you into your calling. People often say they want to be used by God, but few are willing to pay the price of being chosen. It costs everything. It costs comfort. It costs popularity. It costs relationships. And that cost is loneliness. But let me tell you, the price is worth it because what God gives in return is eternal. He gives vision that sees beyond the veil. He gives wisdom that cuts through lies. He gives authority that can shake the very gates of darkness. And all of this comes not in a crowd, but in the quiet. In the place where it's just you and God and no one else. This is why you feel out of place when you're surrounded by many. This is why small talk drains your spirit. This is why you sense deception in hearts that smile at you. Because your spirit is tuned to a higher frequency. You are not built for surface level connection. You are built for divine alignment. You cannot engage in gossip when your ears have been trained to hear God. You cannot blend in when you've been marked for something greater. You cannot pretend to be average when God has placed extraordinary weight on your shoulders. Chosen ones are not allowed to get comfortable in the crowd because they were never created to follow. They were created to lead. And leadership, true leadership under God's hand, is a lonely path. It means seeing what others cannot, hearing what others ignore, feeling burdens others shrug off, carrying vision that others mock, but do not let their laughter disturb your peace. Do not let their absence discourage your obedience. They laugh because they do not see what God has revealed to you. They leave because they do not hear what God has spoken to you. And God allows it because what He has planted in your soul must be protected from small minds, shallow hearts, and distracted spirits. Even your enemies are part of God's design. For God will often raise opposition to expose your strength. He will allow betrayal to test your loyalty, not to people, but to Him. He allows misunderstanding not to shame you, but to show you that your validation comes from Him alone. When people walk away, God is showing you who never belong. When doors shut, God is showing you the doors He will open. When voices go silent, God is preparing you to hear the only voice that matters. There is power in having no one but God. There is clarity in being stripped of noise. There is transformation in being broken in silence. And when God breaks you, it's not to ruin you. It's to rebuild you stronger, wiser, sharper, purer. And when that rebuilding is done, no enemy can dismantle you. When God builds you in the dark, He makes you unshakable in the light. You become the kind of soul that can walk through fire and not be burned, that can face storms and not be shaken, that can be betrayed and still forgive. Because your anchor is not in people, it is in God. Chosen ones have zero friends, not because they are unfriendly, but because they are too spiritually deep to dwell in shallow circles. Their loyalty is to truth, not to comfort. Their desire is for purpose, not popularity. Their energy is reserved for assignments, not attachments. And this confuses the world. People want your presence, but not your purity. They want your light, but not your standard. They want your strength, but not your silence. And when you choose solitude over conformity, they call you difficult. But that is the price of divine distinction. And let us not forget, God does not rush the preparation of His chosen. You may be hidden for years. You may be misunderstood for seasons. But it is all part of the blueprint because what is being developed in you cannot be rushed. God is not building a moment. He is building a legacy of obedience, a legacy of resilience, a legacy of resilience, a legacy of resiliency and distractions. So if you feel like you are walking this road alone, know this: you are not lost. You are led. You are not abandoned. You are being advanced. You are not without. You are being filled, and what you are being filled with cannot be given by men. It can only come from God. The weight of your assignment is heavy because the purpose behind it is eternal, and only those who have learned to walk with God in secret can carry such weight in public. Every time you choose to remain silent when others slander you, you are being refined. Every time you walk away from a toxic connection, you are being strengthened. Every time you spend time in solitude seeking God's guidance rather than chasing man's approval, you are being elevated. And one day they will look back and wonder how you made it, how you endured, how you carried so much. And the answer will be simple: God. It was God who sustained you, God who covered you, God who kept your name clean while others tried to stain it, God who provided when no one offered, God who whispered hope when the world shouted defeat, God who fought battles you never even saw, God who opened doors no man could shut. And it was in the silence, in the stillness, in the solitude that God became everything. So stop looking for validation in people who are blind to your purpose. Stop yearning for company that does not carry the depth of your calling. Stop compromising your peace to keep others comfortable. You were not called to fit in. You were set apart to shine. And the only way to shine in the dark is to embrace the fire that God places within you. Walk forward with your head high. Walk forward even if no one walks beside you. Because the road of the chosen is not crowded, but it is covered. Covered by the hand of God. And that covering is better than any company. That protection is greater than any partnership. That presence is more powerful than any friendship. Let them wonder why you walk alone. Let them question your silence. Let them doubt your path. You don't owe them answers. You owe God your obedience. Here's the rewritten version. Giu nanguyen I ngia vakam ksutsnhong they joy kash dienjat jetronen moi mehon. Obedience in solitude is far greater than compromise dressed in applause. You may lack companions, but you carry a mission. You may stand without a circle, but you stand with truth. And truth, when guarded by the hand of God, outweighs 1,000 shallow connections. This is the path of the chosen, to endure testing in hidden places so they can be trusted on higher ground, to be emptied of distractions so they can be filled with calling, to lose false security so they can be clothed in heavenly strength. God is not withholding from you. He is shaping you. And when His work is complete, what you carry will speak for itself. There comes a moment in the life of the chosen when the question shifts from why me to the realization it had to be me. For the burdens they bear, the battles they fight, and the solitude they endure, none of it is random. It is by design. It is heaven's orchestration. When God sets you apart, He separates you from the patterns of the crowd. He pulls you out of shallow waters and calls you into the deep. And in the deep, there is no noise, no distraction, no comfort. Only God. And only those who have walked in that deep place know what it feels like to be completely emptied of human dependence and filled with the power of God alone. Some of you wonder why your phone no longer rings, why you sit alone when others gather, why you can feel surrounded yet unseen. It is because your spirit has outgrown the level of your former circles. When God elevates your calling, He also elevates your separation. You cannot walk in high places while clinging to low attachments. You cannot carry divine purpose while entertaining carnal company. God removes what cannot go with you. And though it may hurt, it is mercy. The silence you feel around you is not rejection, it is sacred ground. And the chosen ones must learn to stand on that holy ground with reverence, with humility, and with unshakable focus. There is a depth to the chosen that the world cannot comprehend. They see your calm, but they don't see the storm you survive. They see your strength, but they don't know the nights you cried to God with no one to comfort you but His invisible presence. They see the fruit, but they have no idea the pruning process it took. And still, through every breaking, God was building something. Through every betrayal, God was proving something. As you, through every moment of silence, God was speaking something into your soul that no human could ever teach. Chosen ones are built in the unseen. They are strengthened in silence. And their reward is not the applause of people, but the approval of God. While others chase platform, they chase purity. While others seek attention, they seek alignment. And because of that, God trusts them with the assignments that no one else can carry. He hides them for a time, not to punish them, but to protect them from premature exposure. For anything exposed too soon becomes vulnerable to destruction. But what God hides, He sustains. And what He sustains, He will release in due season with unstoppable force. You may not have many to talk to, but you have much to say, because when God is your teacher, wisdom flows like rivers. You may not have crowds cheering you on, but you have the heavens watching in silence as your obedience resounds louder than any voice. God does not need noise to confirm His hand on your life. His confirmation is internal. It's the peace that surpasses understanding. It's the strength that comes from nowhere. It's the clarity in confusion. It's the fire that burns in your bones when you know you're walking in purpose, even when you're walking alone. And oh, the chosen are not lonely because they lack love. They are lonely because they carry love that the world cannot yet recognize. They are not isolated because they are unloved. They are isolated because their love for God has become their ultimate priority. And anyone or anything that would hinder that love, that focus, that divine intimacy must be removed. This is not cruelty. This is covenant. God protects those who are in covenant with Him by cutting off anything that competes for their loyalty. Understand this clearly. When you walk with God, you will be misunderstood, because your spirit moves by a code the world does not know. You walk away from drama, not because you're weak, but because peace is your companion. You ignore insults, not because you're afraid, but because your assignment is too important to be delayed by distractions. You sit alone in rooms filled with chaos because your soul craves what only God can provide. And in those moments when no one understands you, when no one includes you, when no one stands beside you, God surrounds you. You may look like one, but you stand with the strength of many because God is your backing. Chosen ones are often misunderstood, even by their own families. They are often the black sheep, the odd one, the one whose spirit feels heavy from a young age. They see the world differently. They sense deception quickly. They feel energies that others ignore because from the beginning, God marked them. And that mark is spiritual. That mark is unseen yet undeniable. That mark will draw attacks, but it will also draw favor. That mark will isolate you from what is familiar, but it will align you with what is eternal. You are not late. You are not behind. You are being developed. And the deeper the development, the longer the process. Do not compare your journey to those around you, for their assignment is not yours. Their crowd is not your confirmation. Let God set your pace. Let God be your calendar. Let God be your timeline. When it is your time, no one will be able to stop what God has ordained. And when it is not your time, no one will be able to force what God has concealed. So yes, chosen ones often have zero friends, not because they are not worthy of love, but because their love is reserved for sacred purposes, reserved for divine missions, reserved for purity, not popularity. They are warriors in the Spirit. They are watchmen in silence. They are vessels carrying fire in a world soaked in coldness. And fire does not settle where it is not welcomed. Fire does not blend in. It consumes. That is why many cannot stay around you, because your very presence convicts what they are unwilling to surrender. But do not dim your light to make others comfortable. Do not shrink to be more acceptable. God did not choose you to blend in. He chose you to be set apart, to carry truth, to walk in clarity, to confront darkness without fear, and to do it even when you're doing it alone. God walks with the one who dares to walk alone with Him, and He gives that person strength that no crowd can offer. You don't need 10 people to agree with your path. You need one voice, God's. And when He says go, you go. When He says wait, you wait. When He says speak, you speak. And even if no one listens, even if no one supports, even if no one stands, God stands with you. And He will show in due time that your isolation was not in vain, that your silence was not wasted, that your sacrifice was not forgotten. The ones who walk alone with God are the ones who shake the world in quiet ways. They don't need microphones. They carry authority in their whisper. They don't need crowds. They walk with conviction. And when they rise with power, not from people, but from the one who formed them in silence. And when the night grows darkest, when your heart aches from being misunderstood, overlooked, and forgotten by the very people you once trusted, remember this. It is in that sacred stillness that God whispers the loudest. He does not always speak when the room is filled. Sometimes God waits for the room to empty, for the clamor to quiet, for every familiar face to fade, just so your soul can finally tune in to Him alone. When you have nothing left but God, you will realize that God is more than enough. The chosen are trained in moments when no one is watching, no one is applauding, and no one is cheering, but God is present, measuring their faithfulness in the shadows. And oh, how different the chosen are. They cannot follow the crowd because they are guided by conviction. They cannot settle in compromise because they are stirred by divine standards. While others chase ease, the chosen are drawn to truth. Even if that truth isolates them, even if it costs them everything. Their loyalty is not swayed by comfort. It is anchored in a deeper covenant with God. And because they choose that higher road, they must walk it alone. But that loneliness is not emptiness. It is preparation. For God is forging warriors, not wanderers. He is crafting vessels of power, not puppets of popularity. People will question your quiet. They will misinterpret your solitude. They will say you are distant, cold, arrogant, when in truth you are simply set apart. You have outgrown small talk and surface connections. Because your spirit is in tune with eternal things, your eyes no longer crave what shines for a moment. They are fixed on what lasts forever. And that focus makes others uncomfortable, but it also makes you unstoppable. Because when God has your full attention, no distraction can derail you. No gossip can stain you. No betrayal can break you. You become immovable, not by your strength, but by the foundation God has built beneath your feet. Chosen ones carry burdens the world cannot see. They feel deeply. They sense danger before it strikes. They weep in silence while carrying smiles in public because their calling demands more than the world understands. And God allows it. He allows the pressing. He allows the pain. Because what He is producing in you is rare. It is precious. It cannot be rushed, cheapened, or polluted. That is why He isolates you not to deprive you, but to purify you. He strips away distractions so that the anointing He pours into you is not diluted by worldly noise. And in that purification, you learn who you truly are. You learn that your worth was never found in who accepted you. It was always rooted in who created you. God does not consult opinions before He calls. He does not need confirmation from others before He sets someone apart. When God chooses, He chooses with full knowledge of your weaknesses, your failures, your past, your pain. And still, He says, you not because you're perfect, but because you're willing to be molded, broken, reshaped, and refined. Willing to walk alone if it means walking with God. Willing to be rejected if it means remaining faithful. The chosen understand that every delay has purpose, that every closed door is God's protection, that every betrayal is a stepping stone. They do not crumble under rejection because they know rejection is redirection. They do not panic in silence because they have learned to hear God in the quiet. They are not afraid of solitude because they have tasted the sweetness of God's presence. And once you have encountered the reality of walking with God, no earthly relationship can replace that peace. Do not envy the ones who seem to have many friends, many admirers, and constant attention. For what looks like gain in the eyes of the world can often be a burden in the eyes of the Spirit. The chosen ones do not measure their lives by what they accumulate, but by how deeply they walk in obedience. And obedience, true obedience, often leads away from crowds and toward consecration. It leads away from applause and into anonymity. Because before God uses you to speak loudly, He teaches you to listen deeply. God knows that those who have walked through the fire of isolation will not be swayed by flattery. They will not be intoxicated by fame. They will not compromise under pressure. Why? Because they have been with God when no one else was there. They have been strengthened in valleys so they can stand on mountains without arrogance. They have been emptied so God could fill them with what cannot be bought or stolen. They have learned to walk without crutches, and now they walk in spiritual authority because their authority comes from God, not from man. Chosen ones are not bitter about their solitude. They are sharpened by it. They don't cry over closed doors. They praise God for them. They don't beg to belong. They understand that the more they grow, the less they fit into what used to feel comfortable, and that okay, because they are not here to be accepted. They are here to fulfill an assignment. And every tear, every betrayal, every long night was shaping them for that divine mission. So if you are walking through a season where no one seems to understand you, where friends have disappeared, where family misread you, where you feel like a stranger in rooms you once called home, know this: God is with you. He is not punishing you. He is positioning you. The solitude is sacred. The silence is holy. And what God is doing in you is preparing you for something far greater than what you left behind. There is a strength that only comes from walking with God alone. A clarity that only comes when you block out every other voice. A confidence that only arises when you've seen God make a way when no one else even cared to notice. And that strength will carry you. That clarity will guide you. That confidence will keep you when storms arise. For the one who walks with God may be alone in the eyes of the world, but they are never alone in reality. So do not curse the loneliness. Embrace it. Let it do its work. Let it strip you of every false dependency. Let it expose every idol. Let it cleanse your heart of every attachment that is not rooted in God. Because when the process is complete, you will emerge with something eternal. You will emerge with the kind of fire that can't be put out, with the kind of peace that passes all understanding, with the kind of focus that cannot be broken. The world may never understand the chosen, but God never intended them to be understood. He intended them to be effective. And effectiveness comes at the price of separation. It comes at the price of purity. It comes at the price of enduring the silence until the only voice you respond to is God's. And when that moment comes, when God says now, no force in heaven or earth can stop what is about to be released through you. You see, when God marks someone, He does not consult the opinions of people. He does not seek permission from the world to elevate you. He does not wait for approval from family, friends, or mentors. When God chooses a soul for a divine purpose, that soul becomes untouchable by man's opinions and unreachable by man's standards. God's hand becomes the seal. And where His seal rests, no force of darkness can prevail. That is why the chosen walk alone, not because they are rejected by man, but because they are accepted by God in a way too sacred for common company to understand. When you walk with God, you walk at a different pace. Others may run ahead, chasing titles and trophies while you stand still, waiting on God's command. Others may build quickly, gathering applause and validation, while you are hidden in the background, learning to build on unshakable foundations. It is not because you lack skill. It is because you are led by stillness. It is not because you are slow. It is because your steps are ordered by a higher rhythm. And those who are ordered by God cannot be rushed by pressure. They do not compromise speed for obedience. They know that timing in the spiritual realm is everything, and nothing fruitful grows outside of God's appointed time. The chosen often experience warfare that others cannot comprehend. This is why some days feel heavier than others. This is why certain battles seem invisible to those around you, but unbearable to you. You are not imagining it. You are not overreacting. What weighs on you is real because your calling is real. God does not pour oil on empty vessels. He anoints those He has prepared, and He prepares through pressure. And pressure comes with pain, but also with purpose. When God increases your pressure, it is because He is increasing your capacity. Chosen ones often wrestle in secret. They cry in silence, pray with groanings, and rise with strength that no one can trace. They don't always have someone to lean on, so they learn to lean into God. They don't always have a hand to hold, so they learn to hold on to the truth. They don't always have encouragement, so they speak life into their own souls with words born out of fire. And this is what makes them dangerous, not because they are loud, but because they are anchored. Not because they have a platform, but because they have a relationship with God that is unshakable and untouched by man. You may feel unseen, but you are never unnoticed by God. You may feel unheard, but your cries echo in the courts of heaven. You may feel forgotten, but God never loses sight of those He calls His own. His eyes are always on you. His presence is always near. He walks with you through every lonely valley, through every dry wilderness, through every mountain of resistance. And when no one else claps for you, God records your obedience. When no one else sees your sacrifices, God remembers every detail. Understand this: Not everyone has the capacity to carry what you carry. That is why your circle is small. That is why you don't fit in. That is why your spirit cannot tolerate fake conversations and shallow intentions. You are not made for the superficial. You are built for the sacred. And the sacred is costly. The sacred requires surrender. The sacred demands separation. And that separation is not about pride. It is about preservation. God removes what would corrupt you. He subtracts what would slow you. He isolates you not to harm, but to prepare. Every step of solitude is ordered. Every loss is calculated. Every delay is designed. You must understand that not all company is good company. Some people are sent to distract. Some are sent to destroy. And when God calls you higher, He must first clear the path. Do not mourn over who left. Do not beg for doors to reopen. What walked away was not meant to stay. What ended was never meant to go with you. If you forced it, it would break you. If you kept it, it would poison the promise. God is not cruel. He is precise. And what He removes, He replaces in due time with better, stronger, and more aligned to your destiny. Chosen ones are not easily impressed by the world because they have tasted something greater. They have seen what worldly riches cannot provide. They have been in the presence of divine wisdom. They have walked with God through shadows and storms and found in Him more security than fame could ever offer. That's why they don't chase trends. That's why they don't bow to pressure. Their hearts are anchored in a deeper place, a place where faith is not just spoken, but lived, tested, and proven through fire. So when others mock your quietness, when they question your distance, when they misread your silence, smile, for they cannot comprehend what God is building in the secret places of your soul. Let them speak. Let them wonder. Let them leave. For none of their opinions can derail what God has ordained. You do not need to defend your calling to those who cannot discern it. You do not need to explain your process to those who are never called to walk it. Keep walking. Keep trusting. Even when it feels like the path is endless, even when the weight feels unbearable, even when the silence feels suffocating. For every step you take in faith is breaking barriers in the unseen realm. Every act of obedience is shaking strongholds. Every tear you cry is watering seeds that will bloom in season. And when that season comes, you will look back and know it was God all along. God who carried you. God who covered you. God who whispered, "Keep going," when your strength failed. And in that moment when the world sees the fruit of your faith, they will not understand how you made it, but you will know it was not luck. It was not talent. It was not connections. It was the hand of God. It was the favor of God. It was the silence of God that strengthened you more than 1,000 voices ever could. And that silence was never absence. It was presence in its purest form. And so, chosen one, walk boldly into your assignment. Embrace your solitude. Wear your isolation as your armor. Let your quiet season become your training ground. Because soon, what God has been forming in the dark will be revealed in the light. And when He lifts you, no man will be able to say they made you. Only God could write this story. Only God could mold a soul like yours. Only God could raise someone from obscurity to impact. And that, my friend, is what makes you chosen. So now I ask you, what will you do with your solitude? What will you do with the silence that surrounds you? Will you waste it yearning for the noise of the crowd? Or will you bow your heart before God and let Him speak? Will you chase after those who walked away? Or will you walk deeper into the arms of the one who never left? Will you mourn what you lost? Or will you rise with boldness, knowing that what God removes, He always replaces with purpose, with power, with peace? This is your moment. This is your sacred invitation. Not to be more popular, not to be more accepted, but to be more aligned with God's plan for your life. If you feel alone, it is not a sign that you are forsaken. It is a sign that you are being prepared for something weighty, something holy, something eternal. And now is the time to let go of everything that has tried to cling to your calling. Every false friend, every fruitless habit, every fear that has robbed you of your focus. You were not made to blend in. You were made to stand out. You were not created to follow the crowd. You were set apart to follow God. Let the world misunderstand you. Let them walk away. Let them doubt. Because when you walk with God, you carry a truth that does not need validation. You carry a light that cannot be dimmed. You carry a calling that cannot be canceled by man. And your value is not in how many people surround you, but in how closely you walk with God. The crowd may not clap for you. The world may not notice you. But if God is pleased, you have everything. Now is the time to return to the secret place, to sit in the quiet, where your soul can breathe again, to fall to your knees and surrender everything that has weighed you down. Let your heart speak honestly to God. Let your tears water the soil of your next season. Let your silence be filled with His presence. For it is in the stillness that your strength will be renewed. It is in the solitude that your purpose will be made clear. Here's the rewritten version. Giun guyen ing hiavatong jeon hong dai join gon guva kach dien jat je moi me hon. In solitude, your soul begins to mend. Choose today to stop fleeing from the quiet and instead lean into the whispers of God you've been avoiding. Choose today to lay down your craving for validation and rest in the certainty that His hand is guiding your life. Choose today to stop questioning why companionship feels distant and start thanking God for shielding you from what was never meant to follow you. You are not abandoned. You are not late. You are not beyond restoration. You are chosen. You are appointed. You are under His covering. And though people may see you walking alone, heaven surrounds you. Let that truth be enough for your soul. Let it anchor your steps. Let it raise your head, ignite your spirit, and call you back to your identity. Walk with courage. Walk with faith. Walk with humility. But most of all, walk with God. For whoever walks with God never walks alone. God has said, rest. Everything meant for you will arrive. This is not an invitation to laziness. It is not a license to sit idle. It is a sacred call to settle your heart, still your soul, and put unshakable trust in the one who never fails. When God speaks, storms bow. When He commands, creation obeys. So, when God says, relax, it is not optional. It is a holy guarantee that He is moving where you cannot see, setting in place what your eyes have yet to witness, and preparing blessings beyond your imagination. Then why do you worry, beloved? Why let your soul grow weary when God has already declared peace over you? Why pace in the midnight hours, tangled in anxious thoughts, when the King of all creation has sworn to sustain you provide for you, and finish the work He began. The fight is not yours. The outcome does not depend on your stress, your hustle, or your overthinking. It depends on the God who holds time in His hands and calls every star by name. There is power in stillness. There is glory in surrender. There is victory in patience. But in this world, we've been taught to chase, to force, to strive, to panic because we think everything depends on our next move. We treat God like a backup plan, a last resort, after we've tried everything else. But hear this with all the fire of your faith. When God says relax, He's not saying give up. He's saying look up. Look up to the heavens where help comes from. Look up to the skies where your prayers have risen. Look up to the throne where your answers are already written. You cannot control what is beyond your reach. You cannot manipulate timing, people, or outcomes, but you can trust. You can believe. You can rest in the mighty arms of God, who has never failed a single soul that depended on Him. God said, relax. Not because there's nothing to do, but because He has already done what you could never do. He has opened doors no man can shut. He has softened hearts that were like stone. He has cleared paths where none existed. And He is not done yet. Faith is not just shouting hallelujah in church. Faith is the quiet confidence when the bills are due and the answers are few. Faith is when your eyes see nothing but your heart says God is working. Faith is when you stop rehearsing worst-case scenarios and start declaring divine outcomes. Faith is not a mood. It is a mindset. It is the refusal to be moved by what is seen and the unshakable trust in what is spoken by God. But God has told you to relax. Then there is nothing in the universe that can undo what He is bringing to pass. People may delay it, but they cannot destroy it. Circumstances may twist it, but they cannot take it. Your own fears may blur it, but they cannot block it. What God has written for you is sealed, and no amount of anxiety will speed it up. No amount of panic will make it happen faster. You must wait in peace, not in torment. You must wait with assurance, not with fear. Some of you are tired of waiting, tired of hoping, tired of believing. But let me tell you, your tiredness is not a sign to give up. It is a sign that something is close. You're not tired for nothing. You're tired because the breakthrough is near. The enemy fights hardest when heaven is about to deliver. But God says, relax, not collapse, not retreat, not fold. Relax, breathe, trust. The pressure you feel is not the end. It is the birth of something new. Many of you have been running, striving, comparing your life to others. You've been watching others prosper and wondering when it will be your turn. But hear me. What God has for you is tailor-made. It cannot be rushed. It cannot be stolen. What others have is not your measurement. What they accomplish is not your timeline. God has His own schedule, His own design. And when He moves, it will happen so suddenly you'll forget the years of waiting. You don't need to prove anything. You don't need to explain yourself. You don't need to manipulate outcomes. What you need is stillness, spiritual stillness that anchors your soul in the truth that God is faithful. Do you think the one who formed you in the womb would forget your needs? Do you think the one who sustains the sun and moon would overlook your prayers? God is not a man. He does not lie. He does not tease. He does not change His mind. If He said it, He will do it. Relaxing in God is not weakness. It is warfare. It is declaring to the forces of darkness, that you will not be shaken. It is standing in the face of delay and saying, I know my God. It is looking at the chaos around you and choosing peace. That peace is a weapon. That stillness is a sword, because the enemy thrives on your panic. He wants you to believe that time is running out, that God forgot that you missed your chance. But the devil is a liar. Time belongs to God. Destiny belongs to God. And your moment has already been scheduled. Do not confuse movement with progress. Just because others are busy doesn't mean they are blessed. Just because you are still doesn't mean you are stuck. God grows things in silence. The seed does not shout while it breaks through the soil. The tree does not scream while it bears fruit. God is working silently, deeply beneath the surface. And when it's time, He will raise you up. Not by your might, not by your efforts, but by His hand alone. You don't need to worry about who left you, who lied to you, who overlooked you. Let them go. Let Him walk, because what God brings to you will never leave. What He ordains for your life is sealed with power. You are not behind. You are not late. You are not forgotten. You are hidden. Hidden in God's purpose. Hidden in God's protection, hidden until the perfect time. That is why He tells you to relax, because your worry is doing nothing but stealing your joy. Your fear is doing nothing but wasting your strength. And God did not bring you this far to abandon you now. He did not part the Red Sea of your past just to let you drown in the river of your present. Trust Him. If He made a way before, He will answer again. The waiting is not punishment. It is preparation. You are being made ready, not just to receive the blessing, but to carry it with wisdom. You are not just waiting for something to happen. God is making something happen in you. And when the blessing comes, it will match your maturity. It will match your strength. It will match the character God has been building in you through every trial, every delay, every sleepless night. So don't rush the process. Don't beg for shortcuts. Don't panic when the door seems closed. When God says relax, He's telling you the door is not locked. It's just not time. And when the time comes, you won't need to knock twice. You won't need to force anything. It will swing open because God is the one who opens and no man can shut. Let your heart be still. Let your mind be quiet. Let your soul return to its anchor. You don't need to have it all figured out. You don't need to have every answer. What you need is to return to the posture of trust. Trust like a child. Trust like a warrior. Trust like someone who has seen God move before and knows He will do it again. God sees the tears you cry in secret. He hears the prayers you whisper at night. He knows the silent battles you fight that no one else sees. And He is not distant. He is not deaf. He is not idle. He is present, active, and watching. And when the time is right, He will send help that overwhelms you with joy. He will send peace that makes no sense. He will open a floodgate of blessing that will silence every doubt. When God says relax, He is not giving you a temporary escape. He is inviting you into eternal alignment. He is calling you to a life where your soul no longer panics at every delay, where your spirit no longer trembles when things don't go your way. It is a shift, a transformation, a spiritual recalibration. Because when your heart finally lets go of the illusion of control, God takes over in ways you never imagined. God takes over in ways you never imagined. Your surrender becomes the soil where miracles grow. Your stillness becomes the stage where His power is displayed. There is a divine order in God's process. Nothing in your life is random. Not the silence, not the detour, not the people who left, not the door that didn't open. Even what you call failure, God calls preparation. Even the seasons that felt like a wilderness were part of God's holy design to teach you trust, to teach you dependence, to break you free from the chains of human understanding. Because when God is all you have, that's when you discover He is all you need. Some of you have been trying to force what God has already removed. You've been chasing what God has already closed off, and now your soul is tired. But God is saying to you today, stop chasing, stop striving, stop trying to fix what was never yours to fix. Relax. Let it fall apart if it must, because God allows things to break only when He is about to rebuild you into something stronger. What you lost was not the end, was the beginning of something greater. God never lets go of His own. Even when you don't understand Him, even when His silence seems unbearable, even when His ways appear hidden behind layers of mystery, He is still with you. He is still guiding the currents of your life with precision and purpose. The delays are not denials. They are divine pauses meant to position you, to protect you, to prepare you. And sometimes the greatest test of faith is not in action, but in inaction. Can you trust God enough to do nothing but believe? The enemy wants you restless. He wants you exhausted from worry. He wants your mind tormented by the unknown. But God wants you anchored in His Word, anchored in His timing, anchored in the unshakable truth that what is meant for you will never pass you by. Not by mistake, not by delay, not by human interference. What God has for you is wrapped in divine security. You don't need to race after it. You only need to remain aligned with Him, and in His time, everything will fall into place. Relaxing in God is not letting life happen to you. It's letting God happen through you. It is not passivity, it is spiritual posture. It is the heart standing firm even when the winds howl. It is the mind refusing to bow to fear. It is the soul saying, "My God knows what He's doing." And that kind of peace, that kind of unwavering confidence only comes from knowing who God is. Not just in theory, but through every battle you've faced, every valley you've walked through, and every tear you've cried. You are not forgotten. You are not invisible. You are not a mistake. God crafted your life with such care that not even a moment has been wasted. Every disappointment, every delay, every closed door, it has all been part of a divine masterpiece. And just because you don't see the whole painting yet, doesn't mean it's not beautiful. Just because the story feels unfinished, doesn't mean it's not powerful. God is still writing. God is still moving. And when He's ready, what He brings into your life will make sense of every sleepless night you've ever had. There is power in trusting when you don't see. There is strength in standing still when everything around you screams, "Run!" Faith is not the absence of questions. It's the presence of obedience. And God honors the heart that waits with quiet expectation. Not with fear, not with desperation, but with bold confidence that says, "I don't know how or when, but I know my God will do it." That kind of faith moves mountains. That kind of faith unlocks heaven. When your plans fail, don't panic. God's plan never fails. When people leave, don't beg. God will replace what is lost with what is better. When nothing is working, don't collapse. Sometimes God brings everything to a halt so He can rebuild you with clarity. His ways are not your ways. His thoughts are higher. His timing is perfect. And when He finally releases what He has prepared for you, it will come with no sorrow, no confusion, and no struggle. Only peace, only purpose, only power. Many are asking, when will it happen? When would my life change? But God is asking you, can you relax even now? Can you trust even in the delay? Can you believe even in the silence? Because it's easy to trust when the door opens. It's easy to praise when the miracle comes. But the real test of faith is whether you can still worship in the waiting room. Whether you can still walk upright when you don't know what's next. Whether you can still bless God even when you're bleeding, and the reward for that kind of trust, it is unspeakable. It is the favor that finds you. It is the breakthrough that overtakes you. It is the provision that meets you where you are. You will not have to run to chase it. It will run to find you. That's what happens when you relax in God. You stop chasing what the world says you need, and you start receiving what God knows you need. The difference is everything. The world's pace is panic. God's pace is peace. God doesn't need your fear. He needs your faith. He doesn't need your stress. He needs your surrender. And when you give it to Him fully, freely, completely, He begins to shift the entire atmosphere around your life. People you never thought would help you will show up. Opportunities you never imagined will present themselves. Doors you didn't even knock on will open. And all because you trusted. All because you stopped forcing and started flowing with God's perfect will. Don't measure your life by what you can see now. What you see is only a shadow of what God is preparing. You may feel stuck, but God is not stuck. You may feel delayed, but God is never late. You may feel like nothing is changing, but God is changing everything quietly, deliberately, eternally. The moment you stop striving and start surrendering is the moment you align yourself with supernatural flow. Relax, not because the journey is over, but because you finally realize you're not walking alone. God is with you in every step, every struggle, every silence. He is guiding even the details you overlook. He is protecting you from things you don't even know are threatening you. And He is working all things together for your good. Not some things, all things. Even your pain, even your waiting, even the parts that don't make sense. This is your time to rest. Not in defeat, but in faith. Not in frustration, but in hope. Because what is ahead of you is greater than what is behind you. God is not finished. He is not done writing your story. And the next chapter will make you weep, not with sorrow, but with joy so overwhelming you'll drop to your knees in awe. You will say, God, you did more than I asked, more than I imagined, more than I deserve. That's the kind of ending God writes for those who trust Him completely. And when God tells you to relax, He is not asking you to step away from purpose, but to step into trust. Trust is not passive. Trust is not weakness. Trust is fire-tested strength. Trust is the posture of a soul that refuses to be moved by what the world says because it has been rooted in what God has spoken. God is not looking for noise, for performance, for panic. God is looking for stillness because stillness is the language of surrender. And when your soul is surrendered, heaven responds. Heaven does not respond to chaos. Heaven moves in response to faith. You must understand God is not on your clock. He is not governed by your deadlines. He is not shaken by your emergencies. When God says relax, He is teaching you to release your grip on time. You may think you're late. You may feel like you're behind, but God sees you right on schedule. There is no pressure in heaven. There's no anxiety in the throne room. The God who controls the flow of time is never rushing. The God who sees the end from the beginning knows exactly when and how your breakthrough will come. Stop measuring your worth by what hasn't happened yet. Stop defining your future by the delay you see now. Delay is not denial. Delay is often divine protection. Delay is where God prepares what is beyond your imagination. You prayed for something great, but do you really believe that greatness can be rushed? When God makes diamonds, He applies pressure. When God molds vessels, He uses fire. And when God prepares a soul for destiny, He often tells that soul to be still, to wait, to trust. Why? Because you must be ready to carry the weight of what is coming. God is not building for now. He is building for always. You are not being prepared for temporary applause. You are being fashioned for eternal impact. And what you carry must be rooted in obedience, not pride. So God strips away your dependence on result. He tears down your addiction to recognition. He removes your idols, success, relationships, speed, and then in the quietness of surrender, He speaks. He whispers, "Relax, I've got this." And those words spoken by God are more powerful than 10,000 battles. There are things you're praying for right now that seem far away. But God is not delaying to punish you. He's delaying to align you. Because if you received it too early, it would crush you. If you walked through that door without strength, the weight would destroy your peace. So God builds your endurance in silence. He strengthens your character in the shadows. He sharpens your discernment in the waiting. And when the moment is right, when your spirit is ready, when your enemies are silenced, when the time is perfect, God will move. And it will be sudden. It will be complete. It will be undeniable. Relaxing in God means living in a different rhythm. The world screams, "Do more, move faster, chase harder." But God says, "Be still and know." Know what? Know that I am the one who parts seas. Know that I am the one who makes streams in the desert. Know that I am the one who calls things that are not as though they were. You don't have to exhaust yourself trying to prove your worth. God already declared it. You don't have to beg for what is yours. God already assigned it. You don't have to fight to be seen. God already chose you. And those who are chosen by God don't chase, they attract. They don't panic, they prepare. They don't force, they flow. When God is your source, you stop leaning on people. You stop relying on circumstances. You stop looking to the left or right, and you fix your gaze on the Almighty. And in that gaze, in that holy focus, you find strength that makes no sense. You find peace that surpasses understanding. You find joy that endures beyond pain. You find purpose that no man can cancel. So lift your head, shake off the dust, let go of the fear that's been choking your vision. You are not forsaken. You are not forgotten. God has not left you. He has hidden you. He has protected you, and He is speaking to your soul right now. Relax. It's coming. What I promised is still on the way. Not one dream placed in your heart will die if it was born of God. Not one dream placed in your heart will die if it was born of God. And it's not God. Not one tear you've shed in faith will go uncollected. God sees the sacrifice. He sees the pain you didn't speak. He knows the burdens you carried without complaining. And He is faithful. He is just. He is mighty. He is able. God will reward you not in men's time, but in perfect time. And when that time comes, the same people who overlooked you will be in awe. The same places where you were rejected will open their doors. The same areas where you failed will become testimonies of God's power. But to get there, you must stop fighting battles that God already won. You must stop arguing with people God already removed. You must stop rehearsing wounds that God already healed. Relax. Don't just hear the word, live it. Let your actions speak trust. Let your silence declare faith. Let your patience become worship, because worship is not just a sound. It is a lifestyle. And when your lifestyle says, God, I trust you, heaven takes notice. The idea that you don't have to do everything is a sound in your life. You pray others, then you got to worship. Heaven takes notice. Some of you have been on the edge of giving up. You've said, I can't do this anymore, I've waited too long. But let me tell you, right before harvest comes weariness. Right before breakthrough comes pressure. Right before the release comes silence. That's where you are. You're not at the end. You're at the edge. And if you can just hold on, if you can just remain in peace, if you can just refuse to panic, God will show up in such power that your enemies won't be able to deny it. You don't need to fear missing your moment. When your life is in God's hands, nothing meant for you can pass you by. Not the job, not the opportunity, not the blessing. What God said will find you. It will pursue you. It will overtake you, and it will establish you in ways that your efforts never could. That's why he says relax. Because if you keep trying to hold everything together in your own strength, you'll miss the supernatural. God doesn't need your anxiety. He needs your attention. He doesn't need your hustle. He needs your humility. He doesn't need your worry. He needs your worship. Because when you worship instead of worry, when you surrender instead of strive, when you trust instead of fear, God releases. He releases favor. He releases direction. He releases divine connections. Not because you earned it, but because you aligned with Him. So today, make a decision. Choose peace over panic. Choose stillness over striving. Choose rest over resistance. Not because life is easy, but because God is able. Not because you see the finish line, but because God has already written the victory. And if God is in control, then nothing is out of control. If God has spoken peace, then no storm can overturn it. Let your soul be still. Let your spirit rise. Let your faith speak louder than your fear. Because when God says relax, He's not asking for silence. He's inviting you to faith. Not empty words, not forced smiles, but the deep, burning assurance that everything He said is already in motion. Even if you can't see it, even if you can't feel it, even if the world says otherwise, God is still faithful. When God says relax, He is not asking you to ignore your circumstances. He is commanding you to shift your focus from what's around you to who is above you. Too often we allow the chaos of the world to become louder than the calm of God's voice. We become addicted to noise, to movement, to solving everything in our own power. But God, in His supreme wisdom, is teaching you something higher, something eternal. He is training your spirit not to react to trouble, but to rise above it. He is teaching you that divine peace is not the absence of storms. It is the presence of trust in the midst of them. You may think things are falling apart, but in truth, God is letting some things collapse so that what He builds next will be unshakable. You prayed for a breakthrough, but did you expect it to come through ease? Or did you trust that God would use the fire to refine, the pressure to shape, and the silence to strengthen? God's methods are not always comfortable, but they are always perfect. He is not rushed by your impatience, nor is he moved by your worry. God is working even in the delay, and the stillness he asks of you is not punishment. It is preparation. The world will say, take control. Oh, well, God says, give me control. The world will say, push harder. God says, stand still and see what I will do. The world rewards anxiety with applause and busyness with approval, but God rewards obedience with peace. So that's why your rest in Him is a weapon. It confuses every voice that says your life should be falling apart. When you walk in divine calm, when your spirit refuses to bow to fear, you are proclaiming to the world, my trust is not in outcomes, it is in God. Do not let the burdens of this life outweigh the living Word of God within you. Do not let a momentary delay grow into lasting discouragement. Even when you cannot trace His hand, you can still trust His purpose. God will never desert His own. He never tires. He never loses sight of a single promise. And if He has whispered peace into your spirit, cling to it like an anchor. For circumstances may change, but His word will never come back empty. You are not invisible in the multitude. You are not just another face in the crowd. God looks at you personally, fully, and with intention. Your name is not lost among the billions. Your voice is not drowned out by countless prayers. He knows every breath you take. And when He tells you rest, He is saying, I have already accounted for every fear. I have already settled what lies ahead. I have already supplied what you cannot yet see. Trusting God is not a weakness. It is the highest form of strength. It is choosing to rest while others run. It is choosing to listen while others panic. It is choosing to believe that when nothing is working in your favor, God is still working all things for your good. And sometimes it takes more faith to sit quietly than to run frantically. Sometimes the real strength is not in speaking, but in staying silent until God gives the command to move. Look back on your life. How many times did you think it was over, only to watch God come through at the last moment? How many nights did you cry, only to wake up and see that the sun still rose, that provision still came, that your strength was renewed? You are not here by accident. You are here because God carried you. Because in every moment when you thought you couldn't take one more step, He was the one sustaining you. Now He is asking you to trust Him again, but deeper this time, not just for small things, but for the impossible. Not just for survival, but for abundance. Not just for daily needs, but for the desires of your heart. But to receive what God has for you, your soul must learn to wait without fear, to hope without doubt, to stand without shaking. You must come to the place where peace becomes your default, where your calm becomes your confidence, and where your stillness becomes your strength. The beauty of divine timing is that it always reveals what human effort could never accomplish. When God moves, He moves in such a way that no one else can take credit. He restores with such completeness that people will wonder how it happened. But you will know it was God. It was His hand. It was His plan. And it came when you chose to believe instead of break, to worship instead of worry, to relax instead of worry. Some of you are praying for direction, for clarity, for a sign. But hear this. God often answers in whispers, not shouts. He leads in quietness, not chaos. If your heart is loud with fear, you may miss the still small voice that's guiding you. That's why God is telling you to calm down, not just outwardly, but inwardly. Your peace must not be based on your surroundings, but on your surrender. If you can trust Him in the storm, you'll hear Him in the silence. And if you can hear Him in the silence, you'll walk with purpose, even when the path is invisible. Your future is not hanging by a thread. It is held by God. Your next chapter is not uncertain. It is already written, and your current waiting is not wasted. It is producing something in you that nothing else could. Every second you spend trusting God is a seed planted in eternity. And when the harvest comes, it will not be according to your striving. It will be according to His promise. So quiet your soul, breathe deeply, stop rehearsing the worst-case scenario. God is not panicking in heaven. He is not confused. He is not figuring it out as He goes. He saw this moment before you were born. He knew what you'd face, and He prepared for it. He knew who would betray you, and He already made a way to restore you. He knew the doors that would close, and He already built the ones that will open. Nothing surprises God. Nothing delays His plan, and nothing can stop what He has ordained. The more you relax in God, the more your enemies lose their grip. The more you rest in His promises, the more the voices of doubt fade away. The more you place your full weight on His faithfulness, the less your past can haunt you. You are not at the mercy of circumstances. You are in the hands of the One who controls all things. And when you trust that truth, your spirit becomes unshakable. You begin to move with grace, speak with power, and live with boldness. Because when God says, relax, He is not dismissing your pain. He is elevating your perspective. He's calling you to rise above fear, to detach from desperation, and to look again. Not at what is missing, but at who is present. God is here. And if God is here, then provision is here. Peace is here. Wisdom is here. Power is here. Everything you need is in Him. Everything you desire will come from. So let go. Let the weight fall off your shoulders. Let the burden be released from your mind, and say within yourself, I will trust. I will rest. I will believe. You may not know when. You may not know how. But you know who. And if you know who holds your future, then you already have the answer to every question. Let that truth become your anchor, your shield, your strength. God said, relax. And when God speaks, He speaks only what is true, only what is holy, and only what will stand forever. So let His word be enough. Let His voice drown out every other. Let His peace become your dwelling place. Because everything that is meant for you, everything your heart has prayed for, everything your soul has waited for, everything that aligns with God's will find you. Not because you chased it, but because you trusted. Not because you forced it, but because you flowed with God's timing. That is the power of resting in God. That is the reward of trusting without wavering. And when it all comes, when the peace flood your life, when the answers arrive, when the provision overflows, when the blessing breaks through, don't forget this moment. Don't forget the silence, the stillness, the sacred calm, because that is where your breakthrough was born. That is where heaven responded. That is where God moved in your stillness, in your surrender, in your trust. When God tells you to relax, He is not merely offering comfort. He is issuing a divine command that separates those who walk by sight from those who walk by faith. It is a call to spiritual maturity. It is a challenge to trust not in your emotions, not in the noise of the world, not in the opinions of men, but in the unchanging, all-powerful nature of God. And when you understand who is speaking, then His words will become your shield, your compass, and your peace. His voice is not like the voice of man. Man speaks from limitation. God speaks from eternity. Man reacts, God ordained. And when He speaks a word over your life, it echoes through time with unstoppable force. To relax in God does not mean you have given up. It means you finally stepped into divine agreement. It means your soul no longer wages war against the timing of heaven. It means you are no longer trying to fix spiritual matters with physical tools. It means you no longer allow fear to shape your steps. Because the more you know God, the less room there is for anxiety. The more deeply you trust God, the less control you need. You begin to understand that your steps are not random. They are ordered. And when your life is in the hands of God, even detours are part of the design. There are times when the silence of God is louder than 1,000 answers. It is in the silence that your faith is forged. It is in the stillness that your spirit is strengthened. When there is nothing left to do and all you have is trust, this is where the foundation of true faith is laid. Because faith is not proven by results. It is proven by obedience. And your obedience in stillness shouts louder in heaven than all your striving on earth. The world will call your peace foolish. It will not understand why you can sleep while the storm rages. It will question your calm, doubt your patience, and mock your stillness. But what the world cannot see is the unbreakable covenant between your heart and God. What the world cannot touch is the strength that flows from surrender. While others seek validation and applause and progress, you rest in the quiet power of alignment. While others are busy building towers on sand, you are standing on the rock of God's promises. And when you are aligned with God, you are not anxious about who left, what failed, or what hasn't arrived. You know that what departs was never meant to stay. What failed was never part of your future. And what hasn't arrived is still being prepared, because God does not withhold to punish. He withholds to protect. He doesn't delay to test your patience. He delays to develop your purpose. And the moment you start seeing the delay as a blessing, the weight becomes easier and the peace becomes permanent. So many chase what is never meant to be theirs. So many grasp, hustle, and beg for things that would poison them if they came too soon. But those who wait on God, those who trust and relax in His wisdom, receive not just a gift, but a crown. They receive what is tailor-made for their calling, what has been sealed with divine fingerprints, what will not come with sorrow or loss, but with clarity, honor, and grace. It is time to stop negotiating with doubt. It is time to stop holding hands with worry. Doubt is a thief. Worry is a liar. And both will rob you of the peace God already gave you. You do not need a new promise. You need to believe the one you've already received. The words of God are not theories. They are not suggestions. They are not fragile opinions. They are eternal truths spoken by the Creator of heaven and earth, who is not moved by time, trends, or threats. When God tells you to relax, He is realigning your spirit with the frequency of faith. He is lifting you above the fog of fear and placing you in the clarity of trust. Because fear demands answers, but faith demands obedience. Fear asks, what if it never happens? Faith declares it will happen when God decides. Fear focuses on the lack. Faith rests in the source. And the moment you choose faith over fear, the atmosphere shifts, the burden lifts, and your heart begins to rise in quiet strength. Some of you have been carrying loads that were never yours to bear. You've been fighting battles that God never called you to fight. You've been pleading for things that God already decided to give you, but in His time, and now your soul is weary. But God is not calling you to fight harder. He is calling you to release. Let go. Let go of the panic. Let go of the control. Let go of the need to understand every step. You do not need to know the path if you trust the guide. Let the presence of God become your dwelling place. Not just your place of refuge in trouble, but your home in all seasons. Make peace your new atmosphere. Make trust your permanent posture. Make stillness your weapon. Because the soul that rests in God becomes unshakable, immovable, unbothered by the shifting tides of this world. This is not arrogance. This is not ignorance. This is the quiet strength that comes from knowing you belong to the one who commands the wind and calms the waves. And when it feels like nothing is happening, that's often when everything is happening. In silence, God is working. In the background, He is arranging what no man can. In the stillness, He is refining your character, increasing your capacity, strengthening your resolve. Because what is coming requires more than just desire. It requires endurance. And God will never send you into battle with an untrained spirit. That's why the stillness matters. That's why the waiting is holy. That's why the peace is sacred. You are not waiting for something small. You are not waiting for crumbs. You are waiting for the fullness of what God has ordained. And anything of that magnitude cannot be rushed. The deeper the foundation, the higher the structure. So if it feels like God is digging deep into your soul, if it feels like He is stretching you beyond your limits, it's because the blessing that is coming requires roots that will not be shaken. Let your heart be anchored in that truth. Let your mind be renewed by it. Let your spirit rise with fresh strength, because God is not asking you to pretend everything is fine. He is asking you to believe that in Him, everything will be made right. You don't need to suppress your pain. You don't need to hide your fears. You simply need to place them in the hands of God and then rest in the assurance that He is more than enough. God said, relax. And when God speaks, His word becomes your authority. His word becomes your peace. His word becomes your victory. You don't need to wait for confirmation when the command has already been given. Stop looking for signs when God already gave you the signal. Rest, trust, wait. You are not being denied. You are being shaped for what's ahead. This is not a season of punishment. This is a season of strategic positioning. And when your moment arrives, the gift God sends won't merely bless you. It will spill over, lift you higher, and change everything in your orbit. Come on, let's move. Yes, let's go together. The clearest proof of trust is the ability to rest. The truest sign of faith is a calm heart. Not the temporary calm the world offers, but the deep peace that comes from being held completely, forever, and without condition by God's hands. Let that reality sink into every part of you. Let it reshape your thoughts. Let it steady your pulse. Let it bring your life back into its right rhythm. What belongs to you will find you. What is appointed for you will not be postponed forever. God's promises toward you are on their way, not because of force, fear, or frantic striving, but by His power, His hand, and His perfect timing. So breathe. God has spoken. That is sufficient. Before the flood of breakthrough is released, God often takes His chosen through the wilderness, not as punishment, not as delay, but as preparation for the weight of glory ahead. Many ask God for a breakthrough without realizing that before He gives the great, He must first shape the vessel to carry it. God does not pour living water into a vessel that is cracked. He mends, He purifies, He restores, and only then does He release. If it feels like you are waiting endlessly, if it feels like life has pulled you back while others surge forward, know this: you are not overlooked. You are being shaped by the hands of the Almighty for something greater than your imagination. And that shaping often feels like solitude. When God intends to raise you higher, He begins by setting you apart. He removes the props you once leaned on, the people you once trusted, the patterns that once defined you, because where God is taking you, old crutches will not carry you. Old mindsets will not sustain you. Old surroundings will not support you. So He removes, He prunes, He cuts back. And in those moments, you may cry. You may ask God, why am I alone? Why does it feel like no one understands me? But that's the holy preparation. That is God crafting a stronger, bolder, wiser version of you in the hidden places, far from the applause of the crowd. The womb of preparation is dark, but it is sacred. When God is preparing you for a breakthrough, He teaches you to walk by faith, not by sight. You won't always see evidence of progress. You won't always feel growth. But God is not building you on emotion. He is building you on endurance. Because breakthroughs don't just demand excitement, they demand strength. Strength of character, strength of conviction, strength of obedience. And God builds that strength in the silent. When the phone doesn't ring, when the doors stay shut, when the answers don't come, that's when God is building something deeper inside you. Trust becomes more than a word. It becomes your daily bread. God will often allow resistance to build your resilience. Don't despise the opposition. Don't curse the storm. Don't run from the fire, because it's in the furnace of affliction that God forges champions. Look at the patterns of divine preparation throughout time. Every chosen one before the blessing went through the breaking. That breaking is not a sign of failure. It is the fingerprint of God molding you into someone who can carry the breakthrough. God does not give precious things to those who are untested. He proves, He stretches, He disciplines. Because the destiny He has for you requires a new dimension of strength that comfort will never provide. In the stillness, God teaches you to hear His voice. He removes distractions. He silences the noise so that when He speaks, you will not confuse His voice with your fears, your flesh, or the world. That clarity is critical because when the breakthrough comes, when the opportunity opens, you must know what direction to go. You must know what voice to follow. And if you haven't learned to hear Him in the quiet, you won't recognize Him in the chaos. God trains your ears before He trains your feet. He speaks in whispers before He moves in wonders. And those who listen in the silence will lead in the storm. There are seasons where God will allow delay to develop your discipline. You ask, why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't the door opened? Why haven't I received what I prayed for? And God answers not with noise, but with time. Because in that delay, He is teaching you the value of patience. He is weaning you off of entitlement. He is showing you that you are not in control. And that is a holy lesson. God delays not to discourage, but to deepen. He lets you sit in the space between promise and fulfillment to test your endurance, your gratitude, and your worship. Will you praise God before the breakthrough? Will you trust Him when there is no sign of movement? Because if you can worship Him in the waiting, you are ready for the blessing. God often hides you before He reveals you. He conceals your gifts, your calling, your potential, not because He doesn't want the world to see it, but because the foundation must be set in secret. If the world sees you before God has strengthened you, it can crush you. But if God sees you before the world does, you will rise unshakable. God hides His best work. He molds the diamond in the dirt. He builds the warrior in the wilderness. You may feel unseen, but you are not forgotten. You are in the hands of the Master, Builder, and when He is finished, the world will see what He has known all along, that you were destined for the breakthrough. During this preparation, God will remove things you thought you needed. He will strip away relationships, opportunities, and even identities you held on to. And in the moment, it may feel like loss, but it's not destruction, it's construction. God cannot build a new life on old foundations. So He clears the ground. He removes the faulty bricks. He exposes the cracks in your character, the pride in your heart, the fears you've masked with performance. He takes it all not to shame you, but to shape you, because the next season requires a stronger structure. And when He builds to last. But will stretch your faith. He will ask you to walk on waters you've never stepped on. He will ask you to trust Him with outcomes you cannot predict. And this is where many give up. But if you hold on, if you trust that God is not a liar, that His plan is not faulty, that His timing is not late, you will see the reward. The pressure you feel now is not punishment. It is preparation. Just as a seed breaks before it grows, just as muscles tear before they strengthen, so must your spirit be stretched before its sources. God is not trying to break you. He is trying to birth something through you. There are times when God will allow you to face closed doors, doors you prayed for, doors you fought for, just to teach you that not every door is divine. He wants you to stop chasing what you think is best and start trusting that He knows what is best. Closed doors are not rejection, they are redirection. They're a signal from heaven that God is guarding your destiny. Sometimes what you think is a blessing is actually a burden in disguise. And so God steps in. He intervenes. He says no, not to withhold, but to protect. And if you trust Him in the no, you'll be ready for the yes. God's preparation also includes exposure, not of others, but of yourself. He shows you who you really are, not who you pretend to be. Not who others think you are, but the raw version of your heart, the motives, the pride, the hidden wounds. And in that exposure, you are called to change, to repent, to grow. Because God cannot elevate a heart that is still clinging to self. He will bless the humble, He will raise the yielded, but the proud He resists. So He prepares you by refining you. He teaches you to surrender not just your dreams, but your ego, because the blessing ahead is too big for a self-centered soul. And in your preparation season, God will test your obedience. He will ask you to do things that make no sense, to forgive someone who hurt you, to give when you are lacking, to speak when you want to stay silent, to stay when you want to run. These tests are not random. They are divinely designed because obedience is the currency of breakthrough. God does not bless rebellion. He blesses obedience. And those who obey in the small things will be trusted with the great things. So don't ignore the nudge. Don't dismiss the instruction. Every act of obedience is a step closer to your breakthrough. Sometimes God prepares you by allowing you to be misunderstood. People will question your motives. They will mock your decisions. They will label you based on their limited perception. But God allows it not to humiliate you, but to humble you, to teach you that your approval does not come from man. It comes from Him alone. He allows the false accusations, the gossip, the rejection not to destroy you, but to detach you from the need for validation. Okay? That you, when you no longer need the crowd's applause, you are ready to walk in the fullness of God's plan. Because breakthrough demands focus, and focus is forged in the fire of isolation. God prepares you by healing you. He digs up old wounds. He brings hidden pain to the surface. He confronts the bitterness you buried because you cannot walk into a new season carrying old poison. You cannot rise while weighed down by what broke you in the past. So God heals not with speed, but with precision. He breaks open the scarred places so that true restoration can happen. And when the healing is complete, you will look back and realize that what once hurt you, God used to help you. What once made you weep, God used to make you wise. In this sacred preparation, God is not just building a future for you. He is building you for the future. He is creating a vessel that can handle the blessing without being destroyed by it. He is forging character that won't crumble under pressure. He is establishing a foundation that won't shake when the winds come. Because the breakthrough that is coming is not small. It is not light. It is not ordinary. It is a divine shift, a supernatural turning point, a life-altering release. And only those who have been prepared can carry it without being crushed by the weight of glory. When God prepares you for a major breakthrough, He doesn't just shift your circumstances, He ships you. He changes how you think, how you speak, how you respond, how you carry yourself. Because if your mindset is still rooted in fear and scarcity and self-doubt, then the breakthrough will only overwhelm you. So God begins by reshaping your thoughts. He teaches you to think with clarity, to see through faith, to speak with wisdom. He teaches you to speak life over death, purpose over pain, and victory over defeat, even when your surroundings are shouting otherwise. Because those who are prepared by God learn to align their words with His will, not with their worries. God trains your spirit to discern the hidden battles. In the preparation, He sharpens your spiritual senses. You start to recognize deception where you once saw charm. You start to sense danger where others see opportunity. God opens your inner eyes so that you no longer walk blindly through life, because the next level requires vision. And those who are truly prepared are not moved by what they see in the natural. They are led by what they discern in the unseen. God teaches you to trust His promptings over the pressure of the crowd. He trains you to move when He says move, to wait when He says wait, and to let go when He says let go, even if you don't understand it in the moment. And this divine training is often uncomfortable. When God prepares you for breakthrough, He exposes your dependence, not to shame you, but to set you free from it. You realize you are leaning on your job for identity, on people for value, on routines for safety. And God in His mercy removes every false foundation, because He knows that only those who stand on Him alone will stand through the shaking that follows a breakthrough. He wants to be your source, not your supplement. So He gently but firmly pries your fingers off of what you thought you needed and invites you to anchor your life in His strength, His wisdom, His plan. God's preparation includes the battlefield of the mind. Doubts will come like floods. Fear will whisper lies in the quiet. And the enemy will try to convince you that you're not good enough, not strong enough, not worthy enough. But God allows this battlefield to rise not to destroy you, but to teach you warfare. He teaches your hands to fight and your heart to endure. He doesn't remove every storm. He equips you to stand through it. Because when the breakthrough arrives, the attacks won't stop. They will increase. So God trains you now in the hidden battles so that you are not blindsided later. He makes you battle-tested, not battle-wounded. In this sacred season of preparation, God begins to align your relationships. He brings the right people into your life, not those who flatter your flesh, but those who sharpen your spirit. He disconnects you from those who drain your energy, who feed your weakness, who speak doubt into your calling. And though it may feel like betrayal, it is divine mercy, because your breakthrough cannot be contaminated by disloyalty, jealousy, or spiritual laziness. So God surrounds you with those who speak truth, who call you higher, who pray when others talk, who correct you when you stray. This is not coincidence. It is divine orchestration, because who walks with you in the next season will influence what you carry. And God does not just prepare you emotionally or mentally, He prepares you spiritually. He deepens your prayer life. He makes you hunger for communion with Him. You begin to crave time in His presence more than any other pursuit, because intimacy with God is the foundation of true strength. And in that sacred space of stillness, God downloads strategy, peace, insight, and courage. You stop praying surface prayers, and you start crying out from the depths. You stop asking for things and start asking for His will. You stop rushing and you start listening. This shift is what separates those who wander from those who walk with purpose. God births purpose in prayer. And those who are prepared know that breakthrough starts on their knees. God also prepares you through tests of integrity. He gives you moments when no one is watching and asks, "Will you still choose what's right?" He allows opportunities where you could take shortcuts, manipulate outcomes, or lie to advance. But those moments are not accidents. They are exams, because what you do in secret will echo in the next season. If you pass the test of integrity in the dark, God will trust you with influence in the light. You don't become trustworthy by accident. You become trustworthy by choosing truth over convenience. And God will not release a major breakthrough into the hands of someone who cannot be trusted with righteousness. Sometimes the preparation looks like a loss, but in reality it's a launch. You may lose income, lose friends, lose stability. But pay attention. God is not subtracting. He is positioning. He is moving pieces, shifting the train, clearing the pathway for what He is about to release. And if you focus only on what's being removed, you'll miss what's being revealed. So lift your eyes above the storm. Look past the disappointment, because the very thing that felt like a setback is actually the runway for a divine takeoff. God never takes without giving better. He never removes without replacing with something more aligned, more powerful, more holy. In this divine refinement, you will begin to hear the voice of God with new clarity. You will wake up with divine idea. You will dream dreams that carry messages. You will walk into rooms and feel spiritual shifts. And this sensitivity is not given lightly. It is given through surrender. When God sees that you value His voice above all, He will speak to you in ways that guide your every step. This is how the prepared live, not by sight, not by opinion, but by the whisper of God in their soul. And when that whisper comes, they move without hesitation, because the breakthrough is not just for them, it is through them. And the beauty of God's preparation is that it's never wasted. Every tear you cried, He collected. Every night you felt forgotten, He recorded. Every moment you chose faith over fear, He honored. God wastes nothing. He uses everything. The pain, the loss, the confusion. It all becomes part of the foundation. And when a breakthrough arrives, it will not just be about the blessing, it will be about the journey. You will look back and realize that the preparation was the promotion, that the waiting was the molding, that the valley was the training ground for the mountaintop. This is not the time to retreat. This is not the season to complain. This is the moment to press in deeper, to pray harder, to walk stronger, because God is not through with you. He is just getting started. The greater the preparation, the greater the purpose. And if the fire feels hot, it means the gold within you is about to shine. The breakthrough will come suddenly, but it will only come to those who have been forged patiently. When God prepares you for a major breakthrough, He is not merely arranging circumstances. He is orchestrating transformation. He is not simply adjusting your surroundings. He is adjusting you. He's not sending the breakthrough to make your life easier. He's sending it to elevate your purpose, to assign you to something weightier, something more divine. But first, He must ensure that your character can carry what your mouth has prayed for. The blessing must not outpace your spiritual maturity. So God slows things down, not because He is late, but because He is precise. Every delay is an act of divine mercy. Every pause is preparation disguised as stillness. You see, God doesn't just want to answer your prayer. He wants to align your soul with the purpose of the answer. Many cry out for breakthrough, but few are willing to become the kind of person that breakthrough requires. So God begins the sacred work of undoing who you used to be. He breaks the patterns that once ruled your thoughts. He confronts the habits that once ruled your actions. He challenges the beliefs that once ruled your identity, because your old nature cannot carry this new calling. You are not being punished. You are being purified. You are being reshaped into a vessel of clarity, focus, and fire. And it is during this process that you will feel the weight of surrender pressing down on you. God will ask you to release things you thought you couldn't live without. He will ask you to lay down dreams that were born from ego and not from purpose. He will call you to abandon shortcuts and temptations that look right in the moment but lead to destruction. And if your heart is truly set on receiving what only God can give, you must pass through this holy fire of surrender. Because God cannot bless what is half committed. He cannot elevate what still clings to compromise. He calls for full submission, not partial cooperation. There will be moments when God's preparation feels like contradiction. You'll sense something great is coming, but everything around you will feel like it's falling apart. You'll feel pregnant with vision, yet surrounded by opposition. That tension is holy. That contradiction is divine, because God allows pressure before promotion. He allows you to be placed under pressure not to crush you, but to draw out the oil within. Just as the olive must be broken to release its richest flow, your life too must be pressed to reveal what is most sacred inside. The anointing that shatters yokes does not come from human applause, but through trials. And those who endure the process carry an authority that cannot be imitated. God's shaping also sharpens your discernment. Not every open door is one God has ordained. Without preparation, you risk mistaking distractions for blessings. But when the Spirit trains your heart, you begin to see with clarity. You look past the surface. You start asking, does this draw me nearer to God or lead me astray? Does this serve my calling or just inflate my pride? Discernment becomes a shield, guarding your breakthrough from corruption. It anchors your heart when the spotlight shines on you. It quiets the noise so you can still hear God's whisper in the crowd. And as He prepares you, He enlarges your capacity. He stretches your endurance. He deepens your patience. He fortifies your determination. Why? Because the weight of the breakthrough is not light. Blessings carry responsibility. Open doors come with new devils. Elevation invites greater spiritual warfare. And if you are not equipped, you will collapse under the very thing you once begged for. So God tests your limits not to break you, but to build you. He expands your heart to love deeper. He broadens your mind to think higher. He increases your faith to believe bigger. He enlarges your spirit so that when the breakthrough comes, you are not intimidated by its magnitude. There are days when God prepares you in solitude. In those quiet seasons, you'll feel invisible to the world, but seen completely by Him. You'll look around and wonder why others are advancing while you remain still. But understand this, the deeper the foundation, the taller the building. God is not keeping you hidden to punish you. He is fortifying your roots because the storm will always reveal what was built on sand and what was built on rock. The breakthrough is not just about what you gain, it's about what you can withstand. And those who have been hidden in God will not be shaken when the winds rise. In preparation, God may ask you to walk away from familiar places. Environments that once felt comfortable may begin to feel constricting. Conversations that once excited you may now exhaust you. Habits that once entertained you will now convict you. That is not you becoming cold. It is you becoming cold. God is elevating your sensitivity to the sacred. He is drawing you away from noise so that He can deposit revelation. He is disrupting your rhythm so that He can realign your steps. Because the higher the calling, the narrower the road, and those who are called must learn to walk alone before they can lead many. God's preparation also includes excellence in the small. If you are not faithful with little, you will not be trusted with much. And so He will test you in your daily assignments. Will you show up with diligence when no one is watching? Will you complete your task with excellence even when it feels insignificant? Because those who cannot be trusted in the shadows will never be elevated to the light. Your breakthrough is not earned by size. It is honored by stewardship. Show God that you can honor the quiet season, and He will honor you in the public one. The spotlight doesn't reveal your potential. It exposes your preparation. You may be tempted to rush the process. You may want to skip the pruning, skip the silence, skip the storm. But if you short-circuit what God is doing in your preparation, you will step into a breakthrough you are not ready to sustain. And what begins as a blessing can quickly become a burden. God loves you too much to release it prematurely. He is not slow. He is wise. He doesn't follow your timeline. He follows His divine blueprint. So trust the slowness. Trust the stillness. Trust the unseen hand that is crafting a future far more stable than anything you could build on your own. Let your heart absorb this truth. God is never idle. Even when nothing around you seems to move, heaven is working. Your prayers are not in vain. Your discipline is not wasted. Your waiting is not meaningless. Every act of faith, every choice to obey, every time you choose character over convenience, it all matters. It is all counted. And when the breakthrough finally arrives, you will step into it not with surprise, but with strength. Not with confusion, but with clarity. not with panic, but with power. Because you will know that the preparation shaped you into a vessel worthy of the miracle. When God prepares a soul for a breakthrough, He doesn't simply look at your desire, He measures your endurance. Because what is coming isn't just an answer to prayer, it's a shift in destiny. And destiny does not rest on feelings. Destiny rests on faith. There are moments in preparation where everything will appear still, even stagnant. But don't let silence make you doubt the sacred. God often does His greatest work in the deepest silence. The seed makes no sound as it breaks open underground. The roots make no noise as they stretch deep into the earth. But they are growing, they are stabilizing, and soon that unseen work will push into the light. So it is with your preparation. When you don't see progress, God is still producing you. You must understand this. When God is preparing you, He is not simply answering what you want. He is developing who you must become. Breakthroughs are not handed to those who merely wish for them, but to those who are ready to carry them. And readiness is not comfort. It is consecration. God is cleansing your motives, refining your focus, deepening your wisdom, your true work. He is teaching you that power without purpose is dangerous, that blessing without maturity is destructive, and that elevation without humility is deadly. So God, in His mercy, delays what your pride might demand until your heart becomes a vessel He can fully trust. There will be days when the weight of waiting will feel heavier than the battle itself. You will be tempted to compare your process to others. You'll see others celebrate it while you remain concealed. But remember, what is rushed is rarely rooted. God is not raising you up to be popular. He is raising you up to be planted. And planted things grow in silence, not spotlight. The deeper your roots, the stronger your rise. And God knows how high your breakthrough will elevate you. So He must make sure you are anchored in Him alone. That means removing idols you didn't even know existed. Your need for recognition, your addiction to validation, your dependence on outcomes. God clears the soil of your soul before He waters the seed of destiny. Preparation also comes with exposure not of others but of yourself. God will allow moments where your weaknesses surface, not to shame you, but to strengthen you. He reveals the cracks before the structure is built. He points to the wounds that still bleed under pressure. He shows you the fear that still lurks in the shadows of your decisions. And it is in this holy revealing that God begins His healing. The path to breakthrough isn't through pretending you're perfect. It's through surrendering what's broken. God will not bless what you hide. He blesses what you hand over. So let the refining fire do its work. Because when you are made whole in the hidden place, no battle in the open can shake you. God will also test your loyalty in the waiting. He will ask, will you remain faithful even when there is no visible reward? Because true faithfulness isn't proven by applause. It's proven by consistency. Do you still pray when there's no breakthrough? Do you still serve when there's no recognition? Do you still obey when the outcome is uncertain? God is not watching how loud you shout in the moment of hope. He is watching how quietly you walk in the discipline of hope. Because faith that lasts isn't emotional. It's intentional. God prepares those who can be trusted in every season, not just the ones that feel easy. And then there is the stripping. Yes, God strips. He removes what no longer serves your purpose. He peels away layers of pride, fear, comfort, and compromise. Not to leave you bare, but to clothe you in spiritual authority. He removes the identity shaped by the world so he can reveal the identity shaped by his wisdom. That's why people may not recognize you anymore. That's why old conversations feel foreign. That's why what used to excite you now feels empty. You're not broken. You're being rebuilt. The discomfort is not destruction. It is divine transformation. And once God finishes, you will no longer walk as who you were, but as who you were always meant to be. In this season, God will begin to increase your discernment, not just toward others, but toward yourself. You'll start to see your tendencies, your patterns, your defaults under pressure. He will show you where you self-sabotage, where you delay your own growth, where you make excuses instead of progress. And that kind of truth isn't always easy to face, but it's necessary because your breakthrough isn't just about what's coming, it's about what needs to go. And God, in His love, will confront you before He promotes you. He will call you to accountability before He calls you to influence. Because to carry what He's about to place in your hands, you must walk with clarity and conviction. And perhaps the most sacred part of God's preparation is this: He teaches you to love the process more than the promise. You stop chasing breakthrough just for the reward. You begin to embrace it for the refinement. Because the longer you walk with God, the more you understand that the true blessing is not just in the arrival, it's in the alignment. It's not just what He gives you. It's who you become through the fire, through the silence, through the waiting. And in that realization you find peace, because even if the breakthrough delays, you are already being transformed. And that transformation is eternal. God's preparation is a holy orchestration of unseen victories. Every time you resist temptation, you are being prepared. Every time you choose discipline over comfort, you are being prepared. Every time you say no to distraction, yes to purpose, yes to obedience, you are being refined into a vessel of power, of endurance, of divine authority. The breakthrough is not just something you receive, it is something you are being built into. And when God says now, it won't just be a moment, it will be a manifestation of everything He's been doing in secret. There comes a time in every soul's journey where the silence of God becomes louder than the noise of the world. That's not abandonment, it's divine attention. It's in those moments when the heavens feel quiet that God is actually working the hardest. He is not absent. He is deeply, intricately present, crafting, refining, and stretching your spirit to handle what eyes have not seen and ears have not heard. He is shaping you to walk into a future that your present cannot comprehend. This is why you must learn to walk by trust, not by evidence. Because the absence of visible movement is not the absence of God's presence. It is the space where He builds your inner fire. God does not train you for ordinary living. He trains you for spiritual dominion. He doesn't just want you to pass through seasons. He wants you to reign over them. And reigning doesn't begin with power. It begins with process. God prepares rulers in the shadows. He builds spiritual authority in the wilderness. He molds the voice that will shift atmospheres in the backside of obscurity. Because if your spirit is not anchored in Him, success will shake you, attention will ruin you, and influence will corrupt you. So He buries you in prayer. He buries you in humility. He buries you in discipline until your soul learns that invisibility with God is better than visibility without Him. You may find yourself wrestling in this season, wrestling with doubt, with timing, with fatigue. But understand this: God allows the wrestle not to break your faith, but to make it immovable. He stretches your spiritual muscles through struggle. He reveals your true hunger in the drought. He awakens your fire in the pressure. Because breakthrough is not light, it is heavy. It carries weight, responsibility, and influence. And God does not give weighty things to weak foundations. That's why He doesn't just build blessings, He builds backbone. He doesn't just teach you how to dream, He teaches you how to endure. Your faith must be prepared to hold the very thing you prayed for. Because what good is a gift if it breaks you when you receive it? That's why God spends more time working on you than working on the thing itself. He sharpens your mind. He cleanses your heart. He restores your focus. He removes the residue of past pain so you don't drag old wounds into a new season. He breaks cycles that you didn't even know were holding you hostage. Because when the door opens, when the calling activates, when the assignment becomes public, you must be ready not just to receive, but to sustain. There's a divine reason God often takes the long route. It's not because He forgot the shortcut. It's because He knows that shortcuts produce shallow roots, and shallow roots can't survive storms. So while others sprint ahead with speed, God walks you with depth. He buries truth so deep in your spirit that when the winds come, and they will come, you will not sway. You will not bow. You will not fold. Because God did not raise you to be popular. He raised you to be planted. Planted in faith, planted in purpose, planted in truth. And here's what you must realize. Preparation is not punishment. It is protection. God is shielding you from premature exposure. He is guarding your destiny from contamination. He knows the traps ahead that you cannot yet see. So He holds you back until the ground has been cleared. He removes people who would have derailed your future. He closes doors that would have robbed your peace. And in your disappointment, you may cry out, "Why, God?" But when you're standing in the middle of your breakthrough with no bitterness, no baggage, and no burdens, then you will know why God's no was not a denial. It was a defense. In His preparation, God awakens a holy sensitivity. He trains your ears to hear what others miss. He sharpens your spirit to detect danger in disguise. He heightens your awareness of divine timing. Because when your moment comes, it will not come with fanfare. It will come in a whisper. And if you have not learned to listen, you will miss it. Those who are truly prepared by God become masters of the invisible battle. They know how to fight without noise. They know how to move without announcing. They know how to pray when others panic. And that is the power of God's preparation. It births quiet warriors who shake the very gates of opposition with their stillness. You may think your current position disqualifies you, but what disqualifies you in the eyes of men often qualifies you in the plan of God. He doesn't look at your resume. He looks at your resilience. He doesn't measure your resources. He measures your readiness. And readiness is not about having it all together. It's about trusting God even when everything feels like it's falling apart. Because trust is the foundation of every breakthrough. Not strategy, not talent, not popularity. Trust, deep, raw, unshakable trust in the one who holds your outcome. Hear me. Your future salvation is not in God. God also uses pain as a preparation tool. Not because He enjoys your suffering, but because He understands what pain produces. Pain purifies. Pain sharpens. Pain ignites. Pain pushes you closer to your core, where all the pretending fades and only truth remains. God uses your tears to water the soil of your next season. He uses your loss to teach you detachment. He uses your failure to destroy your pride. He allows heartbreak to strip you of false expectations. And when all that is left is a soul leaning on God alone, that's when the breakthrough is nearest. That's when the light begins to crack through the darkness. God prepares you to walk in peace before you walk in power. Because what good is influence if it costs you your inner calm? What good is a platform if you carry anxiety to every stage? So He teaches you peace in the waiting. He teaches you peace in the pressure. He teaches you to sleep when the storm rages and to smile when the crowd leaves. That kind of peace is not learned through books. It is birthed through brokenness. And once you possess it, nothing can steal it. Because peace rooted in God is unshakable. And only those who are prepared will know what it means to walk through fire without burning, through waters without drowning. There is a hidden richness in the preparation of God that many overlook. Because we are so focused on arrival, we forget that the journey is sacred. Every step, every pause, every wrestle, every prayer, it's holy ground. God walks with you not just to lead you to the promise, but to reveal who He is along the way. And those who truly embrace the preparation come out not just with a blessing, but with a revelation, a deeper awareness of God's presence, a clearer vision of His power, a stronger bond with His guidance. And that is worth more than anything breakthrough could bring. In this divine preparation, God teaches you to guard your gate. Not everything deserves access to your spirit. Not every voice should be allowed to speak into your future. Not every emotion should have a seat in your decisions. God shows you the power of boundaries. He trains you to discern the difference between what is good and what is God ordained. Many fall not because they were uncalled, but because they were unfiltered. They allowed too many opinions, too much noise, too many distractions to enter the sacred chamber of their calling. But those who are truly prepared by God become gatekeepers of their peace, of their energy, of their time, because they know that breakthrough requires not just strength, but focus. God prepares your spirit to handle delay without discouragement. That's one of the highest tests of faith. To still believe when the wait is long. To still hope when the evidence says otherwise. To still build when the blueprint looks invisible. But it is in that tension that your trust is tested. Those who have been shaped in the waiting rise with a faith untouched by circumstance. It is steady. They don't need signs in the sky. They know change is already on the way. They don't need the crowd to agree. They can stand alone with certainty because God has spoken, and that alone sustains them. So keep moving, keep planting, keep believing, keep yielding. God is not only opening a way, He is shaping you to step through it with fire in your spirit, with wisdom on your lips, with authority in your walk. You are being formed into one who cannot be shaken, who will not be turned aside. Because when the breakthrough comes, it won't be about the gift alone. It will reveal who you have become in the waiting. A vessel of resilience, a pillar of faith, a living witness of what God can do with a surrendered heart. When seasons of change start to sweep through your life, when the quiet is suddenly broken by a holy shift you cannot put into words, when you feel something greater than yourself beginning to stir, child of God, do not turn away. Do not shrug it off. Do not write it off as mere coincidence. It is not coincidence. It is not random. It is God. And once God starts to move, you must deliberately line yourself up, because no person can halt what God has set in motion. But listen, alignment does not happen by accident. It is a choice. It is a spiritual posture. It is bold and wholehearted. If you are not planted in obedience, reverence, and readiness, you will miss the exact moment of God's favor. You will stand on the outside of what you were meant to walk in. Many pray for change, yet resist it when it comes. Many ask God to shift their life, but remain glued to their comfort zones, to their routine, to their control. But when God begins to move, He is not asking for your permission. He is commanding your participation. This is not the hour to be passive. This is not the season to be uncertain. This is the hour to rise. This is the season to surrender. Because when God begins to move, mountains bow, doors swing open, enemies scatter, and new paths are formed where there was once only wilderness. But you must be willing to walk. You must be willing to move with the movement of God. You must be willing to let go of the familiar and step into the unknown. Because the unknown with God is safer than the familiar without Him. Too many people are waiting for God to adjust to their schedule, waiting for God to come in a package they approve of, waiting for God to confirm their comfort rather than confront their compromise. But God is not a servant to your comfort. He is the fire that consumes it. When God begins to move, He disrupts everything that is not rooted in Him. He exposes foundations that were built on fear. He confronts plans that were born in ego. And if your heart is not yielded, if your spirit is not humbled, you will interpret His movement as loss. When it is really promotion, you must understand when God begins to move, He is not always loud. He is not always dramatic. Sometimes He moves in silence. Sometimes He speaks through unrest. Sometimes He shakes the foundation of your life just enough to cause you to kneel. Because alignment starts in surrender. Not in strength, not in striving, but in letting go. Letting go of your timeline. Letting go of your expectations. Letting go of the way you thought things would go and opening your heart to the divine direction that only God can provide. But listen to me now. God does not move in confusion. God moves in clarity. His movement is not chaos, though it may unsettle you. His movement is not destruction, though it may remove things you thought you needed. God's movement is always holy, always just, always rooted in purpose. But it will challenge your flesh. It will call your spirit to attention. It will demand that you stop playing small. It will expose the areas in your life where you've been resisting transformation. Because when God begins to move, He is not just changing your surroundings. He is changing you. And here is the truth few want to hear. Alignment will cost you. It will cost you pride. It will cost you comfort. It will cost you relationships that are not rooted in God's truth. But what you lose in comfort, you gain in clarity. What you lose in familiarity, you gain in favor. God does not call you to alignment to break you. He calls you to alignment to bless you. But you must be willing to walk away from what's good to step into what's God. Some of you are praying for open doors while sitting in rooms God has already left. You are clinging to expired seasons. You're holding on to habits that no longer serve your future. You're asking God for a breakthrough while resisting the very movement that brings it. But you cannot step into what's next while still chained to what's past. You must unclench your fists. You must release what God has already removed. Because when God begins to move, delay is disobedience. Delay is distraction. Delay is dangerous. God is not waiting for you to feel ready. He is waiting for your yes, your full yes, your surrendered yes, your obedient yes. That kind of yes opens heavens. That kind of yes shifts atmospheres. That kind of yes aligns you with the unstoppable will of God. But it will not come without resistance. Because the moment you begin to align with God, hell will panic. The enemy will stir, distractions will increase, temptations will multiply, but stand firm. Stay planted. Keep your eyes fixed on God, because what He started, He will finish. And if He is moving, you better move too. There is a rhythm to God's movement, a divine cadence. And when you begin to align yourself, you begin to move in step with that rhythm. You stop striving and start flowing. You stop controlling and start trusting. You stop begging and start believing. That is what alignment does. It brings your spirit into harmony with heaven. It tunes your ears to hear the whisper of God even in the noise of life. It causes you to walk with confidence. Not because you know the way, but because you know the one who does. This alignment is not just about movement, it's about mindset. It's about attitude. It's about posture. Some of you in the right place, but with the wrong posture. You are where God placed you, but your heart is still bitter. Your mouth still complains. Your faith still wavers, and that misalignment will block what God wants to pour out. God cannot bless pride. God cannot dwell in rebellion. God moves where there is humility, where there is brokenness, where there is faith. So check your posture. Is your spirit aligned with what your mouth is praying for? Is your character aligned with the blessings you're asking for? When God begins to move, He tests your faith, not to harm you, but to refine you, because He cannot elevate what hasn't been tested. He cannot promote what hasn't been purified. So, when the fire comes, don't run. When the shaking begins, don't retreat. When everything familiar begins to fall apart, don't fear. That's the proving ground of alignment. That's the soil where purpose begins to grow. That's the furnace where destiny is formed. You see, God doesn't just want to bless you, He wants to trust you. And trust is earned in the places no one sees, in the silence, in the waiting, in the obedience that costs you, in the midnight prayers, in the lonely steps of faith. That's where alignment is forged. That's where character is built. That's where you begin to match the movement of God, not just with your words, but with your life. Let me tell you, when God begins to move, He will reveal things. He will uncover truth. He will show you what was hiding in the shadows. He will bring things to light, not to shame you, but to cleanse you. Because alignment requires purity, not perfection, but purity. A pure heart, a pure motive, a pure desire to follow God above all else. That is the kind of heart God can use. That is the kind of spirit God can partner with. And when you align, truly align, your life becomes a vessel for something far greater than you. You become a carrier of divine purpose, a conduit for transformation, a light in the darkness. You don't just talk about faith, you become a living demonstration of it. And people will look at you and know not by your words, but by your fruit that God is with you, that God is guiding you, that God is moving through you. But make no mistake, alignment requires discipline. It requires consistency. It requires that you stay committed even when you don't feel it. Because faith is not a feeling. It is a decision. A decision to trust when you can't see. A decision to obey when you don't understand. a decision to follow when it's not popular. That is the price of alignment. But oh, the reward is greater than anything you could ever imagine. Because when you align with God, you don't chase blessings. Blessings chase you. You don't strive for success. Favor finds you. You don't manipulate outcomes. Peace anchors you. That is the power of being in the center of God's movement. That is the authority that comes from divine alignment. So if you sense that God is stirring something in your life, don't ignore it. Don't silence the voice that is calling you deeper. Don't resist the pull that is drawing you higher. Move, align, obey, trust. Because God is not just moving around you. He is moving in you, through you, for you. And if you are willing, if you are ready, if you are aligned, nothing will be able to stop what He is about to do. You will walk in rooms you didn't qualify for. You will see doors open that others tried to shut. You will experience restoration where there once was ruin. And it won't be because of your strength. It will be because you aligned with the strength of God. You surrendered. You yielded. You trusted. And now the favor of God goes before you. This is the season to align. This is the season to move with God. Not ahead of Him, not behind Him, but with Him in rhythm, in reverence, in radical obedience. Because when God begins to move, it's not just an opportunity, it's a divine summons. And your response will determine your harvest. Your response will shape your destiny. So don't delay. Don't hesitate. Align yourself now, because the movement of God waits for no man. And when He moves, you want to be found ready, not reacting, but prepared. Not wondering, but worshiping. Not guessing, but grounded. Aligned in spirit, aligned in purpose, aligned in faith. And if you stay aligned, if you stay yielded, if you keep your posture humble and your heart pure, you will see the hand of God move in ways you never imagined. You will witness the supernatural in the natural. You will rise when others fall. You will stand when the storm rages, because you are not anchored in circumstances. You are anchored in God. You are not swayed by opinions. You are led by divine truth. And that is where power resides. That is where purpose is fulfilled. That is where the fullness of God's plan unfolds. And now hear this. When God begins to move in your life, He often does so in ways that defy logic. What seems like loss may be the very path to gain. What feels like a delay may be divine protection. What looks like rejection may actually be redirection. You must not lean on human understanding, because when God moves, His wisdom shatters the limitations of man's reason. You cannot chart the map of a divine journey with human intellect. You must be led by the stillness that speaks from the depth of your soul, where God whispers in clarity, "Trust me." When God starts to shift the ground beneath you, it's not to shake you into fear, it's to awaken you to faith. Faith that stands when the floor moves. Faith that walks when the road vanishes. Faith that obeys when the outcome is uncertain. This kind of faith cannot be borrowed, cannot be faked, and cannot be learned from books alone. It is born in the fire. It is built in the valleys. It is refined through storms. And it is this unshakable, heaven-born faith that aligns your soul with the very hand of God. Understand this deeply. Alignment is not a matter of merely being in the right place. It is about becoming the right person. You must become the vessel worthy of carrying what God is about to release. You must become the ground ready to receive the rain. Too many ask for the harvest without allowing God to till the soil. They ask for the outpouring without surrendering to the pruning. But God does not pour living water into vessels that leak. He does not release destiny into hearts still ruled by fear, pride, or bitterness. Why? You must be transformed to be trusted. You must be emptied to be filled. You must be made uncomfortable to be made unstoppable. And yes, it will hurt. Yes, it will cost you friends. Yes, it will acquire that you walk away from the shallow applause of men. But what you gain from God is worth every tear, every lonely night, every sacrifice. Because when God breathes on your life, what once was buried will rise. What once was dead will awaken. What once seemed impossible will become your testimony. When God begins to move, He will expose the distractions. He will strip away the idols. He will clear out the noise. Why? Because He cannot compete for your attention. God will not bless your life while you're bowing at the altar of your own desires. He calls for all of you total devotion, unwavering surrender, no compromise. That is the price of true alignment. Not just a moment of faith, but a life lived in full submission to God's will. Your mind is still ruled by doubt. If your words are still poisoned with negativity, if your actions still reflect rebellion, then don't expect to move with a movement of God, because God is holy. God is just, and God will not pour His sacred plans into a heart that is still entangled in unholy things. So cleanse yourself not by outward rituals, but by inward repentance. Turn away from anything that dulls your spirit, silences your convictions, or clutters your path with confusion, and return to the stillness where God waits. In the silence, God speaks. In the waiting, God shapes, and in the fire, God prepares. If you are going through a season of uncertainty, it may not be punishment. It may be preparation. God will often allow the wilderness before the breakthrough to test your loyalty, to strip away dependency on others, and to see if you trust Him more than the promise. Many are willing to follow God to the blessing, but not many are willing to follow Him through the breaking. But those who do, those who endure, who stay faithful, who remain aligned, are the ones God crowns with glory. Stop asking for clarity and start walking in obedience. Clarity often comes after the step of faith, not before. God does not reveal every detail, because if He did, you would try to control it. He gives just enough light for the next step, because alignment is not about understanding the whole picture. It's about trusting the painter. You were never meant to see it all. You were meant to walk by faith, live by faith, move by faith, and let God be the one who orders your steps. When God begins to move, the enemy will launch counterattacks. You will face distractions dressed as opportunities. You will see people rise up against you who once supported you. You will feel the sting of betrayal, the heaviness of doubt, the fatigue of spiritual warfare. But don't let that break your alignment. Don't let the temporary pressure pull you out of eternal purpose. Stay focused. Stay rooted. Because the enemy cannot curse what God has blessed. He can only try to distract you from seeing it. And distraction is just as dangerous as destruction, because both delay your destiny. Let me speak to your soul. There is greatness within you, but it will never be realized until you surrender to something greater than yourself. And that greatness is not measured by applause, numbers, or titles. It is measured by obedience, measured by purity, measured by how tightly your life clings to the will of God. That is the alignment that moves heavens. That is the life that shifts nations. That is the heart God uses to make history. Some of you are still waiting for confirmation, still waiting for a sign, but the sign is in the shift. The sign is in the restlessness. The sign is in the unanswered prayers. God is not punishing you. He is preparing you. He is rerouting you. He is calling you deeper. But you must respond. Alignment requires response. When you feel the wind of God's movement, you must set your sails. You cannot remain docked in fear. You cannot remain anchored in regret. Let go. Let God move forward. And don't expect everyone to understand your alignment. Don't expect everyone to celebrate your obedience. When God starts to separate you, it's because He is sanctifying you. Not everyone can go where you are going. Not every relationship can survive the fire of transformation. And that's okay. Let them go. Bless them. But don't stop. Keep walking. Keep aligning. Keep obeying. Because your destiny is not tied to those who leave. It is tied to the one who stays. And God never leaves. God never forsakes. God never fails. You will see people rise around you who are not more talented, but they are more aligned. You will witness the favor of God fall on those who dare to walk in surrender. Not because they are perfect, but because they are positioned. And when you see it, don't envy, imitate. Don't resent, reflect. Ask yourself, is my life positioned to receive the rain? Is my spirit in sync with God's rhythm? Is my heart truly ready to carry the weight of what I'm asking for? Because blessings come with burdens. Promotion comes with pressure. Breakthrough comes with responsibility. If you're out of alignment, the very thing you pleaded for can become your ruin. But when you're aligned, God steadies your shoulders. He sharpens your mind. He moors your soul so firmly that nothing on earth can dislodge your purpose. Yes, there will be moments you want to give up. Moments when God's silence seems louder than His voice. Yet don't let go. Alignment isn't confirmed in calm seasons. It's revealed in hardships, under pressure, in crushing trial. That's where oil is produced. That's where character is formed. That's where your faith becomes immovable. You don't mature in constant sunshine. You mature in the storms. A storm doesn't signal God's absence. It signals His presence, moving, molding, working, refining, and preparing you. And now, in this moment of awakening, let the soul hear clearly. When God begins to move, He is not merely shifting circumstances. He is calling forth destiny. He is awakening something ancient and eternal within you, something planted before time itself. This is not simply about promotion or provision. This is about divine positioning. God is setting you in the place where His purpose and your obedience collide. And that collision will release a sound in the earth that no force can silence. But hear this. Alignment is not a performance. It is a posture. Not a display for others, but a surrender to God that happens in the unseen corners of the heart. You must stop thinking that alignment is about convenience or comfort. It is about covenant. It is about the solemn, unbreakable bond between your soul and your Creator. When God moves, He searches not for talent, not for charisma, not for status, but for the one who is available, the one who is empty enough to be filled, the one who is quiet enough to hear, the one who is willing to be made low so that God can be made known. I say this to you also, by the way. Cling to God in the dark, late, people. That is the soul God uses. That is the heart that carries heaven's weight. Do not be fooled by outward success. Do not envy the fast rise of those who have no roots. Because when the winds blow, only the deeply planted will remain standing. God is not building for a moment. He is building for eternity. And if it feels like He is taking His time with you, it is because He is building something that will last, something that will carry the weight of future generations, something unshakable. But to walk in that kind of legacy, you must live in alignment every single day. You cannot afford to drift. You cannot afford to be double-minded. You cannot afford to live half-committed. Some think they can be halfway in and still receive the fullness of what God wants to pour, but God does not bless divided hearts. He does not anoint double lives. He moves where there is singular focus, unwavering faith, and complete surrender. That is where His power flows. That is where His presence dwells. So purge the distractions. Purify your motives. Strip away the layers of people-pleasing, fear, and compromise, and come before God with a heart that says, "Whatever it takes, make me aligned." Because when God moves, He doesn't just give you new surroundings. He gives you new vision. You begin to see what you couldn't see before. You begin to discern what others miss, and that clarity will cost you. It will isolate you. It will burden you with responsibility. But it will also liberate you. It will anchor you. It will guide you through the storm with unwavering peace. Because now you are not moving for approval. You are moving in step with the Almighty. And understand this, alignment requires warfare. The moment you align with God, you declare war on everything that once had access to your life. Darkness will push back. Old temptations will whisper. Doubt will rise like a flood. But do not retreat. Do not panic. God has already gone before you. You are not fighting for victory. You are fighting from victory. The moment you said yes to God's movement, heaven stood with you. And even if no one else understands, even if they mock you, even if they walk away, you keep moving, you keep obeying because you're not following feelings. You're following fire, the fire of God's presence, the fire of His leading, the fire of His call. There is a remnant rising, those who are not seeking fame, but favor, not applause, but alignment. And if you're hearing these words, you are likely part of that remnant. God didn't choose you because you were the most polished. He chose you because you said yes. And now your yes must become a lifestyle. Your yes must be louder than your excuses, louder than your fears, louder than your critics, because your yes carries generations inside of it. What you align with today will bless those who come after you. The alignment of one obedient soul can break curses, open gates, and shift entire bloodlines. So don't take this lightly. Don't think your obedience is small. Every quiet act of surrender is a roar in the realm of the unseen. Every time you walk away from what is easy to choose what is holy, you align deeper with God's will. And every time you say no to what your flesh wants and yes to what your soul needs, you're stepping into divine power. Power that cannot be earned. Power that cannot be bought. Power that only comes to those who are fully yielded to God's movement. You must be willing to live different, to walk alone if you have to stand when everyone else sits, to believe when others doubt, because alignment is costly, but disobedience is deadly. And the consequences of missing God's timing are far greater than the discomfort of walking by faith. So, choose today. Choose to align. Choose to trust. Choose to go Elaine. Because when God moves and you move with Him, you become unstoppable. Not because of who you are, but because of who you're walking with. And do not forget, God does not reveal everything at once. He leads you step by step, day by day, season by season. And you must learn to be content with the mystery, to walk even when you don't see, because alignment is not about knowing, it's about trusting. And those who trust God in the unknown will see Him in ways others never will. That's the promise of divine alignment. Not comfort, but closeness. Not ease, but presence. And in the presence of God, there is power. In the presence of God, there is clarity. In the presence of God, there is peace that surpasses understanding. So fix your eyes, guard your heart, sharpen your ears, because God is speaking. God is moving. And if you are aligned, truly aligned, you will not miss it. You will not fall behind. You will not be overwhelmed. You will walk in supernatural rhythm. You will move with boldness, with clarity, with divine authority, because you have chosen not to walk ahead, not to walk behind, but to walk in perfect step with God's movement. And that is the highest calling. That is the greatest privilege, to be one with the will of God. To move when He moves, to speak when He speaks, to act when He leads. Nothing else matters. Nothing else compares. So let your life be a declaration of alignment. Let your soul burn with obedience. Let every part of you cry out, "Not my will, but yours, O God." And let that cry become your compass, your foundation, your covering. Because when God sees a life truly surrendered, He pours without measure. He leads without pause. He blesses without limit. And He moves with such power that nothing on earth or in the heavens can stop what He has ordained. That is the reward of alignment. That is the blessing of walking in step with God. And now, as the flame of truth continues to burn in your heart, let it be known, when God begins to move, He will not ask for your preferences. He will demand your purity, because alignment is not only about what you are walking toward, but also about what you are willing to walk away from. You cannot hold on to bitterness and expect peace. You cannot cling to fear and expect boldness. You cannot serve two masters and expect power from the one who commands all creation. Alignment is a line drawn in the Spirit, a decisive, deliberate choice to say, "God, you alone lead my life." When God begins to elevate you, He will expose the weights, the hidden compromises, the silent idols, the buried habits, because elevation without purification is destruction in disguise. God will not take you to heights where your character cannot sustain you. He will not place a crown on a head that refuses to bow. So if you feel pressure in this season, if you feel the squeeze, the breaking, the refining, it is not punishment, it is preparation. God is aligning your inner life to carry out victory, because what you carry in secret will either support or sabotage what God wants to reveal in public. There is a reason the preparation is hidden, because the most sacred moves of God are formed in secret. Before God moves through you, He moves in you. Before He opens the door, He checks the heart. Before He brings the increase, He tests the integrity. And you must pass that test not with grand gestures, but with quiet obedience. When no one is watching, when no one applauds, when every part of your flesh wants to quit, but your spirit whispers, "Stay faithful." That is where alignment is forged, in the unseen, in the uncelebrated, in the unseen trenches of obedience. And don't think that because the process is silent, the outcome will be small. No child of God, when God begins to move, He works from the inside out. He starts deep so that what is built cannot be shaken. And when the foundation is divine, the structure will not collapse. The fruit will last. The blessings will not turn into burdens because they are rooted in obedience and grown through discipline. Listen well. Alignment is not always rewarded immediately. It may not bring applause. It may not earn approval, but it brings authority. The authority that cannot be imitated. The authority that cannot be earned through image or influence. This authority comes from walking in step with the Creator of all things. It comes from having nothing to prove and everything to protect. It comes from knowing that your help comes from God, not from people, not from systems, not from man-made platforms, but from the one who sees in secret and rewards in His perfect time. When God begins to move, it becomes dangerous to remain neutral. Neutrality in the face of divine instruction is rebellion dressed in passivity. You must choose your posture. You must decide where you stand. You must declare with your actions, your discipline, your focus, that you will move with God no matter what it costs. Because neutrality robs momentum. Delayed obedience is disobedience. And if you know God is stirring, if you feel the pull in your soul, then this is not the time to weigh options. This is the time to surrender fully and respond boldly. Some of you have been circling the same mountain, praying for breakthrough, crying out for direction, but God is waiting for your feet to move. You want confirmation, but God is calling for action. You want signs in the sky, but God has already spoken to your spirit. And until you move, the next step will remain hidden. God does not give blueprints to those who refuse to build. He does not open the heavens to those who won't take the first step on earth. So walk, move, go forward, not blindly, but boldly, with full faith, that if God has begun to move, then every step forward is a step into destiny. And let me tell you, when you begin to walk in alignment, your atmosphere will change, your circle will shrink. Not everyone can stay connected to someone who walks in step with God, because your movement will convict their stagnation. Your clarity will expose their confusion. Your peace will frustrate their chaos. Don't apologize for it. Don't dim your light to make others comfortable. Stay aligned. Stay true. Let your life be a mirror that reflects the holiness of God and a fire that ignites obedience in others. When God moves, He moves with precision. There is no randomness in His leading. Even the detours are divine. Even the delays are loaded with destiny. Nothing is wasted when you are aligned. Every pain has a purpose. Every battle has a blessing. Every trial is wrapped in wisdom. You may not understand it now, but trust that God does. And what you survive in alignment, you will later speak about in power. You will testify not just about what happened, but about who God became to you in the middle of it all. Alignment births intimacy. When you walk closely with God, you begin to recognize His patterns. You begin to anticipate His movement. You begin to discern what others cannot see. That is why spiritual alignment is not merely a command, it is a privilege. You become a partner in the unseen plans of God. You carry not just a dream, but a divine assignment. And when you carry that assignment with reverence, with discipline, with unwavering trust, God surrounds you with favor like a shield. So be warned. Misalignment isn't always obvious. Sometimes it comes in the form of distractions that look like opportunities. Relationships that feel good but pull you away from God's path. Decisions that seem logical but are void of divine instruction. You must learn to test everything by the fire of God's truth. Not by your emotions, not by popular opinion, but by the still unmistakable voice of God that speaks through peace, conviction, and wisdom. Because one wrong turn can delay your journey, One compromise, yes, can cost you years of divine progress. So guard your path, guard your focus, guard your alignment with everything you have. And if you've strayed, return. If you've drifted, repent. It is not too late. The same God who called you then is calling you now. His mercy is wide enough to welcome you back. But come back with humility. Come back with hunger. Come back ready to align completely. Not casually, not occasionally, but continually. Because when God begins to move, He is not looking for part-time obedience. He is searching for those who will say, God, not my will, but yours. Not my plans, but your purpose. Not my pace, but your path. And once you are truly aligned, your life will become an instrument of divine impact. Not because of status, not because of success, but because of surrender. You will walk into rooms carrying the weight of heaven. You will speak and atmospheres will shift. You will pray and mountains will move. You will lead not with pride, but with purity. Not with ego, but with God's authority resting upon you like a mantle of fire. So let this be the season where you stop waiting for the perfect moment and start walking with perfect surrender. Let this be the hour where you cast off everything that hinders and run with endurance the race marked for you by the hand of God alone. Let this be the chapter where your story aligns with God's script, where your days are not wasted in wishful thinking, but lived in radical obedience, because there is no greater calling than to be aligned with the Almighty. No higher purpose than to walk in the rhythm of His will. No deeper joy than to know beyond all doubt that your life is in step with the One who holds the stars in His hands. So move with God, trust His movement, guard your alignment, and let your every step echo one truth, that your life belongs to God and to God alone. And now let your heart grasp this sacred truth. When God begins to move, your surroundings may not look like a blessing at first. In fact, the first sign that God is realigning your life is often discomfort. Things begin to shift. Routines are interrupted. Familiar doors close. And the ground you once stood on begins to shake. But don't mistake divine disruption for destruction. What looks like chaos to the flesh is often the precise order of God in the Spirit. God is not interested in preserving your comfort. He is focused on awakening your calling. There comes a time when you can no longer afford to live reactive to circumstances. You must become responsive to God. That means you stop allowing life to dictate your direction and you start moving by divine instruction. You stop chasing validation and start walking in revelation. When you are aligned with God, your decisions are no longer based on fear, pressure, or public opinion. They are anchored in the certainty that comes from knowing you are being guided by the One who created time, who holds every outcome, who sees beyond every obstacle. You must realize God's movement in your life is not always loud, but it is always purposeful. The most significant shifts often begin with a whisper, a stirring in your soul, a holy unease with where you are, a quiet prompting to leave what's good to pursue what's ordained. Do not ignore the whispers. Do not silence that inner conviction. God doesn't always come with thunder. Sometimes He speaks through a holy silence, and only those who are spiritually aligned will recognize the weight of that silence. That silence will press on your heart, pull on your spirit, and urge you to shift before the storm even comes. And if you want to stay aligned when God begins to move, you must become disciplined in the waiting. Waiting is not wasted. When it is filled with worship, when God has you in a season of preparation, do not despise it. Do not rush it. Because what you do while you wait determines whether you'll be ready when the door opens. God doesn't just open doors. He prepares the person who will walk through them. He shapes your character before He releases the call. He tests your motives before He multiplies your reach. So if you feel hidden, thank God. If you feel overlooked, praise Him. Because when God hides you, it is never to withhold. It is to refine. Let this truth echo in your soul. You do not need to force open what God has sealed, and you do not need to remain in what God has already closed. The greatest delays come when people camp out in expired seasons, still holding on to yesterday's instructions, while God is waiting for them to obey today's command. Alignment means learning to move on when God has moved on. No, but not in rebellion, not in bitterness, but in faith, trusting that God's plan is never stagnant. It is living, breathing, unfolding with every step of surrendered obedience. You see, God's movement is not just external, it is internal. He moves in your thoughts, in your desires, in the posture of your heart. And if your inner life is out of order, your outer life will always reflect that chaos. That is why God starts with the hidden places. He cleanses your mind, purifies your intentions, reorders your priorities. Because true alignment is not when everything looks right on the outside. It's when everything is right before God on the inside. Alignment begins when your ambitions bow to His authority, when your desires surrender to His direction, when your plans collapse at the feet of His purpose, and when that happens, when God sees a heart that no longer competes with His will, He begins to accelerate what was once delayed. What took years in the natural can unfold in moments when your life becomes fully aligned. The doors you couldn't pry open in your strength will swing wide when God knows you're ready. Because He is not only preparing the blessing for you, He is preparing you for the blessing. And when the time is right, when the vessel is purified, when the heart is ready, God moves without hesitation. Suddenly the waiting turns to walking, the silence turns to sound, the wilderness turns to rivers, and what you thought would never happen becomes the very thing God manifests before your eyes. But this kind of divine release can only be sustained by continued alignment. You must live guarded, not paranoid, but discerning, not fearful, but alert, because not everything that glitters is from God. Not every open door is divine. Some doors are traps in disguise, crafted to look like opportunity, but designed to pull you out of alignment. That is why you must constantly return to the secret place, where your discernment is sharpened, where your flesh is silenced, where your spirit is tuned to the voice of God. You cannot afford to lead yourself. You must be led. And to be led, you must be quiet enough to hear. There is a rhythm to divine alignment, a sacred pace. And when you move with God, you don't stumble in haste. You walk in peace. You don't chase. God brings what's meant for you. You don't force. God flows. This is not the rhythm of the world. The world glorifies speed. God values surrender. The world applauds noise. God works in stillness. The world pushes you to be seen. God develops you in secret. And when you finally emerge, it is not with arrogance. It is with awe. Awe of what God has done. Awe of how He kept you. Awe of how He used even your brokenness as part of the story. So walk in reverence. Speak with restraint. Listen more than you demand. Because a soul aligned with God doesn't strive to impress. It longs to obey. It doesn't seek titles. It seeks truth. And when your inner world is aligned with God's holiness, everything else begins to fall into divine order. You don't have to beg for favor, it finds you. You don't have to chase peace, it anchors you. You don't have to manipulate outcomes, God settles things you never even knew needed resolution. And I speak now to the one who has felt overlooked, undervalued, unseen. God has not forgotten you. You are not behind. You are not late. You are in His hands. And if you remain aligned even in silence, even in hardship, even in obscurity, He will raise you at the right time. He will honor what was built in the fire. He will breathe on what was formed in prayer. And what no man could take credit for will become the mark of God's movement in your life, increasing your freedom. And if God promised to encounter all your robots, you will be screaming to stay the course. Never grow tired of doing what is right. Don't trade your faithful place of obedience for a fleeting seat at a table God never invited you to. Your prize is not measured by worldly applause. It is the nod of the one who watches from heaven's heights and perceives what human eyes cannot. Keep your hands undefiled, Dumal. Keep your heart meek. Keep moving forward and let being aligned with God be your chief aim. For when all is finished, what will count is not the distance you traveled in human sight, but how near you walked beside the one who called you. If you truly walked with God, then you have walked into the fullness of your purpose. That is true alignment. That is your legacy. That is the life God intended. When the wind